Greetings, mortals. How art thou today? How art thou? Okay, let's get in some League of Legends, eh? NIP, WE look like they're huge underdogs. But NIP really needing to recover some form, so kind of important for them to have some better showings. Damn, we had a prime while we were offline as well. S Patrick, if you end up watching this back, or if you turn up later, I will thank you for that again. But I appreciate that. Alrighty, got some interviews. I gotta go get myself coffee. Gotta go brush my teeth, and I shall be with you.
好的，欢迎来到前彩环节，我是主持人小优。我们邀请到的是深圳 IP 的下路选手 Leaf，Leaf 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳 IP 的下路选手Liu。
好的，欢迎利弗。那么首先第一个问题啊，上一场比赛虽然比较可惜没能拿下，但是能够看得出你们在前期的队形和换线上是有一些小设计的。那么在一周的休赛阶段，你们在训练或者心态上都有哪些转变呢？
感觉这次训练很成功啊，比上次心态好了不少。然后感觉训练效果也比之前好了不少吧。
哇哦，那我们就非常期待这个效果在比赛当中有更好的呈现了。那第二个问题啊，你们即将交手的是一路逆流而上跻身登峰组的西安 WE， 他们在打法上也是比较偏激进的。那你认为在前期的对线或者团战当中有哪些需要特别注意的部分吗？
我觉得面对 WE 这个队伍，其实我是不了解这个队伍的，但是我对他们当中一个选手非常的了解啊，就是他们的打野选手 Monkey。他在野区的进攻上面会非常的激进啊，会经常在野区打那种 小规模团战，所以说我们只好处理好野区的那种视野啊，和对他的入侵的一些掌控啊，应该就会好打很多。
就是处理好自己的部分。那我就期待在比赛当中看到你们很多美如画的团战了。谢谢利弗接受我的采访，也期待你们在比赛当中有更好的呈现，加油！ 好了，在我们的前彩环节，请到的是西安 WE 的上单选手 Cube，Cube 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WE 上单选手 Cube。
欢迎 Cube。那我们都知道你们是一路披荆斩棘进入到登峰组的，首场呢就遭遇了对线很强的京东战队。那在这场以赛代练的挑战当中，你认为都有哪些收获呢？
就京东这个战队，就他们对线，然后换线，那种换资源这种东西都做得非常好吧，所以就 还有团战前的处理吧，这就是我们学习的地方。
是的，相信每一次的比赛都是总结和提升的过程。那第二个问题，马上你们要交手的是登峰组的又一劲旅深圳 NIP， 那针对他们，你们觉得在前期的对线或者在运营层面有哪些需要特别注意的部分吗？
对阵 NIP 的话，就我觉得我们就把对阵京东那一场的对线处理跟换线处理得更好一点， 就做得更好一点就可以了。
是的，那也期待你们今天的赛场表现了。谢谢 Q， 加油！
Welcome back, everyone. I'm back. Should be fairly close to our first series today going on now. Damn, I guess everyone's watching Genji DK, huh?
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端转上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。 微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID 队服。打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。OPPO Find X8 系列抬手就出片，招牌氛围感。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品。 更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占嘛！傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯，英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
I felt like my cast yesterday for LEC was fine but not special. You know what I mean? Like, it was a forgettable set of games. Very boring and slow. On an analytical level, there's some stuff you can dive into, but I don't feel like I made it a particularly special experience in the cast. Damn. It's a hard intro. That bit's very cool. It was a stomp. It was one of the games of all time. I don't use my epic pen as much now. Should I bring it up? Oh, whatever. I can bring it up and I'll figure out what it is after. That song is gonna be in my head till the end of days, folks. First series is gonna be in Shenzhen with NIP's Arena. We have great energy, thank you. Oh, I tell you what, I'm feeling a little bit drained today, folks. It's been a long couple of weeks, so if my energy's not quite there, I'm so sorry in advance. Oh, Showmaker's playing the Halo Blades Showcase mid, that's cool. Hello, Ninjas in Pyjamas. How are you doing today? Playing as Team WE, of course. Lord, well, this is only their second series. IG have played 5 series. NIP, this is their second. Jeez, man. Such a big difference, though.
欢迎西安 Team WE 上单 Cube 打野 Monkey 中单 Carries 下路 Tayun 辅助 Vampire
It's been a crazy 2 weeks. Yeah, and it's going to continue for a little longer, isn't it? Very poofy dress again.
LPL 第2赛段组内赛第2周第7日的第1场比赛，由深圳 NIP 对阵西安 WE 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Well, there's Team W and NIP. Of course, NIP revamped their arena recently in Shenzhen. Predictions for all the games today should be 2-0 NIP, 2-0 Top Esports. I think even if they are against TT, I feel like Top Esports are one of those teams where it's very hard for them to drop games against most teams. And then anyone's Legend Weibo. That one's a bit harder because Weibo will need to have bounced back from their loss to FPX, which is really quite shocking for them. That one I think goes 3 games. Even against AL. Well, against AL? I think AL Weibo goes to 3 games. I'm just not sure who. But the other 2 should be quite clean 2-0s really. Yeah, NIP, they've got a lot to prove. They're against a weaker team. I don't think they'll be slipping up in terms of their prep versus WE. And then Thunder Talk, they've just not been on good form. They haven't found their identity. So for me, the first 2 series should be quite quick, which is, I suppose, good for me if I'm feeling low on energy. Here's our 1v1 for the day for our side selection. I say for the day, for the series. Who have they chosen for this one? Oh, Doomby versus Tone. So AD carry versus mid lane. A couple of AD carries removed by Doomby. And one by Tane as well. Corky gone. The Kled have taken away, of course. Versus Doomby. The JDG series was crazy yesterday. Yes, I managed to catch some of it. Not all of it, of course. Oh, are we double Pantheoning? Not even going for the Jace? Immediately locked in by Taeyeon. Don't we not locked in just yet? Could see the mirror match of a Pantheon. The Padman cometh. Alright, Pantheon mirror match. I wonder whether this was discussed beforehand. Who does this? But then the bands look legit, so I don't know, man. I don't know. So in this kind of matchup, you look at obviously who gets the first stun down, how good one E is and how the other one is, of course. He does have a nice smile, doesn't he? Do you think we'll ever get a Teemo in a 1v1? I think we did have a game of Teemo before, actually. But yeah, it's definitely something that can be played. Yeah, we did see a Teemo before. We did see one. Pretty sure. Damn, Gen G are getting a little bit rolled by DK, actually. Alright, onto the Rift we go. Extended stats, though. We'll check the audio as well when they start actually casting stuff. So, most important stuff is obviously who's using the empowered abilities for what. We're just going to walk into each other, because the first empowered W obviously does a lot, but if you get the empowered E onto the empowered W before the stun lands, pretty sure you win that trade, because you get to go into your Aegis of Vault. Yeah, watch this. Going for the Q onto both of them first. Okay, audio's just about okay. I mean, the stream's sometimes a bit desynced anyway, but... And then we get our empowered abilities. So, again, watch for that empowered W first. But this time you see Derby doesn't get himself the E in there. That comes through. From both sides. Barriers still available. Going down to low HP. And I think Derby's got it. Empowered Q wins that through. Better use of that Mortal Will. Derby gets the first blood. Remember, it's 2 kills. Unless it's later on into the game when the Ring of Fire spawns. Or the tower kill. But Derby on a classic champion for himself now in this split. The Pantheon gets himself easy first blood. DK's been insane this year. Yeah, they have. They absolutely have, yeah. Derby's going to miss out on the easy plate gold, by the way. So he doesn't get the gold for that. He gets a better reset, but he does lose the gold for this. But like Taeyeon didn't even get to pick up any CS. Damn. Dimby comes back, has a Phage in inventory already. God, he's so strong. Stuff like Phage is very powerful in a 1v1. People sometimes forget that. Until you remember what it feels like to have someone auto-attack you and then just kind of run you down. Dimby missing his empowered Q. Getting the E though. Getting a Q in return. Stacking up his Q. You do the tap Q to stack up your passive quicker, of course, if you don't have anything to auto-attack. Hey, Bamble, I can see. And now we get ourselves the, I think this comes... I'm pretty sure... Oh, level 6 hit. Now, you still level it up, even though you don't always use it. You can in 1v1s to get back to lane. But you don't always use it, because, you use it for the passive shred. You get... Is it 10% armor pen? Per level? Kind of like Ambassador. Of course, Ambassador gets the, Omnivamp as well. Damn. Your mum lets you have 2 passives on your ability. And back to lane. Taeyeon going for the Eclipse, Dimby going for a Black Cleaver. Different builds. Siru had a 34k damage game on Jace. Wait, and how long? I mean, that's obviously huge, but how long a game was it? Was it in like a 20-something minute game? Was it in a 30-something minute game? Changes the context quite a lot. Taeyeon. Ooh. Ooh, the empowered W gets the Conqueror stacked up immediately. And he gets his empowered Q back. Of course, that's the big thing about Pantheon. If you open up the empowered W, you get the triple auto attack after, which basically stacks your passive again. Ah, Taeyeon's in a really bad spot now. Damn, Genji again completely shut out on the other screen. Jesus. Really, I mean, they're only 1k behind as a team, but... Oof. No empowered W this time. Really good poke, man. Taeyeon's not been able to jump at Derby at all. I think what Taeyeon realizes is if he jumps at Derby, he just dies. I do think he maybe could have gone for an empowered E trade onto one of those empowered Qs from Derby though. Because it gives you movement speed, it gives you extra resist. If you open up with an empowered W, this is better because you can now use your ult to reset, which is kind of big. Ooh, cancel the recall. It's a good start. I don't get it to 1v1. We use 1v1s here in the LPL to determine our side select for the first game of the series. So the winner of this will give their team side select for game 1. Then after that, it's loser's choice. To be full Black Cleaver. So now Taeyeon has to be kind of careful to walk up with the wave, because then he would have got ulted. And I think if Dembe actually gets into melee range of him, he just kills him now. Okay, are we going to get Eclipse full buy now? We do. Alright, so this is now a very interesting game. Because the Eclipse is very good for trading with the shield. Not that easy to get the shield in poke trades. Hang on. What does... I mean... I'm trying to think how much damage he was going to do to the tower there. Obviously not enough. 28 game, went 805. Damn, okay, that is insane. Hey, Mecha. Oh, I just realized my volume's really, really low. I'm so sorry, everyone. There you go, a bit more volume for the initial fight. Taeyeon gets the stun down, but I think because his Eclipse is off, I think the Black Cleaver gets more extended fight value, and it does. Kill goes to Derby. Side select goes to NIP. Good job, Derby. Let's just team that side select. And now we wait for Champions Select. Of course, we're over in NIP's arena. But yes, for those of you, and we, even though we've been doing this for the year, obviously still people tune in across the year, and welcome if you're newer to seeing our games this year, and they are a little bit confused. Completely fine. We use 1v1s to determine side selects in various games. In best of threes, it's first game in the series. In our playoffs best of fives last split, we used it for game 5 side select, which I think is really cool. That's the one I actually like. For best of threes, my problem is they take a long time. Between the champ select and then the game itself, it's probably like an extra 10 minutes plus transition between... Yeah, plus, you know, the bit afterwards as well. I'd say 10-15 minutes maybe. And if you add that on to 2 series, that's half an hour. So the third series, if you have a 3 series day, is probably starting, you know, 45 minutes later. In a day's events, which is a bit rough. That's your champion select. Game 1 starting now between NIP and WE. Decent amount of, some top lane prior because the Rumble and Jace are off with regards to our bans. Well, Varus, the easiest AD carry to play, I think, in bot lane. Gone. Neferi gone. Still have Viscana. Still have Gwen. Still have Ambessa. Kai'Sa gone. So, what of our priority champions still up and available? Gwen instantly locked in from NIP. Shanji not had a great split. Struggled in their first best of 3 series and wasn't awesome in their placement stage either. Yeah, Mega. Yep. On the other side, Scanner instantly locked in. What are we thinking though to lock in alongside it? Scanner doesn't have to determine your composition. Very good generic jungler. It's the Azir. Okay. So you have good front to back, strong front line, and good DPS back line. Already, just with those 2 champions locked in. NIP, they'll need themselves a go button. That's a Vi. That's it. There you go. And they go for the Sylas as well. So this is one of my favorite matchups within League of Legends. This is Macedonian warfare. Me. I promise I won't talk about the 256-man Macedonian phalanx. Me, 3 drinks later, Sylas steals Azir's ult and they both casted at the same time. Jack's locked in for Cube. He is a player who's gone back to that pick time and time again. It is one of the best matchups into the Gwen. It does actually win the individual matchup if you play it well enough, which can't be said for all champions. You have a new name, courtesy of Sam. Alright, let me hear it. Alright, second round of bans. Of course, bot lane still up on the table. On le tableau. Hey Angie, let's see. Doing well. I am so tired today. Ezreal banned away. Of course, NIP going for a dive comp. They want to remove some of the safety, and with triple melee, do you ban Xayah as well? Xayah in the second round? WE, they want to, well, they banned away the Alistar because they don't want to pick it themselves into the Sylas, because that is, It's very bad to give Alistar ult. I am trying to conserve my energy. I tell you what, I got up this morning and I was really wondering whether I actually had it in me to do another 10-hour stream if it went to it. Oh god. Xayah is banned, we saw that one coming. Corki comes through as kind of like a consolation, safe AD carry. Not awesome versus the vibe, it can still Valkyrie backwards and that's sometimes enough. NIP, they want something which can combo up with their top side, give a little bit of setup with it. I think, yeah, Jhin works, and Leave is a very, very good Jhin. God, this guy might be my favorite Jhin to watch in the LPL right now. No, in the LPL, definitely. BP God has a couple of different options now. You go for the Rel. You could go for Rakan. What else you feeling? What else you feeling? Alright, it's the Rel. Vampire. Technically counterpick support. I don't really think you want to go towards something like a Braum, which is better for the laning phase. You don't have the... Alistair, it's Vampire, he'll probably go for that Leona. Leona or Braum. I feel like if you go for the, Braum, you lack engage. Maybe Poppy is disengage-ish champion with a bit more aggressive options. Difficult champion to play, though. Does go for the Poppy. I can rest for a series if I get tired. Oh, were it so easy. Too many games. Too many games. Map 1, Game 1 Temptations. Game 1. We don't call them maps in League of Legends. If you say that around a League of Legends community, they shall know you are in fact a betor. NIP. Locking in very aggressive composition. W trying to play a bit more from range. Trying to protect their double long range carries. Have I got LEC later soon? No, I don't have LEC later. It's just LPL today. Yeah, exactly, Mecca. There's always more stuff to do. Okay, let's get ourselves into game, shall we? Oh, I should have ran adverts for the... I'm going to run a 1 minute ad break, folks, just before we get into game. You won't miss anything. And promise you, rather. So I forgot to run it after the 1v1. Whatever. Helps our ad cadence just a little bit better. Means that you miss out on less. That's for Twitch. Doesn't matter. Not on YouTube. Of course, live on both Twitch, Twitch, Nymaera with an underscore. On YouTube as well. And also on Nivea's YouTube. NIP, something to prove after some disappointing results recently. WE, well, I think they're just glad they're in the Ascend group, but they don't really want to be here and be embarrassed time after time. It's been a weird couple of games for them. It felt okay, but will they really seal themselves a victory to prove that they can hang with the teams up here? Oh, that is loud. Man, I love the acoustics of this arena. Of course, WE, their fans traveling because they normally watch in Xi'an. Xi'an is where the WE arena has always been. They've had multiple arenas within Xi'an. They've sometimes moved location, but they're always there. NIP, they're now the Shenzhen team. That's where their arena is. Ooh, Shenji gone for the Ignite into the Jax. As is normal for the matchup, but I just saw the Ignite and went, ooh, nice. It's on fire. Thank you for the couple of follows, by the way. There were a couple around. Alrighty. And, folks, if you let me know once we actually hear some game sounds more, because obviously there's nothing right now. Once we get into the laning phase, you just let me know what the volume's like and whether it should go up or down, and I'll do that. Level 1 in the bot lane. Oh, that's some delayed audio. I'm going to have to go refresh that stream. That is... I'm going to have to do that right now, because that is very desynced, and hopefully that's on the stream's end. And, see what happens. I'll skip forward just a little bit. There we go. Aki, going for an early invade. Goes for one camp, goes over to the other side. The desync's pretty off? Yeah, well, I just refreshed the stream, and if that's what it is... Yeah, that desync... Wow, that is really desynced audio. However, I don't think that's actually something I can do on this stream. I think that's on their end. I think that's on Chinese production side. I can maybe refresh it once more. Aki has gone for the invade. We'll take that red buff. Ooh, that is quite hard to listen to, isn't it? All the sound's just off. Monkey will know Aki's in his jungle. He can't be too many places. Cube does have topside prio as well, which means that Aki needs to Q over the wall. Does he have Q off cooldown? Does now. That's going to give me a headache, actually, listening to that. I'll leave it another minute or so, and I can refresh and see what happens. So, Aki managing to get a camp away, despite the fact that all three lanes are pushing into him. Stealing away a camp while that is happening is a very difficult thing to do. Finds the timing, though. Gets out safely. Doesn't manage to get the Krugs, but he'll take it. He'll take that deal. Ooh, good snip there for Shanti, using the increased auto attack range of the E. Gwen, of course, one of the stronger champions in the game once she's got the E running, even at the early levels. Vampire flashes for the wall stun, and PP God gets the flash out. So, flash ignite for just the flash. Not the best engage, actually, with that in mind. Vampire now down a very important couple of set of summoners, and PP God will still get to level 3 with decent HP taking over. Aki gets himself bot side scuttle. See, if Vampire had both summoners for, you know, Skarner going towards bot side river and contesting for that scuttle crab, maybe they could have gone for that a little more aggressively. Not to be the case there. Raptors secured by Aki. Has level 4. Level up on Monkey now. Monkey, of course, has been the hero for WE. WE is not a strong team on paper. I think every single player of theirs has been maligned at different points. Leave has now pushed up too far. He's pushed up too far. He might get punched back by Poppy. I think he's actually okay now, though. Oh, maybe not. Should have flashed. Should have flashed. Has the barrier. Uses it. Might need to flash anyway, and does so. WE, get both summoners out of both bot laners. Not both, both bot laners, because BP God keeps the ignite, you know what I mean, though. 3 summoners out. Gonna refresh the stream one more time and just see if we can do anything about that desync. Come on, audio, you can do it. Oh god, that is pretty bad, isn't it? Okay, it's better now. Oh, nice, cool. Slightly better. Slightly better. I don't know, man. Oh, I hate hearing delayed audio. That's gonna really hurt my brain, actually, hearing all these delayed audio sounds, but hey. It's fine. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm a stickler for it. Okay, Monkey has flash, no bot, so remember, no flash for either of these guys now. Jumping forwards, and Monkey misjudges his W range. That's a bit of a problem. Would have really, really liked to get a play there. Doesn't have the range. Doesn't get the wall slam. Still very slightly bit off. It's quite noticeable. Oh man, you just hear someone go. You see the action, then blam, half second off. All right, Grub spawning, Dragon on the bot side. Didn't we go for the Rod of Ages Silas build? I prefer this Rod of Ages build on Silas compared to a lot of other champions. Now that is some weird observer stuff, where they go over towards the lane. It looks like you should be able to hear something, but because you're zoomed out so far, the game plan doesn't always do that. Grub started up by WE. Other side of the map, I guess NIP will go towards the dragon. So the classic grubs for dragon trade early on. Red pings on the enemy base. Dragon secured. Wonder whether Monkey could have actually... I wonder whether Monkey felt like he could have gone into the enemy jungle to take a camp away. Maybe knew that he had no one on his side of the map. I think actually with the timing he probably could have taken a blue buff, but he didn't have the information to know that. Which is the important thing. We're watching it with all full information, right? And they're in game without that. WE are one of the most storied organizations in the League of Legends. They, of course, one of the greatest teams in Season 1 and 2. Morning Montes. Or Montes. keep umming and ahhing on how to pronounce that. My bad. Aki, not really found that many aggressive options so far. Of course, Aki and Shanji, both players who I have my eyes on. Not necessarily for this series, but for the next ones after that, really. Against other teams. After taking some decent damage. Ignite flown onto him as he's flicked back. Suddenly, Vampires are half HP. Some of his healing pot denied as well. I don't even know which comp is better. Poppy can be enough against that team, and we'll see whether Shanji is enough with Aki on the top side. Ult through the Impale, and a bit of a nasty play for Q, but Shanji, even with the needlework, is probably going to go down. Aki will return it 1-for-1, and now has a Q, potentially going to Cube. But he'll make it out 1-for-1. Jungle dead for WE. Top laner dead for NIP. Map 1. Remember, it's game 1 here in League of Legends. We don't call them maps, because we always play on the same map. Map 1, 2, and 3 are the same map, aren't they? Always on Summoner's Rift. Zero's the other disengaged, but I don't know. Yeah, that was my feeling too. I feel like the Poppy is very hard to play in this kind of game. And also, you can't Poppy W a Vial, you know? The Vial is very hard to deal with. So right here, Shanji uses the W, and it goes up pretty quickly. And then, of course, he gets ganked. So I just didn't have information there. Impale ignored by the Vial. I think that's the only reason this trade gets close, actually. It allows Shanji to survive through into Needlework. If the double Impale had come through, I think Q probably would have killed the Gwen before the Vial came through. Aki is cosplaying Miyaki Way. Man, the fall-off from Milky Way has been really sad to watch, sadly. Montez. Okay, cool. Good to know, thank you. Cool, good to know, thanks. Alright, grubs spawning in the next 40 seconds. NIP not wanting to let 6 grubs go over, especially with the Jax on one side. You can use very good use of them if they, you know, get the Jax into the side lane. I feel like with the Corki pick just can't play into this comp. The W is simply not enough. Skarner and Jax pick make no sense in this draft. That's what I felt when it came around to the second bans, and the Ezreal and the Xayah were banned out by NIP. This was a consolation Corki pick, where you get to use your W, but it doesn't feel fantastic to play. NI Pilkers? Yeah, it's the one. Oh, Pepsi Milk Gods. Alright, grubs are getting started up. NIP, are they really not contesting? Do you really want to give 6 grubs over? Not even look for a smite on her? Aki has ult, has no flash. I mean, okay, they want to smite 1. They need to stop the 6. You need to stop 6 coming through, but that's why W... Whoa, fails the wall stun. Oh, Vampire, that's just not it, is it? Aki gets out with his own ults, and Doomby steals the Impale, gets a triple. Karis will get him back into the mix, but here comes the needlework. It feels like WE have just messed up their engage a little bit too much. NIP take themselves an immediate 3. W look for the turn off of the grubs, and instead find Doom. Oh, Vampire missing the flash wall stun. Did say the Poppy was hard to play, and I think for a player like Vampire, you need to make his job simple, right? Sadly, it doesn't happen, and his first plays of the game have been not great, sadly for him. Had some better movements. Ooh, Shanghai scrolls, Jin music starts playing. The ult comes through and Leave gets some good damage onto Karis. 2-0-1 now. Yeah, Leave's feeling happy. Morning, Katari. So, obviously, the big moment here is Vampire missing the flash ball stun. Monkey then drives him out of the W, so he doesn't even need to worry about flashing out. Monkey and Vampire both have very bad engages. They get the Impale onto them. And yes, Karis does get a good sweep onto Aki. Damage is sort of done. You don't have any cooldowns left for anyone, really. I mean, Shanji gets a free fight. Leave and Doomby get free fights. Now Shanji's on the top side. Has Ignite. Keep has to back off. Pilk God. Yeah, that's the game. Doomby. Scary laughs there. Shanji. Now Shanji is actually winning the individual matchup. That's a problem. Getting plate gold. Cube being forced to back off. XP advantage for Shanji, and of course the gold advantage too. Cube is so low HP. Look, dude, there's a stack for Q. The ignite comes through, the stun under tower. Cube needs to use the flash, and the ult, the ignite, so close to killing him. But now the problem is Cube should have really just backed off and teleported back anyway. Has to back and, teleport back to the lane. I feel like he could have just backed and teleported without using his flash and potentially losing his life. Shanji down an ignite now, but it's a low cooldown summoner. Hello, Solar Puppy. Good to see you. Dragon up in 2 minutes. Of course, NIP got the first one. W traded for that second one a little later after the Grubs fight, I suppose. I think that was them. Losing track of the game. Silas well towards stacking his Rod of Ages now. There is a gold advantage for Karis, who did get a kill in that one fight and then has been given some sideline farm by WE. Don't really think that's going to be enough. It's very hard for Azir to actually sit and auto-attack a Gwen through the W. You'd have to sweep her out of it, which you don't want to do really as Azir in this game, because you're going to die. The Silas threatens you on one angle, as the Vine presses ult on you. It's hard for you to hit this Jhin either, because often he's out of your range. So you have options of hitting the Vi and the Rel if they engage onto another target than you. Hey, Jelly. Good to see you. First item spike across the board now. This is the power spike for, who's it a power spike for? I mean, Jackson Triforce is pretty good, but I think Riftmaker for Gwen is very scary. Derby once he completes that Rod of Ages. Hit a very good spot. Slows down a little bit. Herald in 30 seconds. WE, I think they probably do need that. Ooh, very nearly had Macedonian Warfare. For those of you that missed that, it's one of my favorite combinations in the game. Me, I won't talk about the 256-man Macedonian phalanx. Me, 3 drinks later, Silas steals the Azir ult, and they both cast it at the same time. The push of pikes ensues. Can you tell I was a Rome Total War player? Monkey, drive finds the mid lane, and the flash stun works this time from Vampire. Both summoners use it. Now we have a teleport coming in from Derby, who does use the Azir ult, goes forwards, and Taeyoon does not have any more HP. 1 for 1, both AD carries taken down. Monkey going forwards again for a flash wall stun. Not really sure about that one. So it ends up in a grand scheme of things 1 for 1. That's the danger of standing next to walls against this composition. Don't with W with the top double wall interactive team champions. Skarner and the Poppy. I don't know about that flash forward from Monkey. I mean, Monkey's Skarner was incredible versus EVG to get them here in the first place into the ESN group rather than, yeah. I used to speak a bit of Spanish, and I, yeah, I forgot it. I was going to get started up by NIP. They were absolutely not ready for the Silas with his ER, because he stole it when he looked for that pick earlier. Uses that ult very, very well. Alright, so Vampire, no flash now. Oh, and he's engaged onto around the side. The W doesn't land from the gym, but I think Vampire's dead anyway. His creative engage is just a creative trip towards a coffin. Jhin ult comes through, and the Impale stolen just to make sure that Cube is stuck in place. Monkey does get a decent playthrough to keep Shanji into the fight. PPG getting a little bit lower. And Karis with a decent ult himself, but it's just not enough. Again, it feels like W, their start to their fights are so poor that they struggle to make up any difference. If Vampire and Monkey misjudge the start of a fight, they just can't claw their way back. Herald will now go over to NIP. They're just skirmishing better, they're engaging better, they're judging the fight at the start of the fight better. Oh, the Corky Gatling gun in the replay. Wall stun, dead. But then of course the Silas, who'd stolen the Azir ult earlier, gets the 3-man ult for free. Of course, then PP God kind of pulls them back in with the Magnet Storm so the displacement doesn't come through, but it's still the damage which happens. And then Vampire, I don't know, just disrespecting enemy vision. Vampire is not a good player when playing from behind the vision game. If the enemy team has good wards down, he really struggles to be creative in the same way. When he's ahead, he can do alright, but obviously not in this case. So Herald, I'm going to assume, was taken by NIP. Dragon started up in the picture-in-picture. Vampire just Hex flashed over the wall. Poppy ult, ooh, traded for that. Both Poppy ults thrown out. Doomby hit with it, but then throws his own hammer back as he's flying back towards his own side of the map. Dragon secured by NIP. We'll say W is putting up a better fight than expected. I don't think it's been that great a fight. Aki has the ult and goes through the Poppy W, which doesn't get stopped by that steadfast presence. He has gone a little too far, though, maybe. Doomby going forwards. Monkey stuck in the play, no flash. At least to not that much. Herald still needs to be defended in this mid lane. Kara's taking the bot side turret. While it's happening, W, of course, have players in both side lanes. Kara's being one of them, we just mentioned him. So keep playing towards that too. What happened top side? Did he get the full kill? No, force the flash out. Does W outscale NIP? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Because you have Gwen. Normally you'd say, oh, well, you know, Jhin not that well scaling. Leaves Jhin is very good into the late game. I think that Corky struggles to play. Really struggles to play, actually. And then I think the Poppy starts to get less and less value as the game goes on too, besides the ult in objective fights. I think it's very hard to play into the Gwen and the Vi in the way that you want. Also quite hard to play into Jhin. In team fight settings anyway. Hello. How's it going, Max? Oh, ult back. Shanji does have PP got around. Is that enough? You have the needlework, but you don't have that much defenses left. The last needlework does come through. They don't have the damage. Karis will make it out alive. W find themselves a pick on a side lane. Doomby did have teleport. Didn't want to spend it on that. Has the 10-stack Rod of Ages now for the extra level. Jack's pushing in the bot side. So actually, W making some decent inroads on side lanes right now. Jack's going towards the inner turret. Has the demolish. Does he take the full turret hit? Aki called down to wave clear. Get some of this. Cube is going to get the turret. I think Aki probably kills him. Stun through. Use the ward over. Aki solo kill onto Cube, who dies for the inner turret. So let's not have overt betting talk in my Twitch chat, by the way. Like, it's okay if you want to do that in the Onivia chat. But please don't do that in Twitch chat, just because it kind of ruins the atmosphere of it. It's okay. It's okay. You didn't know. You didn't know. You're a Russian NIP fan. Let's go NIP. Fred, did you know them from CS at all? Or were you a league homie? Doomby stealing that Skarner ultimate, has the Impale. Had good use of it so far. Gone towards that Riftmaker second. Of course, Silas now having the HP scaling on his W damage. It's pretty nasty with this kind of build. And then, oh, hang on, teleport up towards top side. Wanting to really play around this Atakan. And I've been not choosing to finish off that bot lane turret. Really wanting to rush this, trying to cheat the timer a little bit. Not go towards the bot lane turret and force a W into a fight. Skarner, Jack's not here just yet. So. Called off. Not a great teleport from NIP. Doesn't really achieve much. Could have taken that bot lane turret for free. Now they're down a global, which is kind of important because W are playing heavily towards side lanes. Turret taken by W in top side. Easily for them. 4 growth makes it easier for them to hit it. NIP, this is why I'm not that confident in them. Some map slip-ups. Some, you know, overlooked moments here and there. Walking over a ward. W put that one down. They use the sweeper now, but Gonna be that helpful. Karis under turret top side. Getting set to get good damage onto Aki, actually. Has his 2-item core. Thank you, Osimi. That's very kind of you to say that, and I hope you're enjoying your time here. What's my name? I'm Alex, Max. I'm Alex. Monkey pushed over the wall by the blast cone. Ooh, uses the impale. Maybe Vampire can do something else. Monkey finding an awesome angle. And Doombeat steals the Poppy ult. But all instead is hammering nails into his own coffin. And suddenly Atacon started up by WE. NIP now really missing that summoner of Shanji's teleport from earlier. WE honestly just playing the map a little bit better. As Atacon starts to get through a burst down. Do NIP have an angle? No silence for the damage this time. No impale, of course, by Monkey. It is an important tool to be down. And they are getting shredded by the Atacon. Vampire going force, and this time does get the wall stun on to the Rel. Rel does have the flash. Used the Magna Storm first. Maybe should have flashed out a little earlier. And probably should have done flashes and dies anyway. PP got my dude. What is happening here? NIP playing in their own home arena. Would not want to disappoint their fans, but this is looking like it's bringing a bead of sweat out onto the forehead. WE outplaying NIP on the map. And a good engage this time by Monkey. Atacon being taken down to half. Aki does have flash, does have ult. They're looking for a steal now. That's what they're looking for. Doombeat could come back towards the play again. Leaf still available, but no ults. So his range is diminished somewhat. Doombeat has the Q, has the flash. Can he get over? Chooses not to. Could have flashed and ulted. Monkey going forwards. Full GAs up for WE. Grouping up, looking for a fight. Basically even in gold now, we are. Yeah, and now we return to that comment made earlier. W putting up a better fight than expected. I think that's true now. I expected this to be fairly clean TO. Didn't think that NIP would be... Oh, that's a lazy recall, isn't it? Ah, Doimby, you can't be doing that. Don't know about that one, man. Don't know about that one. Lazy recall, good punish by Monkey. He's had a mixed game as well. Gets a good pick off there. And he's going towards topside, alright. Maybe he's starting to feel a little bit better about himself. Manages to bring out that hallowed mist. Shanji starts pulling up the needle. But again, NIP not playing well on the side lanes. Monkey much better at getting towards the punch there. Now Baron started up. They still have the GAs, of course, which is why they can make big plays like this. Impale being down, not the biggest thing ever. Now you've taken care of one of the bigger damage sources. And Shanji, a continuation of him having a bad run of form. Aki going for the very, very long loop around. 7,000 HP left, ticking down. Vampire making sure he can just stop that W going over the wall. And NIP choose to not contest, not look for the steal either. Doombeat will impale the wave. Dragon is up and available. W get the Baron, and NIP, I don't know, I feel like they've slipped. Great early game from them. Wait, Genji went to game 3 versus DK? What the hell? Wait, they chose it. Wow, okay, I didn't realize that. I won't spoil you for that pick and chat. That's insane. Alright, I didn't think they would go to a game 3. Insane. By the way, folks, Karis 5-1 on the Azir. I wouldn't say he's necessarily been the person starting the plays and been the big playmaker. He's been the person who's benefited the most from it, though. He's so fed. Shuffles into their Hallowed Mist so he can get the damage over there. Stands behind his jungler. Karis very strong now. And this Azir can solo carry now, at this point. Wait, what? That is an insane jungler. Vex Z? Are you kidding me? Wow, okay. Some people will need to watch that VOD back. I will need to watch that VOD back. That's insane. WE, 2,000 gold advantage. This Azir is insane. So now the job, the mission for NIP is to somehow get stop this Azir from team fighting. But the problem is he now has Merc Treads and the Zhonya's, which makes it very hard to burst him out. Oh, flash for flash. Monkey trying to catch out Aki. Any pick now, I think, could actually just end the game. Vampire will get a wall stun potentially, and he does. But Turn goes forwards. The teleport comes through. There is an ult, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Vampire is going to die, but that's not the important person. Taeyeon dying, that is a bit more important, but Karis is the main carry, and he goes down too. Oh, WE, things were looking good, but they've lost both their carries. Lever's alive, and he's the last damage really available alongside Doombeat. Cube getting through those auto attacks though. Maybe the Jax can also add through something into it as well. The Riftmaker not enough to keep the Silence alive, but it will be a 5-for-3 WE. Throw the last of their Baron buff to the wind. Don't even get to use their Atacons because that had timed out, and leave. Walks away. 5-1 and 7, and WE, you gotta feel like they just threw a bit of that game. Karis having a really good game? He was, up until this moment. I'm so sorry, Altogen. I was thinking it too. Oh, God. We've have it all. This is a decent wall stun. I didn't think that angle would actually connect. That's kind of BS, actually. That's just the way Poppy works. She kind of drags you back to her hitbox. Doinby forces out a very... That's such a bad Zhonya's from Karis, actually. His ult was fine, but you don't need to use your Zhonya's there. That just puts you into a very bad position. Karis really mispositions here. There is no world in which Karis should be dying that easily. We were just saying, hey, well, you know, he's got the extra HP from blah blah from Leandries, he's got Zhonya's, he's got Flash. How do you deal with that? Merc Treads as well. Very, very easy to, well, very hard to misstep there, I felt. My LPL. We should get an emote for that. Anyone's game now? Yeah, I agree. I mean, the Gwen is terrifying. GA for Aki makes his job a lot easier. I think that the Poppy is getting less value as the game goes on. That Wallstorm was good. That last fight is a better example of what they can do. But, you know, you get the Wallstorm, but then not much else happens after that. BP God. Positioning aggressively. Soul coming up in a minute and a half for NIP would be the Cloud variety. Hopped over the wall. Aki spots him. Playing the smoke and mirrors a little bit. Oh, Karis has Void Staff. Look, the thing is, that one fight was Azir getting nothing done. If the next fight Azir does anything, you start to turn your opinion a little bit. As long as Karis has an okay fight, it's very hard for NIP to win. He has so much damage, man. Level 17 as well. Out-leveling a player gets a, you know, a free level from the Rod of Ages. Doinby has been dropping a lot of farm. Like, a lot of farm. Giving over to Leave instead, I presume. Who's ahead 20 to 30 CS on the other side, of course. 50 CS to the side of Karis in advantage. 30 CS in top. Aki. Spot out by Vampire. I'll also point out this kind of shows how insane Scout was yesterday for neutralizing Knight. Knight also just completely ran it down in game 2, which sucks, really. Very rarely, all game, whatever it was, the Azir, whichever game it was. That's his worst game he's played in years, actually. Vision being traded over the place. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds would be sold for NIP. W potentially looking for a big old play. Vampire not in position to get a wall stun, and now Doinby has the Impale. And we'll trade that on to Monkey. He has no flash. Karis has not got any damage just down yet, and the Poppy ult comes in late. Monkey down, no smite for the Dragon. Oh, that's disappointing for WE. That's an easy one. That is an easy one. See, even with just a couple of auto attacks, Karis completely shredding through NIP, but they've just given over a free soul. Don't even stick around for the fight now, knowing that they lose the game, I suppose, if they lose big enough there. I think the game would spiral from that point. NIP also getting towards the point where they can upgrade their advanced boots from the feats of strength. Onto the Baron we go. Monkey's still dead. W, you can't let them get everything. Soul and Baron, come on. At least try and let Karis outplay. I mean, I feel like you should have just gone towards the Dragon anyway. The Baron goes down, but W don't contest the Soul or the Baron. It's a big mistake. That feels like... yes, you lose a member, but your Azir is so fed. Surely you still try and just buy time for Karis, because now playing against the Soul and the Baron, doesn't the game just fall apart? Perhaps they'll prove us wrong by getting a good fight in the 5v5 afterwards, but this feels like a capitulation from WE. They've just chosen to give up so much. In Cloud Soul for NIP is no small thing. Particularly for the Gwen, he struggles to stick to targets sometimes in bigger plays. Look how fast Aki is around the map too. Moving with the extra out of combat movement speed and stuff from the Cloud Soul is nasty, but no, Leave too, getting the swift marches from the boots and then the out of combat move speed. Very, very hard for W to position around the map now. When you have a quadruple melee composition, Cloud Soul becomes really nice. Shanji quickly taking down that bot side turret. Gwen's split pushes very, very effectively, of course. And W don't have cross maps this time, as they did earlier in the game. They can't leave someone on a side lane. That's where Karras got a lot of his gold, of course. He was 3.8k gold ahead, now 2.8k. 2,000 gold advantage in top lane. Cube on the Jax to struggle. That's a decent impale. That might get away some of the engage. PP God still has flash and chooses not to use it and instead dies. And if you're not wanting to buy into a full fight there, of course, if they bought into a fight there, they needed to find a way onto the Azir. That is always going to be the question for NIP. Can they get onto the Azir? Monkey, not a great game, which is a shame because W, I think they really need Monkey to do stuff, really. Oh, does get himself the wolves, but he's so low HP. Jhin not going to get the third shot, but gets the fourth, and the Scorpion goes down. Scorpions can breathe underwater for 17 days, but they can't escape the power of gunpowder. W onto Karras. Oh, leave. What a shot. And that's just going to be the end of the game. WWE, they lose Monkey a couple of times, and they decide, well, we can't fight without our jungler. That'd be rude. Lose an inhibitor. Great shot from Leave. Great shot from him. Bends the bullet. Angelina Jolie would be proud, as they say. I said that the other day too. But you wouldn't have known that unless I'd said that just now, but I did. So what happened here? I mean, Leave just completely guts it. God damn, that's a lot of Jhin damage. Sometimes you think Jhin is not a hyper carry. And he's not. Oh, he's just too big. He's too big. Unironically, might die because Heartsteel increases his size from stacks. Unironically, the Heartsteel increases your size the more stacks you get with it. There are certain breakpoints. And I think that makes it much harder for him to dodge out on the Jhin ult. My dude needs to go to I don't know, whatever the dietary courses are. Is it? It's not Slim Savers. No, that I can't remember. Whatever. Cube on the side lane, hit with one Jhin bullet, flashed away from the second, and the ult goes through the fourth shot just on the edge. Cube goes down. Oh, Leaves Jhin is so fun to watch. Comboed up with well by NIP, but Leaves Jhin, star of the show here for me. I think Aki's had a good game on the Vi as well, on the whole. One or two missteps, but hey, setting up well there. Was that the Jhin ult music again? No, because it's the wrong one for the skin. I was wondering where the dramatic music was coming from. Get on a diet, you bug. I'm not fat shaming, but also, he did die because he was too big. And that's actually a demonstrable fact. Oh, God, I say that as I say, as a 2D object, and you do the opposite, don't I? Oh, hard to put on weight sometimes. But then again, different people have different issues, don't they? Dietary stuff is a complex subject. Not one I always confess to be the most knowledgeable about. Taeyeon 4 items, has the Infinity Edge. Look, there's still a world in which WE get the Azir and get the Corki gunning down a single target, a couple of targets in the front line. It's still throwable for NIP. Oh, Gathering Storm from Leave, that's what they're highlighting. And they keep highlighting this for AD carries, and I do like this, actually, because it's a good reminder that if you get towards 40 minutes, you know, AD carries go boom. 20 seconds till Elder. Honestly, I thought the game would be over because the Soul and the Baron went over, but W have Saturn wave cleared. I mean, it's still throwable. You somehow flip Elder, you let Karras and Taeyeon do damage when you're distracted by both the objective and the frontline fight. Playing around the Fog of War or NIP, denying some vision, trying to play out the Bush Spray. Okay. Celestial opposition, bone plating down on Vampire. Leave. How? Oh, trying to use. Oh, look at that though. Really well played from Leave to use that rapid fire can basically for poke. Gets almost the fourth shot. Very nearly curves the bullet again, but that's split the team. Oh, WE. It's Leave who's pulled them apart. Can they finish off the kills? Vampire has flash, tries to go for the wall stuff, but misses it again, starting the game as he ends it. Oh, Vampire. Yeah, don't let this man go outside. The sunlight will kill him. Karis. Oh, now he can't even do the damage either. Aki just dunks down on both solo laners. Double kill for the Vi. Kills out two of the strongest members on WE. Taeyun is alive, but really, there's not much left for him to do. Leave will get one shot left, and that'll be the game. Oh, WE could not find a clean fight for the life of them. And it will be for the life of them. Nexus goes down, and IP win the first game of the day. And there's your game one. Oh, what a sad game from W into the mid and late game. They had good angles there. Karis had a really good mid game. Had a really good ability to kind of, you know, get resources back to back. Not to be though, folks. Not to be. Hello, I'm Nymaera and I'm very tired. I've been casting LPL and LEC for about every day, several hours a day for about 2 weeks solid. It's been a slog, folks, so if my energy is a bit all over the place, I apologize, but I still hope you are enjoying yourselves. NIP, of course, playing on their new stage in Shenzhen, they've revamped it. And Rajes, thank you for the follow as well, alongside Nightcore, Ash, and Max as well. I want to talk to a couple of you, really. I will get hydrated. NIP, they have a lot to prove. I think particularly Shanji and Aki have been coming off of very bad runs of form from placement stage and Split 1 as well. Oh no, Split 1 was a bit better, but this, it was, yeah. Nymaera's my duo after LEC, right? I might be asleep. I'm going to be catching up. I need to revise some German as well. I think we have a test on Monday, just to review what we've been doing. Hi, tired, I'm grumpy. Good to see one. Good to see that as well. I mean, there is a very entertaining LCK game happening on the second screen, which I say second screen. I'm watching it obviously on here, which I can't show on screen because I don't have LCK co-stream rights. In Arena, yeah, I am an Arena enjoyer. I mean, these are great compositions. Man, that's a fun game. I'm definitely going to have to go watch that. I wonder whether I'd enjoy myself more if I did switch between, like the other co-streamers, if I did switch between LPL and LCK. But the whole reason I'm doing this is because people won't cover these games. And I think there's a really important topic to talk about when it comes to co-streaming where, look, who won? NIP won. It was 1-0 to NIP. Would I co-stream your Iron games? I mean, there's a world in which I do it. Just depends how much else I've got to do. But, yeah, what was I going to say? I think there is an important conversation to be had around... Obviously, this is a co-stream, so it applies to this too. But in terms of how long-term sustainable is co-streaming? Because you look at someone... Obviously, the obvious example is someone like Hadriel, but maybe this can apply to your other big co-streamers too, right? Where there's too many things they have to do now at this point because there is the overlap between LPL and LCK because LPL cares more about its domestic audience and they absolutely should do. They get a lot of value out of that. So then the problem becomes, you know, if, you know, when we had the initial, the big broadcast, when we had the official broadcast, you had a lot more co-streamers using the broadcast to watch the LPL and stuff like that. But then the co-streamers undermined the main broadcast to a decent degree. The broadcast is now gone. And now the co-streamers who are not obligated to watch LPL are going to watch LEC when that's on, and we have a 3-game day, and it's the 3-game series for LEC, and they're going to watch LCK because there are some great games there too. And it means that actually, you have no main broadcast, and no one is doing all of the games besides us now, really, and a couple of the other, you know, the projects doing this. But basically, co-streamers undermined and then dipped out. The short-term hype of, wow, let's watch XYZ people watching LPL has now just left us in a situation where they're also not consistently watching the league. So that investment that viewers have put into co-streams to say let's watch these games with this person, undermine the main broadcast, and now we have the worst of both worlds, where we don't have a main broadcast, and we also don't have consistent co-streaming in the region either. And like, I think LPL is kind of the worst case scenario for a lot of co-streaming, because it's undermined the broadcast, and now the alternative is dead, which is the main broadcast. It has to be sustainable, right? I mean, obviously co-streaming is great. A lot of people enjoy it, and it's great, but they can't be everywhere at once. You know, Cadriel has Lost Returns. You've got the Roddy Sack stuff from Dom as well, and that's great content. They should do that. And it's great for them, and I want them to do that, as should you as well. But also they have to cover, they're also covering multiple regions, and trying to do all of them justice at the same time is not something a single co-stream can do, which is why we need main broadcasts, even if you do appreciate co-streams. I'd much prefer there to be an LPL official broadcast. Now, for me, on a personal level, yes, having my co-streaming and having you here support it helps a lot, but it's not sustainable, right? Like, I can't do this for forever, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to cover all the LPL games today, right? Not today, but like this split, because there's a lot of games. I have to also study German, I have to do LEC broadcast, Sam has to do NLC. We've done an awful lot, folks. But this is kind of our limit. This is a lot. And then that's without us doing LCK or doing LEC as well. Because we gotta look after ourselves, And I think, unfortunately, co-streams would have killed the main broadcast at some point anyway. I'm not sure there's a sustainable way for both to survive at the moment. I think with the amount of money in the system, yeah, for sure. I'd say at worst, I'd say not today, but in 4 or 5 years, when you get bored of the main broadcast, it will happen eventually. Well, that's on the main broadcast to actually innovate things and build up stories, players, and talent right as well. Oh, that's a great shot. Oh, that's a great shot. I think it's actually could happen. It could both exist if co-streamers couldn't actually show the broadcast. Well, the thing is, the co-streamers already were, for LPL, I mean, the co-streamers already were at different points not showing the main broadcast. I went back and watched them for some opinions and whatever points or whatever, and I noticed them using the Chinese broadcast or the clean feed instead. And at that point, it's just awful for that's kind of worst case for everyone involved, really. Because again, it undermines the main broadcast, which is one of the reasons why co-streamers aren't good, because they get to leverage off of the content which the main broadcast makes. I mean, global viewership for LPL is naturally low because the conflict with LPK. It absolutely is. Yeah, it absolutely is. But, yeah, it's, Cadril is stealing your viewers. Well, look, Cadril is earning his own viewers. I'm never going to say it's stealing like that. Cadril does great content. He's a great guy, and I love watching his stuff. But he can't be everywhere at once. And that's one of the big problems we see now, right? Can't be everywhere at once. No, so I'd never say stealing viewers like that. He earns them. Ugh. I mean, if there's no point to them not showing the broadcast, then they shouldn't exist. That's a fair point, yeah. If you're not showing the main broadcast while you're co-streaming, then it does lead to some very peculiar situations, for sure. Can't believe I'm late to hate watching NIP because you fell down the stairs? What do you mean you fell down the stairs? Jesus, what? Oh, man. Alright, get into the highlights. Who's our MVP? I'd say leave. Doinby gets it. I would have given it to leave, Yeah, Jesus, are you okay? You fell down the stairs? Huh? It was raining and I was running, like an idiot. Oh, okay, fair. I mean, I used to do it all the time. And this is a great impale. His impales were great. I would have given it to leave. I think leave was fantastic. So... I love your MVP music. This is genuinely a weird banger. I don't know whether I love it or not. I don't know whether it's like a little too over the top, but it makes me notice it, and that's a good thing. Like, if you change this slightly, I could imagine it being in Cyberpunk, Wins with a minus 4k gold deficit, with a 4k gold deficit. That's kind of hilarious. What's my opinion on esports and betting sponsors? Ooh, now that is a good question. I'm not a fan about how betting is everywhere. In sports and in esports. Let me just show the votes there. Oh, it was split votes. It was very close between bot lane and mid lane, actually, and the one vote was jungle as well. I mean, I think that betting is too ever-present within esports and sports. Now, if you're someone that enjoys betting and you do it responsibly, that's your choice. Roaster, we'll get around to that in a second. I will get around to that in a second, Bane Blade. However, you know, I mean, the blunt reality is it's some of the only bits of money within esports right now, so it allows us to keep functioning as a league. Now, it's not something which I like engaging with. Yeah, I've seen betting ruin the lives of many people, so I definitely have some. I still have a lot of hang-ups about it, but yeah, I think they're here to stay. Obviously, I think that they do need to be regulated. I think in esports there aren't regulations with that right now. I think that can be quite dangerous because you need to be responsible when you're talking about betting stuff. Wait, I need to set another one a little bit more maybe. 36 good enough? Probably. Am I going to LEC today? No. But yeah, it's mixed thoughts on the betting stuff. I mean, I'll take it over more questionable sponsors, which I'm sure you can guess by what I'm not saying there, right? Probably not good of me to have a clip out there of me saying stuff because people will pull it up in any kind of situation, right? But yeah, I think if you're responsible about it, sure, whatever. But I think it needs to be regulated. Right, I'm gonna go put some adverts on. Gonna get myself another coffee, rest my voice just for a bit, and then we'll get back to it. And then Bane Blade, I will get around to that roast as well. Okay, right, let's get to it. Back in a second, folks.
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买50系列电脑新品上京东，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟千元礼盒。
Well, yeah, if you're starting a new broadcast, then yeah, it's not going to get the same kind of viewership, and it's a lot of responsibility. Completely agree. However, you need to build it up over time. The reason the LCK has a great broadcast now is because they've supported it all the way since 2013. You know? That's a very short break. Okay, let me go. Take a break real quick, folks.
일단 제 생각에 NIP는 진짜 팀처럼 다 같이 다닌다고 생각해요. 그냥 한 팀처럼 움직인다고 생각해서 주의할 점은 그냥 그 한 팀처럼 움직이는 거에 휘둘리지 않고 저희가 저희 팀대로 할 거를 하면은 문제가 없다고 생각하고, 그리고 제 개인적인 생각으로 AD 리버 선수가 괜찮게 잘한다고 생각을 해서 선수로 치면은 그 선수 정도인 것 같습니다. LPL이 처음이기도 하고 이제 같이 합을 맞추고 있는 단계이긴 한데 사람들이나 다른 선수들, 그냥 뭐 원딜러들이든 코치 감독이든 그냥 사람들이 보기에 뭐 너무 다방면적이긴 한데 그냥 잘한다 이런 생각이 드는 원딜로 자리매김하고 싶고, 저한테 응원은 그냥 하던 대로 해라 라고 해주고 싶습니다.
WE 的下路组的话，感觉两个都是感觉就偏打线的选手吧，感觉他们对线还是非常厉害的。感觉这个版本就注意他们一些可能维鲁斯 EJ 这种吧。感觉利物的话就是操作非常好吧，然后打团也很不错，就希望我们两个人后面越打越好吧，就希望可以成长为就 LPL 就是上游的下路组吧。
Elite Doobie Draft number 2. And I'm so sorry for leaving up that slideshow there of socials, because there's important stuff to learn from that first game of rounds as well. Righty. W on blue side, no surprise with that one. Locking in very early Talia for Karis. I feel like Talia's been a big comfort pick for a lot of teams around the globe right now. Just very, very strong at playing against most majors right now. I think if we saw more... I mean, I guess if this was standard draft, we'd see less Talia, I think, because... I think there are easier compositions to play in terms of the Vi, Kai'Sa, and Bessa, which really push down the Talia. Of course, the Kai'Sa ban away from Leave right now. Galio 2, triple target ban this NIP with a lot of OPs left up. Jace up and available, by the way, just hasn't been picked. Are we in NIP's home arena? Yes, we are. Shenzhen, yes, we are. Vampire picks up that Alistar. Varus Alistar, pretty good for kind of the Varus allowing the Alistar to get through lane. That being said, you could go towards Kalista Renata for real lane dominance. Ezreal Karma as well if you really wanted to. Then look towards Doomby for an engaging champion to kind of pick up the lack of engage that you'd lose from having a Karma. Oh, gunky. I think Ezreal is sleeper S tier AD in the LPL. I think it's S tier kind of most places. That is some headphone hair. Viego banned away from Monkey. Karma banned away. So W were afraid of that. Nico banned away too. They don't want lane dominance on bot side for NIP. Oh, come on, PBR. That would be so fun. Come on. That would be great. Really hard to play versus those three champions in a way. Good versus the Alistar early on, but... I think they can just smash lane here if they want. Yeah, you know what? Do it. Smash lane against them. Come on. Be great. PBR, one of the few people that actually does play Bard in the LPL. Locks in the Leona. Now, that is actually quite interesting if we get through to our last game of the series now. If we do get to game 3. Vampire's going to have basically none of his choice champions up. I think you can ban out Nautilus, and then, like, what does he play, you know? There's no Poppy, no Alistar, no Rel, no Leona. That's, like, Vampire's entire champion pool. Rakan, maybe, I guess, but... Really starts to push your support champion pool. I think that Fearless draft is very, very difficult for supports in the current meta. Especially if they've been the whatchamacallits. Bard, Alex's favorite champ? Yeah. I saw the hover and I was ready to commiserate myself. Wukong locked in for Monkey. Damn. Topical. And we get the Victor for Doomby as well. So much less about dropping farm on the silos and making plays, much more about being a solid carry yourself. A front-to-back composition for NIP. WE have a bit more flanking potential, a bit more dive with the Aatrox and the Wukong. Kind of like making their way onto the carries and killing them. I do think that the individual carries of NIP are better in the front to back, though. I think Ezreal versus Varus, that's a bit of a wash, but I think that the Victor typically better than the Talia at killing the tank front line. And especially when your front line is the Aatrox and the Wukong, you're a little less tanky than a Sion who gets rolling. So, W needing to bounce back. And we'll pump up volume just a little bit, won't we, as well. Let's get into game. And see if NIP themselves a 2-0 on home turf. And if you're coming in now from the LCK, welcome. Here, that series just ended. Let's hear ourselves how the crowd's feeling in Shenzhen. Scout gave Knight a big fat warning. He did have a very bad game the other day, and I don't know, man. I think BLG is actually just completely mental booming at this point. Hang on, they Q. Sion Q gets the knockup, and Leave is sat here with the Conqueror stacking up. He's going to flash over. I think this is a bit of a problem, though. I think Leave should have followed. Leave, my dude. I think if you flash over, there's a good chance you win that. By the way, flashing forwards, Cube goes down. First blood of Shanji. Takes a couple more summoners, maybe than they wanted. 3 flashes for just the 1 on WE. But they do get themselves first blood. Don't walk the bad way back to lane. He's going to get flash pulled now. I swear to God. Is that actually going to lead to him dying? I think it might do, actually. Aki going in for a little bit more. Tower shot not going to be taken. Not sure why Aki went over the wall then at that point. Right. At least Doomby can teleport back in with his gold. Who got the kill? Alistair? Oh, okay. First blood to Alistair. The first kill to the Alistair is actually not that great. PP God gonna walk over. That's gonna be the Q into Cube. The big damage from Leona comes from when you hit with an ability, and then your teammate then gets an auto attack or an ability down as well. Oh, some XP gonna be denied here. I think it maybe was from Vampire. Vampire missed some XP. I think all of it's picked up by Taeyoon, but the Alistair gonna be slower to hit level 2. Wonder whether RIP knew that, because you obviously don't get to see their XP. I think maybe they can win that race to level 2 now. E doesn't hit onto PP God, so no extra HP off of the Leona. Karas getting control of this mid lane. Level 2 hit by PP God and Leave, and he's going to have to pull out of it. He does, but it doesn't mean he's going to be able to, you know, escape without taking any damage. Another good Q there from Leave. Vampire's the carry now. We shall see. We shall see. I just felt like that should have been so much easier for NIP at level 1. I wonder whether they could have just committed summoners a little quicker. Full center. Aki completely seen on 2 different walls heading towards mid lane. Karas has flash, so he's fine there. No real way for Doomby to force the play. Just freezing out the lane. Fixed? No, just 2 teams which are quite inconsistent. We need to write a New York Times best-selling book. The everything I don't like is fixed. I get the frustration. But that's just the nature of, you know, mid-table teams here in the LPL. Shanji misses a minion, and the cannon is missed by Cube. Cube is in a crap spot, in case you hadn't realized that, folks. Did die for that first blood. Didn't teleport up towards the first wave. I suppose he didn't have to because he died a little earlier, of course, against the quicker recall. But now it's behind CS and the kill versus the Sion, who's not managed to go back for the first buy just yet. He'll be recalling now, though. Yeah, out of the combo. Cube's a bit washed. Cube's had better. Hang on a second. Shanji no flash and is on a ward. Red buff on him. I don't think he dies. Shandu just would have liked to get a clean recall. I mean, he's going to get his recall stopped again if Monkey really wants to. Yeah, he's going to stop the recall again. Because Cube really wants this recall to get stopped. And Shanji should have just not greeted his recall. Wasn't Sion first round red side? It's been very, very impactful nowadays, folks. I missed the first part of the draft because I was getting a coffee. You'll be fine for that. Shanji missing CS under turret now as well. I don't know, man. Shanji, just don't greed your recalls. You've now lost your CS lead you've just built up. Oh, for God's sake. He has his first kill, but okay, Karas does have flash. Ooh, is the stun going to come through? He has to path around the grab field now. PP God can flash forward for the Q stun. Instead chooses not to use the Q flash. Forces the flash just with the E. How are these teams on their second match and IG is on its 5th? That's a very good point. And the schedule has not been even at all. Karas does no flash this time, but does get the minefield. And Aki doesn't wait for the CC and doesn't land the E. And then Vampire's going to make sure it's a 1-for-1. Aki, just wait for the CC to land. Just messy, imprecise plays. The level 1, similar. I mean, you just wait for the CC and just doesn't... It shouldn't be a skill shot at that point. It should be point and click. Vampire cleans up another kill. The more important thing is obviously that Karis goes down. The kill goes over to Aki. It's more useful gold on him, of course. It's on hit Varus for Taeyeon, worth noting. Has to kill that tank frontline somehow. But I suppose you have enough damage from the Aatrox and the Wukong. I think you could have gone for poke here and just go towards that backline killing potential, but hey, whatever. 100% kill participation. Oh, they're just going mid lane again. Aki does have flash. Is he afraid of the wave? I think he's really afraid of this wave. I mean, he should be. I don't know, Karis, man. Okay, whatever. Monkey's around the corner. I wonder whether they could have gone earlier there and just gone jungle support versus mid laner. I think they would have had the damage for it. Yes, it's into a full wave, but I think they could have forced that out. Grubs have now spawned. Dragon on the bot side of the map. Honestly, these two, hang on a second, where's Sion going? Where did Sion go, actually? Oh, ult was popped by Cube to disengage. Vampire flashes forward, and he's gone onto the gravity field. The NIP do not have flash on their support, but Vampire might go down first. No, it lasts a little longer. Aki now caught into the play, and NIP don't have the Resurrect in the right spot. Shanji's not coming to the play, and W clean up a couple of kills. 2 for 1 in the Grubs. Cube doing much better in this matchup after Shanji completely messed up his recalls earlier and threw a lot of his ability to snowball ahead in that lane. Karis actually still stunned up anyway, despite the phase rush helping him get out. So this is where the Sion ult was okay, so it's ult for ult trade. Doesn't want to get hit by the... Doesn't want to get stuck into that play with the Conqueror being stacked by Aatrox. Makes a deal of sense. Yeah, Vampire still 2-1-2 on the... kill participation from Vampire. He's having a good game. No, he's running around the map well. Stunned into the combo from Slayer, but Slayer has a tear, so no damage, and then Doomby has a catalyst, so doesn't take any damage right now. But yeah, Vampire being given a lot of value because mistakes have been made by NIP. Oh, NIP. This team should be good. Not sure I'm convinced about that right now, though. They're quite a confusing team. Collector Alistair? Yeah, that's the build we should really see this game. I totally agree. Yeah, Collector Alistair. That's the one I want to see. Lethality Aatrox? No, it should be the no, with the... Okay, we'll see what it goes towards. Might be the Eclipse first, actually. So it shouldn't be Lethality in that case. But he hasn't gone towards the Thunder Sky. Hang on a second. Cube being jumped on now. Has Flash, has ult. I don't know if they have a great amount of damage to deal with this. They definitely don't kill him quickly. Force the Flash out. Now Monkey's here with the Cyclone. And NIP, I think they've just misjudged it again. Cyclone... Not pulled by Monkeys, bought back by the ultimate of Aki. And Cube, he's completely fine in that kind of situation. There's no way a Sion on a Shinzao has the damage to kill a Aatrox at this point in the game cleanly. Takes long enough, then IP don't get anything out of it. I don't see what the decision making is here. Now Monkey knows that Shinzao doesn't have ultimate. So their ult comes over, there is no flash. Goes over the wall. Cyclone again, still being threatened by Monkey. Doesn't have the flash, but goes forwards and is fine. Anyway, Doomby tries to stop Karis from getting around. Is there going to be an extra play to be seen? It's a 1-for-1, and you give a kill to the victor. Sanji's here anyway. Now, WE have overplayed their hand. Yes, you can see the Shinzao doesn't have his ultimate. That doesn't mean you give a double over to Doomby's victor. That'll be a quick Rod of Ages completion for him on his next back. And NIP, it's their turn to pick up the mistakes of the enemy team. Ooh, ult onto the Alistair. Not really what they want, though. I appreciate the angle looking for this, knowing he just wasted his ult. Has a bit of his HP down. Have been regenning a bit from his red buff, though. Turns around some damage onto Monkey. Chaos Storm goes down. Easy kill. Karis is, of course, warded off by the grab field. Karis probably should have just bailed on the play. Man, some high-quality play from some top LPL teams. I mean, so, I would say, neither WE nor NIP, I would say classify as top LPL teams right now. Yes, this is Group Ascend. They really need to prove, particularly NIP. Well, obviously NIP. W, I don't think they really have this capability, sadly. NIP need to prove that they deserve to be a top team. They were in the first split, they were looking good. But they've looked very poor in their recent games. I think particularly Shanji and Aki have been struggling. It's really been Leave against the world in a lot of their games, actually. Leave has been on great form. I like Leave a lot. I think this guy's a great AD carry. He could truly be one of the next greats of the LPL. Him and 1xN are the two which I'm really got my eyes on. Probably Leave more than 1xN right now, which I didn't expect to be saying. Start of the year, after split, well, in split 1. Grubs now started up the NIP. Just want to stop the 6 if at all possible. You do get the 1, have the smites. Should be able to get 2. Aatrox on the flank. That could be a problem, actually. Aatrox in a good spot. Vampire has flash, 2. Flash, level 6. Full HP. This is a good angle for an Alistar. How many carries can he get onto? Oh, Varusol hits. Shanji punted back. Of course, he's a Sion. He's tanky. The Cyclone comes through. Doesn't get that much done, and we're flashing forwards and do get at least the Grub NIP. 4-man knock-up onto them from the Alistar. That flash from Vampire was so important. 2 kills very quickly over, but NIP should realistically have known that they were there to stop the Grubs and not for a fight. I feel like they go too deep again. 1xN is mid? Tell me someone that's not watched 1xN, man. Tell me someone that's not watched 1xN. Vampire, great fight there. Of course, that was the perfect Alistar fight. Full HP, has ult, has flash. Perfect, honestly. It's so Doin Bova? Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like this is not your power spike. The Alistar has a perfect angle here. The grab field is not well used, I don't think, from Doinby either. Time's out before Cube comes in. The Chaos Storm's not that great. And they pile in against the wall. So, I mean, NRP do stop the 6 Grubs. Give over more gold than they'd like, though. Tyrion's 2-0-3 now, so he's feeling good about things. Doinby's looking good, though. What's the probability that NIP makes worlds? Oh, it really depends on meta and form. Shanji needs to find a comfort champion pool. And of course, there's a long time for the patch to change. A long time for the patch to change between MSI and whatever. Honestly, Vampire's improved so much. No, I don't think actually he has. I think Vampire is the same player where when everyone is on the same screen, he'll find a good engage. But he's very poor at playing the vision game, and he's very poor at playing the game from behind. I mean, that is the kind of play, because that's the kind of play where you look, wow, great knocker, but also you can, I mean, go rewind the VOD. I'm just like, okay, he's full HP, has flash, has ult. This is where an Alistar should make the big play. An NIP stack up as 4 people into the perfect Alistar play. Is that Vampire, or is that NIP making a mistake? It's a bit of both. Now, Cube, once again, being jumped on by Jungle Top. He does have the Black Cleaver. It's, you know, the shredding build. Hasn't got something like a Sunder Sky for heal, but we'll get out safely with the ult and the flash. Not really sure why you're focusing so much on the Scion lane here. Well, I suppose it can be very important later. But, yeah, really stopping Cube from having a free lane. But no, I don't necessarily think, you know, I mean, Vampire's been creative and engaging from ahead of the game, but I don't think he's changed that much. We just look at the last game, right? Had an awful Poppy game, right? LPL sends 14s to Worlds this year. It depends on the MSI results. If you're the second best region at MSI, then you will send, no. You send, wait, how many do you send? I think it's, do you send 4th seed from everything? I think it's 3, but then the winner of MSI goes as well. Ah, it gets a bit weird. Yeah, exactly. If you think that Vampire has improved off of like engages like that, which I think is an NIP mistake as well as a Vampire good play. I don't think that happens against teams which, you know, Hang on a second, Karis in a bit of a bad spot here. We'll flash out of Zolfan. BPGOG gets good value there. The winner of MSI is qualified for Worlds. Now, I knew that, but I didn't know if it gives them an extra slot as well as also being a top 2 team. Like, does it just give you an instant qualification, or does it give you a 4th slot as well, you know? I wouldn't rate most supports on Alistair either in the LPL. I do. I think Alistair is actually one of the best LPL supports. I think that On is a good Alistair player. I think Mako is typically a good Alistair player. I think Crisp is too. I think Alistair is actually one of the comfort supports here in the LPL. Alright, Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Second Dragon for NIP if they get it. Behind 1,000 gold. NIP, in Sion's in a decent spot. Normally he's expected to be behind this matchup against the Aatrox. Gone to pop the cull as well. The winner of MSI gets a slot and the finals region gets a slot. Right. All regions send 3 except the top 2 which send 4. Okay, fair play. That's good. Oh, but it's the best of 5 from planes. Yes, the 4th seed of both regions does play a single best of 5 planes. Ooh, ult from Shanji, getting a decent trade onto Cube, but I don't know about this. The Black Cleaver from the Aatrox and the Conqueror stacking makes it a little bit harder to take the extended trace. Helper coming in from Victor now, so giving up the Dragon, and instead saying, let's go fight around the top side. The World Ender ends itself, and Cube goes down. So, NIP quick play. And we'll convert this into a side lane turret, but they're losing pressure in both lanes now across the place. Vampire goes forwards and Leave is safe. Vampire overplaying a little bit now, and his ultimate might not even be enough to save himself. Goes down the ground majority of his HP, but NIP don't even get the top tower? Is killing the Aatrox that important? They lose mid lane turret, they lose Dragon, they don't get the top side. Feat to Strength goes over to WE, so they get the first tower. I don't think that's a very good trade, is it? First day of Worlds, BLG versus T1 in a best of 5 series. I mean, yeah, it does sound hype, but then also you realize the team that goes out is still going to be better than half the teams in the competition. Like 4th seed from LPL or LCK is still going to be better than most EU and NA teams. Maybe half is too much, but you know what I mean, right? 4th seed from LPL and LCK has historically been performing well at Worlds. Monkey starting up the Herald. Yeah, cool. Yeah, DRX won Worlds for sure. Absolutely worth it mentioning that one. Shanji has ult. Can go towards the top side of the map. And here he goes through the mid lane, picks up a couple, and the Herald is already gone. And Vampire tanks up the Sion engage. He might die for this, and that is a bit of a problem. Vampire, see what happens when he doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the ult. Can't really play like that at all. Double kill over to Dernby. They lose the Herald, but they get a lot of gold. Now that is much better from NIP, choosing a much better fight with a much better engage angle. T1 were 4th seed last year? Oh yeah, so they were, yeah. Wait, were they 4th or 3rd? Whatever. Anyway, 4th seed is definitely a buff in some points, isn't it? Wave pushing on top side now. Dernby. Yeah, he's set up to carry. Last game, he was giving up a lot of gold to make plays around the map and give gold over to Leave instead. Now he's actually getting the farm. He's the one getting the side lane. They do lose that Herald. But I suppose on the other side of it, they don't get to pick up the eye. It's not in inventory, so... What happens here? It goes down, punted away from the objective, and you can't pick it up. Karis pinned against the wall. Taeyeon not really able to get as much auto attacks down as he would have liked, and even if it is, into the Sion, so he's not dealing damage to someone that's actually winning the fight. And the eye goes down. So, they get the smite, don't actually get the objective, and IP walk away with some extra gold onto Victor, and now they're happy with that. Cube on bot side again. Dernby, very, very strong, using the grab field to zone him off the tower, so we can't get as much farm as possible. Daki wants to jump on him before he gets back into tower range. Chooses not to, though. Instead to hit the tower. Conqueror being stacked up by Cube. A little bit scary. Most of the HP down on that bot turret. Yeah, I wonder if there's a fallback plan for... The winner of MSI doesn't make playoffs in their own region in summer. It has occasionally happened before where MSI completely... because you know what happens, right? MSI is one meta, they come back to summer, the meta is completely different, and they can't play the game. That has occasionally happened, where we see teams going to MSI from a region and then completely bottling it later in the year. I mean, obviously, summer is different from Worlds as well. I really hate that the meta is so different from the qualifying series and the qualifying splits to Worlds, because basically you're saying, we're going to give you a test, which will qualify you for this other test, which is on completely different material. Especially this year with Fearless Draft changing, absolutely. Absolutely with Fearless Draft changing everything. I have to say, I'm getting a bit tired of Fearless Draft. I miss seeing people on their best champions all the time from top teams. It does make it more interesting for bottom teams. In the LPL, that was less of an issue anyway, though. I think if you're talking about Fearless Draft being a problem for the LPL, I don't think you watched the LPL. Basically, we already played random stuff. But I think for, you know, bottom tier LEC, LTA teams and LCK teams, it does make a difference. But I think for our top tier teams, I want to see them on their best picks. I want to see them on their best picks. Tao's going to go down. Doomby gets even more gold, heading towards a Riftmaker third. Or it might even be, I suppose it could be the Bloodletter's Curse for that shred on BOT. Shanji still behind in this top lane matchup because he was not given a side lane Tarot gold. Dragon getting started by NIP. Teleport available for Shanji. This sign is very important to NIP's team fight. Monkey could go over the wall, look for a Cyclone. Has Flash. Vampire has Flash, full HP. Well, not full HP now. That's a problem. Half HP makes it much harder to play. Good Ezreal over the wall. Leave repositions. Aki comes in. Great ultimate from him, but he does spin the Cyclone onto his own team. Is that going to matter? No, I don't think it is. Alistair goes down. And yeah, turns out, if Alistair's not full HP, makes it much harder to make those plays he did earlier. Vampire, one good fight around the grubs, has not really been mirrored so far after an easy early start from him. That's gone. Immediately gone onto now is the Ruinous variety. Much easier to take it down and tank because you can just stand in melee range. Whereas the other one, you have to kind of space out from it as your melee's a little bit later on. That's gone. Goes down. NIP will get themselves the buff to all of their dragons. And the grubs as well, the two which they have. And of course get the flower patch as well. With so many champions that can fulfill the same role, I like Phyllis. So I understand that to a degree, but then there's also some special champions like Knight's Ari or Zeka Silas and Akali, or, you know, Fake LeBlanc back in the past too. Bin on Renekton or Jax. Stuff like that, you know? That kind of thing is genuinely... I feel like you should not be able to beat a team if you can't beat their best champions. You know, are you better than BLG playing Ari with Knight over a whole series? Are you better than T1 if you couldn't get past their Caitlyn Varus bot lanes and stuff like that? Alistair gonna Hex Flash over here. Shanji does have Flash and ult. Likely you're just forcing both of these at best. The ult comes through, Flash comes over, and the ults. They commit how many people? 4 people towards bot side for this? Now there is the threat of actually going under the tower again. Does he want to die for the wave clip? There are 4 grubs here. Big investment here from WE. But they will get 2 turrets from it. Tane uses his own ultimate. Varus ult will to chunk out Aki with the arrow landing afterwards. NIP feeling a little bit asleep on the map, but I guess Doomby's just calling, look, I'm taking in a turret, I don't care. He has a Riftmaker anyway. His 3 item is here. He's getting a lot of gold. I think Doomby's just saying, look, if I get gold, I don't care. Which is completely fine, I think, in this game. I think in this kind of game, this is where... CBH Scouts had a better Ari than Knight this year? No, that is not true. I'm an Ari main with several million points, and I'll tell you just unequivocally, Knight still is the best Ari in the world. If you watch his individual plays, the way he approaches team fights, Scout is a good Ari, and I'd put him as top 5 right now, but Knight is the best Ari in the world, and I say that as probably the most qualified person to talk about Ari in professional broadcasts around the world. But also, are you better if your one champion's not available? Well, that shouldn't be available with regular bans anyway. But then there's a trade-off in draft of which champions are the ones which are important to leave through. Now, I think there probably should be. Scout has a much better champion pool than Knight. I also don't think that's true as well. In the current patch, maybe. But I don't think that's true as well if you look at Knight historically. I think that BLG are completely running it right now, so it's very hard to tell that. I think that... And if you look at BLG, I mean, you have to look at Wei Elkanon first. And Bin's also not in great form. Bin can't even play frickin' Ambassador as a priority pick. Program Sign comes into the mid lane. Don't think he's got the best angle here, but he does just about get onto the front line, but he's dying very, very quickly, and he has been put in front of an on-hit Varus. Shinzao goes in, but he might just go down anyway. It's all on the Victor. How much can Doomby do? He is very, very fed. He needs to turn the damage around, and he has done a lot of that. Karras has to flash away. Still, 1 for none. NIP take more HP off of the team, but lose the member. Everyone talks about Faker's Ahri and how much he loves the champ. Do you think it's his best champ, though? It's not Faker's best champion, no. It's very good, and I think he's still a top 5 Ahri player in the world when he's on form. Well, I say that. In important matches, he's a top 5 player of Ahri. In regular matches, he can stumble a bit. In terms of his best champion, no. I think his Galio is probably his best. His Galio is very, very good. His Ahri is great, though. I think, yeah, maybe on current form, it's worth the discussion. And his is very good, too. On the other hand, shouldn't the best team have mastery of the most number of champions? For sure, it's a factor in it, but you should be able to win through having mastery of a select few matchups too. Teleport in. Victor. Ah, Doinby, you are so important. Double teleport coming through. Doesn't flash. The combo is very, very tanky with this build, and that's the bonus of it. Has the Rift Maker stacking up towards that. Omnivamp will survive. That is the bonus of this build. You are harder to kill in moments like that. And gets away with one, really. I think that's his Seeker's gone, right? Don't think it's the full Zhonya's. Yep, that's his Seeker's gone for free. W have to pull off of the Baron. I suppose NIP will take that fact that they don't have to contest that and potentially have a flip for Baron. The fact that he gets out of there is illegal. Well, that's what you get with this build. Shanji kind of forgetting that he's super... Yeah, you know... Oh, hang on. Vampire died. Oh, no. It was 1-4. Ah, it was 1-4. I completely screwed it up. Ah, whatever. Colorcaster doing play-by-play, by the way. Azael makes it look easy. Dragon started up by NIP. I mean, with the Ruinous Atacon stacking up Mountain Dragons, I think WWE shouldn't be allowing this to go over, but what choice do they have, I suppose? Vampire lucky to get out of that one. I mean, Scion getting the resist is a problem. He did get shredded in that last fight, but gets... hang on a second. Vampire will get out of vision this time, but the rest of the team kind of misses the memo a bit. Yeah, Mecha, I missed that. I missed the 1-4. I'm tired. I've been casting several hours a week for 2 weeks straight, and it's early, and I need more caffeine. Actually, I do have a coffee. I could just drink it, but hey, whatever. Don't expect flawless casting today, folks. My bad. Well, NIP on Soul Point. 2-man dragons buffed up by the Ruinous Atacon. Doomby is very strong, as we've seen. This is the kind of play from this build which I wanted. I am not a fan of Roa if you're not using their HP to achieve something. You have to adapt your playstyle to the build. Much in the same way that I don't like... Look, I've only liked Knight playing the Roa build in terms of how the way he's playing individually. Obviously, in the game, he did play it. His team completely sprinted it, so it's not... it still didn't even work out for him there. But you have to adapt your playstyle to the build. You can be a bit more aggressive. You can walk forward, take another skill shot. Thank you, I appreciate it, folks. Kind comments. 3 items for Leave. Leave is in a point where he can carry 2. That being said, no, Taeyeon has the Terminus. That Shred can get some resist off of Shanji. Oh, PP got caught out by Alistair. Leon is pretty tanky. Does get a Solar Flare through. Is there any extra play to be made? That's a lot invested from Vampire, though. And I have to say, PP got going down, but Vampire using his Summoners and his ult. I actually wonder, in the current game state, because the Alistair needs to get onto the backline, I actually wonder if that's a bad thing for WE. This is that kind of thing where, you know, you are a more rookie support. You are someone that's a little bit around. But, I mean, NIP don't need to care about engages right now. Leave will jump forwards. Karras doesn't have flash and he's just dead. But the reason they walk up like this is because, you know, they think they have the support diff, but Vampire's not on the map anyway. Monkey's now caught out on the side. He might be able to 1v1 Aki. In fact, he probably does. Aki needs a little bit of help here. Pops his ultimate. Cube comes through. Taeyeon trying to get something onto that. The fight's getting very, very split. Leave is not doing damage right now. Where is Victor? Kills off one player there. Gets some damage onto Cube. Leave manages to disengage a little bit. Still has the barrier. This fight has been absolutely all over the place. Taeyeon. Oh, the snipe from Leave. Ezreal gets a last kill. And because the Alistair isn't there really achieving much with the flash and the ultimate being down, NIP can walk around these fights so much more easily. The CC just fell off, and now the NIP get themselves the Baron after a WE. Maybe fancied it themselves after getting that pick onto PP God. I mean, Leave was absolutely sublime in that fight. What an incredible Ezreal fight from the AD carry of NIP. I mean, let's just watch Leave in this fight, right? Back end of this. When it starts around to this point, Vampire comes back, but you know, he doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult. And yeah, I mean, he just kind of into play for free. There's no real point headbutting an Ezreal away at this point, because he has the Shojin. You hit 2 Qs and you get your E back up. Oh, great snipe. Was on vision here for the last bit too, but then Monkey just has nothing left. Jesus, that's nasty. So, from 2-1 and 2 start to 2-5 and 6, Vampire having a much less good late game than his early game. NIP made a lot of mistakes to give him some good highlight reels early into the game. But this is why, when we saw that play earlier, it sounds a bit cynical, me saying, well, actually, is it a mistake from NIP? And it feels like, you know, trying to invalidate the play. Well, it is kind of invalidating the play a little bit, because I look at what happened there in that early play, and I thought, you know, he's full HP with flash and ultimate. That's kind of like the prime Alistar spot. That's the A5 Wagyu beef. This was a little bit more like a rump steak, the way his ass has been kicked a little bit later on. Great poke coming from Doomby. Doomby's been playing very well. I don't like the Roa build unless you're playing it like Doomby, being a bit more of a battle mage, someone who can walk up and be a bit more tanky. Getting good damage down too. And he can actually survive through the bruises. When he's against the Alistar and the Wukong, the Victor can actually survive these plays. Shenji's going to walk up, take the turret. Shanji's had a decent game on the Sion, I suppose. Especially for a player which I'm watching to regain some comfort. If he can play the Sion well, that might be important for NIP later. Aki, mixed series today, I think it's fair to say. There's, not sure where that was going, PP God. Taeyeon decides, look, you missed your ultimate. I'll make you feel better, I'll miss mine too. Do we have any more plays to be made from WE? Shanji has flash and all, can't really go on to him. Dragon is available, would be Mountain Soul for NIP, should have probably covered that earlier. It is being started up, Leave alone on this side of the map. But he's very, very mobile. Once you get that Shojin, as we said, you land 2 Qs, things get a bit problematic. Vampire walks up for vision, and immediately loses all of his health bar. He has to use that ultimate, and now the Alistar is down. Usefulness again, Cube stunned up. Ooh, hang on, Leave actually might be able to look for a jump over the wall there, I would have thought. Maybe not without flash. Mountain Soul over to NIP, and I think that's just game, isn't it? Impact is your top playing GOAT, FYI. I think for longevity, there's no contest there. He's made the most worlds of any top laner ever, right? What's my GOAT roster? I mean, I think Zeus is getting very close towards top lane GOAT. I think that for jungle, I would put Canyon. Mid lane Faker, obviously. I don't think that's ever a contest. Sadly for other players in that role. AD carry, the AD carry is probably the closest one, and I think support. It's between Mako and Carrier, maybe. Mako for longevity, Carrier for peak, and also he's got longevity kind of creeping up on him too. You can say SKT back-to-back world champions to go at 5. I disagree with that. I think because they also barely won domestically during that time, got schooled in MSI. They just ended up peaking during Worlds. Worlds is big, but they lost a lot during those years. And they also came second in the 22 Worlds too. I mean, I guess that's a decent one, but you know, their actual tournament win rate much lower than some other great rosters at the time. I would say that 2015-2016 SKT was a higher peak than 23-24 SKT back-to-back Worlds winners. That's the argument, right? In fact, we had a talk about that on one of the podcasts we did with Rich and Kira. Shanji is so strong, Jesus Christ. 3 Mountain Dragons. The extra Mountain Soul on top of it. NIP just kind of waiting for the game to end now. Bloodletter's Curse, even more HP for Dernby, and also builds out that Haunting Guides, gives you that shred. The DOT starts to tick over a bit. Oh, WE. Well, I guess Vampire has his flash and ult up again, so maybe he can make a big play. But my problem is now, even if you get a massive play onto Dernby, he has just a ridiculous tanky build to go through. And it's worth noting, you know, if he puts down his Gravstorm and his Gravfield and his Arcane Storm, Chaos Storm, he gets his Riftmaker stacked up. He'll get his everything stacked up. And I mean, you have your Mountain Soul. If you go into Zhonya's after that point, just kind of revive through that. Hang on a second, Vaki Bad Flash there. Vampire flashes forward. I don't think that's necessarily the play you want of those. He fails the headbutt. Back, Dernby comes into the play, and look how tanky the goddamn Victor is. He's lost no HP, but he's healing up for the Aatrox. WE failing to engage again. Aki bad flash, Vampire worse flash. WE lose top lane and support. NIP will go towards the Baron, and that'll be their victory lap for this game. Elder up in 3 minutes, might reach that point, but NIP smooth sailing from here. So hard for W to cut through the mountain shields. So hard to go through them. But like, Dernby has almost 4,000 HP. 176 armor. A little bit of magic resist too, because it gets buffed up by the Mountain Soul. That and Mountain Dragons. And he's got the Zhonyas as well. I know even if you do start cutting through that, you got the Omnivamp to deal with. Vampire on a flank, has the Hex Flash, is spotted out here with the laser over the wall. So his Hex Flash fails. Aki has himself a G8, will lose it. Cyclone starting to go forwards, but again, they can't cut through the mountain shields. There's just too many tank stats. Vampire pops his ult. Cube's running away, though, and it is just running away from Dernby. The Chaos Storm starts to come through, has ran out, sadly. Alistair goes down, Leona goes down, but the damage is still so high HP from NIP. Taeyeon, he can't do enough. No, the grab field comes through. Leave has all the tankiness he needs to. And Dernby finishes up for a full house between Dernby and Leave picking up the kills. NIP, it's a 2-0. WE had some bright moments, but NIP clearly better team on the day. Chanji teleporting back in. The million HP zombie queuing his own teammate. So Dernby will turn golden in the Nexus. And that'll be our first series of the day. And we will now wait for Top Esports versus TT for our second series. Surprisingly close fight. I don't think it was close at all. Leave and Dernby had so much extra HP to play around. Monkey getting a hug there from Dernby. So NIP, I mean, how much do we actually learn from this series? I mean, Dernby had a good game, had a good series. He's probably going to walk away with double MVP now. NIP, the problem is you don't learn enough about this kind of game. WE made obvious mistakes. I think that Karas got a lot of gold, but then couldn't leverage it. I think Vampire was good in every other fight in the game, but you know, he was very poor playing from behind, and he messed up a lot of crucial plays too. I think Monkey didn't have the best day at the office, right? I will get hydrated, I will do. And we'll move on to our second series of the day. Let me update the time actually, so we can get through that. I don't like how long it takes to change between series either. Because you have to have the post-game interview, and then we have the 1v1s, and it's just really hard to get into it. Oh, you're talking about players at peak? I think that 2015 Summer Faker is best mid laner of all time. He was like playing shit like Master Yi mid and Riven mid and schooling people on it. Top lane, maybe one of the Zeus years. Well, no, even then Zeus was contested well by Keen and Bin, but he still was really good. And he wasn't as well rounded. Maybe the Shy 2018, 2019. Could be one of Keen's years too. Peak jungler, probably one of Canyon's best years. Haven't thought about which one. 80 carry, Viper maybe? Maybe Viper 21? Oh yeah, the Rose for Baneblade. And if I were to choose my WOT, my worst of all time, I would choose Mr. Baneblade in all 5 roles. It would be the worst possible team combination of any players anywhere. Never before have you seen such a wretched hive of scum and villainy on Summoner's Rift. So congratulations, Mr. Baneblade. You are the WOT, the worst of all time. ADC's 2015 death. 2015 death was well. He then also picked Teleport Jason Worlds Quarterfinals. So you know, what's the best current roster you can get if there was no region lock and you had to pick one from each region? Ooh. One from each region. Okay, what do you have to get out of the way? Yon or Core JJJ? Core JJJ? It has to be, yeah, I think you have to choose Yon or Core JJ. I think maybe Core? I will get onto that fun fact in a second, I will do. I think I think Zeus? No, maybe, I think Zeus Yike. Yeah, Zeus Yike. I think you have Core JJ. And then you pick... Oh, but then you need an APAC. Oh, you need an APAC player as well. Ooh, that's a point, actually. Do you go Junja then? Or Kaiwing, maybe? I don't think you pick APAC top laner. I think you either pick Junja or I think you pick Kaiwing. Probably not mid, and I wouldn't pick Doggo. I don't think you pick Junja right now is the thing. I don't think you pick Bin right now. Bin's looking not great. I don't think you pick Bin. Bin's on bad form. He's not even the best top laner in the LPL right now. You have to pick LPL LCK solo lanes? Yeah, maybe. I think you have to pick Core JJ. You have to pick Core JJ. Caps is okay. Yeah, Caps is not a bad pick. I was wondering if you should pick Yike instead. Because Yike's actually very good. But I think you need to pick Junja for APAC. I think he's clearly the best player in that region. So I think you go Junja, Core JJ. Caps. I guess you might even pick Hope from LPL. No, you think you still go. But then who do you pick top lane from LPL? I think you pick maybe Viper. Yeah, I think you go Viper, Core JJ. I think you pick Junja, and then solo lane. Then I guess you have to go Caps mid lane. I mean, Broken Blade's maybe not the worst. No, probably not Broken Blade, actually. I think you do go Caps, and then you pick an LPL top laner. I don't think I pick Bin right now. He's looking kind of meh. Do you have to pick Flandre then? You don't pick 369. You don't pick the Shy. Maybe you pick Flandre. Flandre or Breathe? I actually think you do Flandre. I feel like there's a better team than that. I think Sheer top? Yeah, let's go Sheer. My dude. Anyway, for those of you who are in the other chats who missed out on the conversation, that's basically choosing a team of current players, no roster lock, one player from each region, including APAC, obviously, for people who forget about that region. You're still picking Bin, I don't care. Well, if you watched his games in the last couple of series and still say that, power to you. I wish I could have that much faith in him. The Shy and Nidalee top goat. No one mentioned that. I mentioned the Shy in my GOAT rosters in 2018. I mentioned that. Okay, I'm gonna go run some adverts. I might just go to the toilet real quick and I'll be back soon. Oh no, we have LPL. Watch that first. Yeah, it's gotta be Derby, right? Derby was insane. Bedge, I wish I could be Bedge right now. I'm very tired and it's been a long couple of weeks. 81% KP, 918 plus 5k. Yeah, good stuff. Derby was not looking awesome for a while, but this was a good series of games. Mathematical show. I'm having a hard time picking who's good in the LPL so far. Top 2, IG is definitely not top 2. It probably still is AL and top esports. BLG are definitely not. Oh no, JDG look good. No, JDG are probably top 2. JDG look very good. If it's not Ben, then Zest, Ginger, Caps, Elk, Core. I don't think you take Elk as best AD carry in LPL right now. I think you take Hope. I think Elk is... Now, this is going to come across a little bit, I guess, controversial. I think Elk is hugely overrated. Look, Elk is good, but he is... Elk has never been the best AD carry in the world, and the only time when he has been world-class has been when his team has set him up hugely for success. You know his 1v3 at Worlds? That is Knight doing one of the best Galio peeling team fights I've ever seen in League of Legends. If you go back and watch that play, watch what Knight does. Watch what Knight does on the Galio in that team fight. Look, I like Elk, but he is not best in the world. I think you have to take Hope over him right now. Ooh, split votes between AD carry and mid lane. Huh. I miss Shanks and Elk in Team WE. I think as though I like them as a duo. That WE team was never going anywhere, realistically. Oh, sorry. Fun fact for Peanut. Let me think. Do you think LPL will win Worlds in the next 3 years? Not with their current level of jungle support duos. I think that the level of support play in LPL is holding the LPL back by a huge margin. We don't have peak supports who are not tilting internationally. I don't think it's possible right now. Tarzan Kyle is the best that we have in terms of jungle supports. Tarzan's fantastic. Kyle is the best support in the region by far. So yeah, we need to see him level up in jungle supports really. 100% Elk mega overrated. He's very good, but he's also only ever been the best ADC when On was playing well. Absolutely true. Now On is playing badly. His flaws are so exposed. I'll also throw out that he also looks very good in team fights when Knight and Bin are some of the best peeling solo laners in the world. This is very similar to JDG 2023 when you had Knight and 369, and I think 369 is the best peeling top laner in the world. Like I like Elk. However, I would never say in any point in his career he's been best in the world. The only time where he has looked like he's best in the world is because actually he has the best solo laners peeling for him in the world. Knight makes your job so much easier, so much easier. Like, go and watch how Knight peels for AD carries in team fights. It's insane. Is it too much to say LPL's biggest trends was last year? Yeah, I think so. I think getting towards that. They were one team fight away. One team fight away. You know? They had the 2 best solo laners in the world, I think, at that point.
也是感受到了全场观众的热情和欢呼啊！那首先第一个问题，恭喜你们获得胜利，而且也获得了2连 MVP 嘛。赛前的采访当中，利弗也是表示你们最近的训练成果是非常好的，可以看出你们今天的手感确实很火热。那么在 solo 赛，潘森拿下胜利，又拿下了总决赛的首胜，又拿下了2连MVP，现在心情是怎么样的呢？
今天心情非常好，因为我觉得其实我们赛前我们也想过，我们肯定是能赢 W 的，但是主要是没想到2比0，我以为是会打满，然后2比0拿下是非常开心。
是的，也是今天打到了非常精彩的2局比赛。我们说回到比赛当中啊，第一局你们的阵容就奠定了你们的一个进攻的基调。那前期也是打得很主动，本来是取得了经济的小领先的，但是打中拿下了海后，局势又变得扑朔迷离了。但胜负手还是在风轮魂前你的那一波拉出来，钳制住蝎子之后呢，也是一切峰回路转，埋下了胜利的伏笔。能不能分享一下当时那一波的一个心路历程呢？
For EU, yeah, you put Jack Spectrum. So you have like Jack, Kitty,
然后我们也知道对面会从下面过来，然后就是那个时候感觉是谁急谁输，然后
Orcs is still pretty high rank.
心态的博弈，你们赢了，对不对？ 是这个大招的偷取也是以牙还牙、行云流水的一套操作，也是助力拿下了第一局的一个 MVP 啊。塞拉斯发挥的很出色，没想到第二局维克多发挥的也同样非常出色。本身这个英雄其实他后期的容错率和成长曲线就很高，但是你还在前期拿到了2颗头，可以说是一个梦幻的开局了。但中期其实又有一点小插曲 ，WE 又通过团战扭转了局势，特别是其实 Monkey 猴子的这个点呢，在今天也是非常的激进和进攻性很强。你们是怎么去盯防他的这个支援点的？
首先，因为我们阵容选出来其实是前面本来是劣势的，但是因为我们通过一级团，包括中期那几波团战，我们是那个维克多被动点的比较快嘛，然后我一直都有线，但是因为对面这个阵容确实给我们双 C 的压力比较大。其实对 Liv 来说还好，他有位移，我是没有位移的。然后我们一开始我们就说该放的就放，该打的就打，然后我们就是接了该接的团战，就比较轻松的拿下这一场的胜利。
是的，后期的团战也是站位、落位、联动都打得很好，打出了很多波美团啊，最终也是凭借着阵容的扎实性，有惊无险的终结了第2场的比赛。那能不能评价一下今天这2场下来自己和队伍的一个发挥呢？
There are a lot of ex-pros who cast Apex, so like the LGL broadcast has a bunch of extra LGL players, like Hetel probably cast
因为我觉得鸡哥压力都那么大的情况下，今天表现我觉得非常好，希望现在的粉丝包括看直播的学员们多多支持我们的队员。
是的，是的，今天大家整体都打得非常好，一定要回去多夸一夸，希望大家多鼓励啊。那其实接下来呢，1周你们将会面临4场比赛，这个密集的赛程其实对你们挑战还是很大的。那么想要拿到更多的胜场，你觉得现在的深圳 IP 还有哪些需要调整的部分呢？
我觉得我们要调整的部分，主要是因为毕竟这个版本确实是对线的版本嘛，然后我们可能是对个人对线这个个人操作这方面可能要提升一下，就要多训练，然后就看看哪些英雄我们是比赛上选出来是能赢的。我觉得这个我们还是要搞清楚。然后其他的话，团队方面我觉得都还是挺满意的，因为我觉得我们团队的配合这方面，我觉得还是做得比较好的。
是的，现在也配合得越来越好了。那么下一场就将会面临到 IG 啊，那他们在连赢2场之后，现在也是气势正盛。那怎么看待这场比赛的展开呢？
说实话，第1阶段遇到 IG 的时候其实是没有压力的，但是呢，现在这个版本遇到 IG 压力还是有点大。但是我觉得我们会全力以赴打好每一场比赛，希望多多支持我们，谢谢。
是的，也希望大家多多支持，在赛场中有更多的呈现了。那么最后一个问题，今天也是我们深圳 IP 的主题日啊，现场来了很多支持你们的朋友，有什么话想要对大家说吗？
也非常感谢每次比赛都来现场支持我们的粉丝们，因为很多粉丝我都知道是从外地过来的嘛，然后每次过来就很累，也非常感谢大家，然后希望后面比赛继续加油，然后多支持我的队友，谢谢。
是，也感谢大家到场支持。那么今天比赛结束之后，也会有我们的fan meeting，也希望各位粉丝朋友们不要错过。那当然也希望我们的深圳 IP 可以在后续的比赛当中步步为营，稳扎稳打，火力全开，再添锋芒。再次感谢硬币接受我的采访，谢谢，再次恭喜你们获胜。那么本场的赛后采访就到这里，让我们一起来看看本场比赛的 spotlight 吧。
Alright, I'm gonna run some adverts fix, and yeah. When do I get the, why do I get the feeling whenever EUC do NB they get PTSD even now? Well, because sometimes they do. Yeah, I saw that too. It's Sully. Sully's the great, but also like that's just not my vibe. Dude, I have enough problems like making decisions for myself and what I eat for a day. I can't make decisions like that. That level of responsibility is sure something. I'm sorry, I actually don't. I don't know if that is. I used to speak a bit of Spanish, but I don't speak it now. If that is Spanish. So if we can keep it to just English, makes it a lot easier for me. Right, I'm gonna have to run some advert, folks. I'm just run some adverts. Okay, see you in a bit, folks, and I'll be back with another cup of coffee, I guess. Okay, we'll see you in a minute. Okay, I'll be back for the 1v1.
Waiting for a big drop, I can bet what happens next, babe. Hungry for the drama, kind of prima donna, sassy like your mama, yeah. I'm like your favorite show you watch, because you're not, This babe gonna mess with you and keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you.
play some Magic the Gathering. So we're here to play some Lego Legends. Ain't that great? I love Lego Legends. Why is my voice? There we go. Okay, cool. So, top esports TT. Look, folks, I'm going to imagine this one's going to be pretty one-sided, to be hononest.
欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人洛星，在这里我们请到了 TT 的辅助选手 Feather， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Tell Sam to fight you at MTG, sure.
好的，欢迎。那我们也知
I
道
have been
你
considering
跟
picking up
项目
MTG
的
Arena
男
again.
选手也
I
是
did
搭
play it
档
for a
已久
bit.
的老组合了，想问问你觉得你们在打法风格上面是怎么样的呢？
对我们打法风格上面还是比较契合的吧，因为也搭档比较久了嘛，就对互相也比较了解一点。
那今天你们将要对上的是滔博的下路双人组，你觉得他们有一些什么样的特点？那面对他们的时候，有哪些地方是需要特别注意的呢？
我觉得滔博双组的话，就是对线能力比较强吧，我们就打好对线就可以了。
好的，谢谢。
Hi, Chris.
同样，我们也请到了滔博的 Crisp 选手，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博的辅助选手 Crisp。
欢迎松松。那在上一场你们和 IG 的对决当中是遗憾落败了，想问问大家回去之后复盘，觉得问题是需要出现在哪里呢？
首先的话，可能就是我们在第一局是跟第二局，其实我们前期是稍微就是更占据主动权的，但是我们在中期就是在可能就是我们选到就是每条线上都是可能就是需要打输出的英雄，然后我们在中期对于资源团的时候优先考虑哪边的话，可能就是做的不够好吧，然后觉得后面应该得做得更好一点。
那今天你们即将对上的是 TT 战队，在你的印象当中，他们在对线和团战上又有什么样的特点呢？
首先看的话，感觉就是 TT 的，就是感觉就是善当后亚选手吧，感觉他是一个很会团队牺牲的选手，然后他玩的一些英雄也都是那种比较偏团战发挥的，然后有一些英雄感觉是他可能就他比较擅长的英雄嘛，然后其他人可能就是玩的比较少的，然后他们团战的话其实也打得挺好的。
看得出来滔博也是做了很多的研究和准备的，我们也期待你们今天比赛当中的精彩表现。
Okay, so TT top esports. TT need to find an identity. They did in split one. It was about triple dive comps with Vi, Ambessa, Kaiser, and that worked out very well for them. They've not really found that again. We're over in Shanghai for this series. Top esports looking very good since they came back from first stand. Of course, first stand was terrible, but regionally this team is still, of course, very, very dominant. So we don't view them in the same kind of. I barely view them as the same team going international as regional. Top esports really is just a case of seeing, I don't know, consistency, and then at some point they need to address their weaknesses. They just came off a loss versus Invictus Gaming, their first loss of the Ascends group so far, and we'll see them onto the stage now. What is the better storyline? LTA somehow winning their first Worlds, or Chiefs pulling off OCE's last stand and avoiding relegation? Oh, of course it's Chiefs, man. Funny moment for the cast yesterday with hysterics. It's like, oh, I really like an underdog story, and I was like, well, you know, are all dogs underdogs in Australia? It's like, yeah, because, you know, they're upside down. Yeah. It's funny. Should go back and watch that. Actually, no, I don't know. The games are really boring.
接下来让我们欢迎 Top Esports 上单369，打野 Kanavi， 中单 Cream， 下路 Jackie Love， 辅助 Chris。
I didn't see who our 1v1 was today, but we'll have that soon.
LPL 第二赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第7日第2场比赛 ，TT 对阵滔博即将开始。
What a funny joke, guys. Exactly, I'm training you to laugh at my jokes. Oh man, did any of you see the pre-show from yesterday in LEC? Thank you, actually. Appreciate you. I was gonna say, did anyone see the what's I'ma call it? Oh shit, I was gonna say the pre-show for LEC yesterday, because Law had an interview with Camillo and she was doing this or that, like choosing between different EU players, and the last one was this or that, Guma or Smash, and they went, let's not ask that. The thing is, obviously, people have just seen the screenshot and they haven't watched the clip, because let's be honest, asking people to actually watch for context is just it's too much in their poor tiny little heads sometimes. Bless their cotton socks. Whereas like, oh, let's not ask that. But it was just put on screen for a second, and then obviously people take the screenshot and go, oh my god! LEC's asking people to choose between Gumayushi and Smash. And I get that it's a hot topic, but you also, as an entertainment project, you have to touch on the hot topics. It's how where you get your views and stuff, right? But it was very funny. It's very funny. I thought it was good. I appreciate them trying that. Okay, 1v1 champion select. Winner of this gets side select for their team, for those of you who are new into the stream. And yeah, I hope that LCK was good earlier for you folks. Heard it was very entertaining. Let's get ourselves into it, shall we? Did Medic leave Riot? Medic wasn't with Riot for a long time, was he? He's been freelance for years. He's been freelance for a long time, as far as I'm aware. But anyway, the Mordekaiser from 369, one of his specialty 1v1 champions. Lots of melees banned away. Hoya vs 369 top lane matchup. Sometimes the 1v1's nice to just get some of the rust off and get one of your players a little bit more confident on stage. Doesn't matter all the time if you lose the 1v1. Sometimes side select is obviously very important. Gwen locked in for Hoya. We have seen stuff like Pantheon versus Gwen. Huh. 369 would have played. Damn, 369 playing an AD carry. I haven't seen one of them for a while. He used to be a Lucian top player, of course. Ah, come on, give us something fun. Soya. Zareth, what they mean by leave Riot is whether it's full-time or work. Because, for instance, I'm not with Riot, technically. I'm a freelancer who works for Riot. Medic is the same. But, you know, that's kind of... the language is very specific there, right, you know? Alright. Lucian locked in for 369. Hey, he was a Lucian top player before. We haven't seen that much of him in the 1v1s. I like this stuff. Fun to see. Fun to see. So do you actually get to see the enemy champion? I don't think you do in the 1v1. I actually don't think you get to... maybe you can change your runes. I don't know whether it's like a custom game mode. Where you can actually see that. But yeah. Like a lot of casters. Yeah, the only full-time casters in LEC are Dracos and Vedius. Everyone else is freelance. In NA, I'm not exactly sure how it works in their contract situation. It's a bit worse. Not worse. Sorry, no, not worse. No, that's... no, don't take that for anything. Different. It's a bit different. It's a bit worse for me to understand. God, sorry, that's a big flub. That's not what I'm saying at all. You know what I mean. I don't know anything about that situation. All I know is different, so I'm not sure who's actually full-time there or not. It's not drama. No, it's not. Shut up, Maka. That's the kind of thing which we get clipped out of context, and it's like, that's not true at all. Oh, God. I'm tired. 2 weeks of casting several hours a day. Every 9 AM. Okay, let's get on to the Rift. We'll see if the audio desync's gotten any better, I guess. Double Dorans for both sides. Oh, that is a bit of these things. Okay, I'm just gonna refresh the stream again. Actually, we do have the 1v1 W used. We're gonna get an all in. Just gonna refresh right now and hope that no one dies, and hope that we get ourselves a little bit better audio synchronization. No, oh my god, it's gotten even worse. Okay, now it's better. No, it's not. Oh god, well, whatever. The audio is just gonna be off today, folks. I don't know what the hell's up with their stream, but it's something. Barrier was used on both sides, so sorry for missing that one. For hit first for Hoya. Not a bad trade there. Didn't go for something like the Mark, which you can sometimes go against range matchups, using the Ignite, flash over the Q, and 369 starts hot-footing around. Doesn't have the Ignite to get vision in the brush. Thought he might be able to get that double tap off for the last kill. Of course, he can't get Vigilance passive here, because you do need to get CC or shielded by a teammate. Hoya, tagged by another Q, bone plating down. Does have the W up though, so he's safe. Going for Solution, actually quite a interesting matchup. Oh, jumps inside it and he misuses the W. First blood over 369, he gets 600 gold for that. What does he do? Push out the wave, I suppose. Gets the empowered recall for the kill as well. Hoya just misusing that W horribly there. I thought he had a decent spot up until that point. Does he have to pull? Does he have to kill the next wave? They're gonna be able to get into. I think he does actually. Oh, he has sticks. He might use the ult to actually go through the wave. Does he want to save it for the all-in though? Because I guess it's not as good wave clear as it was before. .369 going to recall his way back home. Actually, you know a thing I can do? Hang on, there is actually a thing I can do with this. Do I do it? Maybe not. I could technically use the clean feed SRT thing. It is working again now. Braces 9, full Hex Drink. Well, it has a Hex Drink and not the full Maul. Has the Vamp Temperature as well. Misses out and dodges out on that Q. W now down for Hoya. Needlework, of course, available. The culling is as well. And with no W, chance for 369 to go for a bigger play like that. The Ignite comes through. Hoya starts pulling the Needlework as well, but Barrier makes it a much better trade. And the Lucian is just going to 1v1, I think, at this point. Hoya lives, though. Maybe we speak a little bit too soon about that. Just a single Q of the wave would have killed. W coming up now. E coming up now. Is there a W available? Yes, there is. Needs to be used defensively. Hoya getting absolutely destroyed by this Lucian in the 1v1. And 369 will get himself a plate here. Already had himself the one. And this is not a happy Gwen. Another plate of 369. Pickaxe picked up by 369 as well. Again, dodging the cube. No needlework, no culling. Pretty sure the 369 does win with the Hex Drinker. Gets to press the attack though, but the center of that last Q hits, so Hoya, good trade back. How does Hoya make his way back into this? Not that far down in CS, and there's no full item coming in from 369 just yet. Just hanging about the wave. Hoya using that bush to deny vision. Another W missed there from 369. You got to be quite accurate with them, actually. Gives you a lot of value hitting the W onto an enemy champion, because then you start dealing damage after that. Start getting the move speed. It has the culling in a few seconds. So Hoya doesn't have the needlework. Barrier comes through. Does he have a W? Oh, the flash forwards. And if Relentless proceeds as well. 369 gets himself his 1v1 and the side select. It's going to run adverts right now, folks, just so we don't have any issues going into the champion select and the next game. And I'm just going to try something. In terms of, thank you, Kiwi, I appreciate it. I'm just going to try something. I'm going to, we might have brief double audio. There we go. What I can do now is I can do that off. And now, this should be the clean feed. Hopefully, doing a little bit better. Media source. Now, is this doubled up for you? Can you hear this fine? Is that coming through on stream? Is this stream still got audio? You need to just let me know in chat. No double, but can you still hear it? Okay, good. So the media source is actually working. That's good. That's audio. Cool. Perfect. Alright, in that case, we can just use the clean feed. And that means I don't even get the little thing at the bottom. Awesome, cool. This should actually even be higher quality. Perfect, cool. Don't know why I wasn't using this before. Well, whatever. Hopefully that'll fix our audio as well. We shall see. And how loud is it right now? Like compared to me. Because I'm trying to figure out the levels, because it's telling me some different things on OBS right now, whether it's loud or not. Because I don't know whether it's going through media source or a desktop audio. A bit more quiet than before. Okay, perfect. Great, I can just do that then. Perfect. 50% quieter than me? Perfect. I can pump that up a little bit then. Perfect. We can work with that. Does it change if I do this? Probably does change if I do that. Yes, it does. Cool. Perfect. Alrighty, let's get into our draft for Top Esports versus TT. Top Esports will be on the blue side. TT. Well, this is already going to be a difficult series, folks, and I think it might just get more difficult losing that 1v1. That's the music, time to dance. Series 2 starting off here. Let me turn this off as well. There we go. Cool. Into the fray we go again. Top Esports banning out the Galio, which has been one of Hoya's more consistent picks. The Vi banned away, the Jace banned away. TT want as little volatility in the top lane matchup as possible, because I think 369's laning has been still very good recently. Even against the Shy's, Nidalee is getting solo kills. I think 369's laning phase has been very, very good again. Who would you say has been the most consistent in Top Esports through the overall consistencies? Least consistent is bot lane. Kanavi kind of midway through that list. I think 369's been the most consistent, but even he's not been immune to that. Had some duff games. Neferi banned away from Kanavi. I think regionally, of course, you've got Kanavi, I think, who is just ungodly levels of power. First pick of the Varus makes a lot of sense. It adds stability into a bot lane, which has sometimes been bereft of it. But Rumble's up and available, and Hoya got an MVP or two on this pick, even though he's had some tough moments on it too. So what do you answer now? The Galio's banned. TT chose to ban the Neferi over the Rumble, knowing that this was a possibility. That being said, we're seeing less of the Rumble, the Galio into the Rumble now, despite it being a good matchup. .369's Rumble has become very, very good, though. Even though I think a lot of people were memeing Bin and 369 not playing Rumble very well, blah, 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 around Worlds 23, I think it was, or was it Worlds 22? Worlds 23, I think it was. Yeah. I think people have not updated their understanding of these players' mastery on the champions. Hey, Lorendi, good to see you. Baytron going towards the Shinzo. Of course, everyone's played too many games of this at this point. Setup goes towards the Talia. Not always the best versus the Rumble, because the Rumble Equalizer can always reach you. Cream will likely be looking towards... Well, I mean, you have no Yone. You need some setup for the Rumble. What CC are you going for? Could go Sejuani, I suppose, even without the Yone. I mean, Varus Rumble's disgusting too, because the Varus can set up for the Equalizer. Can play towards Poke if you need. And what other CC do you need? I mean, the Varus gets the Alistar through the laning phase, and that's important, of course. Starboy, best of luck. But look, we'll see. Top esports for me, they don't take prisoners. Unlike our other top teams, I think top esports are one of the teams which slip up the least versus our bottom teams. They're very, very good at kind of stomping down on the competition. Thank you, Montes. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, it was a good hair day. It's a very good hair day. Satire blocking in the Gwen. Still, no real CC from TT. No CC for TT. Banning away the Azir, even though it's not great into the Talia. Just don't want Cream to go towards another long-range carry, I suppose. Could go towards Orianna or... Well, Orianna kind of sucks with the Shinzao and the Gwen, because the Shockwave gets denied by one button from them. I mean, are you going to ban away bot lane champions from 1xN now? Ban away the Ezreal? Or do you want to ban away more engaged support options? Look, TT have no engage. They need to get engaged. So I think you ban away Rel, and I think you ban away, you know, Nautilus or something like that. Kai'Sa Nautilus could be okay for 1xN and Feather. Can struggle in lane, but 1xN and Feather have occasionally had some excellent showings even against top teams. They've had a rough showing of it in their game so far. This is their 4th series for both these teams. Do I get my hair curled and makeup? Yeah, you do get makeup, and I do ask for my hair to get a bit curled. So yes, on LEC, there's been a couple of touch-ups here and there. Although a lot of it is natural too, because I guess I lucked out that point. Tristana ban away from Cream. Of course, the Talia Tristana match are pretty fun. You get Merc Treads on Tristana, you can jump through the minefield and shrug off the CC. Still out-trade you with a bomb into the Q. Into the Q of the Talia, that's what I mean. The bomb versus the Q. That's the one. Not important though, matchup banned away. What do you ban away from 1xM? Kalista banned away. Alright. Just banning away some lane dominance from the AD carry role. Could still go Misfortune, but Misfortune's worse against Rumble and Varus. 1xN still goes towards it anyway, a lot of the time. What's the play here, 1xN? Kai'Sa Nautilus or Misfortune? Those are the two which I think would be more towards the champion pool. Hey, hello man. Initialise is going out to play MTG today, so it's just me for the series today. Thank you, Ash. And it's going to be the MF. Cool. Turns out I know these players a little bit. Lilia for top esports in his GG. I think you get this against this comp with low CC, low pick potential. Yeah, I don't mind it. I think could go Sejuani if you wanted. Oh, the Jax jungle into the Shinzao. Yeah, sure. It's LPL. Jax jungle counter pick into the Shinzao. Kanavi loves this pick. There we go. Cool. Jax. It's an LPL special into the Gwen pick, not the Gwen, into the Shinzao picks. Also good into the Gwen in the 1v1 though, if you do end up playing that in a team fight. Obviously you've got less gold and less experience as a jungler, but Kanavi loves this kind of pick, and then Cream gets to think about what he wants to. Ari doesn't seem too bad here actually. Ryze may be better though. Goes for the Akali. Says alright, okay. Dive onto that Misfortune, force her to cancel her ult. Top esports, a lot of individual agency. That Rumble ult is going to be nasty. I think you have... Yeah, I mean... It's either Rel or Rakan, I suppose, for Feather. The Rel probably... The Rakan's better in lane, I think. TT need to have a good bot lane laning phase. If they don't, I think this game falls apart quite a lot. If Varus manages to get Alistar out of lane, not too far behind, allow themselves to make some plays across the map, I think TT have a lot of issues. I think that Rumble is very nasty into Shinzao, who obviously can't dash out of that ultimate. You stop taking damage, you can get slowed and pop your ult for free. Gwen versus Rumble, that's a free win ticket? I don't know about that. I don't know. I think that Jax into Shinzao in the jungle is a good matchup for Kanavi. If Kanavi ever has a good matchup, I'm afraid for the other team. Strong bot lane with the Varus can allow the Alistar a chance to get out of lane, which is not always the case, of course. Alrighty, let's go see ourselves some League of Legends. Turn this up a little bit more actually. Rumble has an easy time versus Gwen. Well, I think it could be about the place. Oh wow, that was some audio distortion. Time to watch some Legends League. Exactly, Noah. Exactly. Top Esports, losing to Invictus Gaming recently, will have shocked them and made ourselves a very interesting top of the table. TT are not at the top of the table. They have to prove they can really take series off of them. They've struggled. And here we'll get some Gyos in Shanghai. Hey, credit to TT fans showing up and showing some Gyos. Always appreciate that. Some signs in the crowd which I can't read because it's in Mandarin. Hey, TT beating BLG at just the last split in a best of 5. That'll have got them a lot of fans. Nice start, boy. Just let me know what audio's like, by the way. I do want you to be able to hear loud and clear the game sounds. And hopefully that's fine. And hopefully the audio is not going to be a big problem on this as well. Oh, no worries, guys, no worries. Also, I had my social things on the bottom there, so it does, Oh, just look like the audio is just a little bit desynced on the stream in general, but hey. Hey, that happens, I guess. Alrighty. Level 1. Rakan hits the Q, and then suddenly the trade's evened out. That's the problem with laning against the Rakan. The sustain from the Q is so disgusting for laning phase. Knavi, Raptor start, was spotted doing Raptors. Raptors, Krugs, red buff, something else? What's the plan there? Wants to save the red buff for a little bit longer on the clear. Has gone for the Conqueror on the Jax. There's no point going for the Grasp in jungle, right? Does change the way that you play out some of your fights and extended trades, though. Look at this. Just the sustain from the Q. Really nice. Of course, it's really when you get max ranks of your Q where it becomes a big problem. Cream. Decent laning phase of the... Well, the Akali versus the Slayer is actually fairly okay in terms of an individual matchup. You can kind of trade through the wave fairly well. Slayer can't really damage you while you're stood in those minions. Who's my favorite player? Ooh. I think Knight right now. I think Knight's my favorite player. I've just really enjoyed watching him be the best Ahri player in the world for several years now. Cream's Akali was his best pick in OMG. Now, funnily enough, Doomby shouted out Cream at the start of his career and said he was the second best Akali within the LPL after Rookie, who was the best at that point. Or it might have been Knight. Can't remember what year he was saying that in. Knight win Worlds. I think Knight deserves to win Worlds at some point. He's been a generational player. Of course, didn't look like it the last series they had, but BLG is in all sorts of issues. We'll have to see how they recover that, if they do at all. Be such a big problem. Oh, 369 missing out on the cannon, but looking for a better trade instead. If you can get the overheat, maybe you can get such a big play here that it won't matter. Guess the damage doesn't take a tower shot. Yes, he misses the cannon, but he'll deny one over the other side anyway and force Hoida back. So he chooses to give up the cannon to get presence in lane. You'll notice that both of them have gone for flash. Hoida not going for the exhaust, which you sometimes see of the Gwen versus the Rumble. Knavi getting topside scuttle, went through his full bot side. Gets everything in topside, will recall in the enemy jungle. This is the thing which you do when you want just information on the second clear. It's better to recall in the enemy jungle, drop a ward just before you finish your back. I mean, in this case, you have a ward being dropped by Cream, so it's less important, right? But you can do that and just give yourself a little bit more information to play your second clear out of the game. Has himself a Sheen first back, which is clean back for him. Double teleport in from the solo laners of Top Esports. And first backs of the game are completed for the top side of the map. Knight Silas building Medjay's every game with something. He does it for Ahri as well, and actually it's the correct thing to do. Other players aren't doing it because they don't understand the item. You should buy it every game. You should buy it in most games, actually, if you're snowballing and playing acceleration champions. Ooh, Chris going forward to mid, going a little too far, actually. But one of the reasons Knight's Ahri is the best in the world is because he builds Medjay's and he does snowball off of it. And that's something which, you know, I look to see from snowball mid laners. Someone like Cream, of course. Missing the cannon there. Has to dodge out on that cube. Just miss out on, you know, the 80 gold, which the first cannons of the game will work with, though. what happened to BLG, Knight and BLG. I mean, Knight looked good in the series before that, and it was only his Azir game which actually looked very bad. The other ones, I think he was just getting ran down by his teammates. Well, Kanan are very inconsistent and Bin's dropped off form. Kanavi looking towards bot side, has level 5. Has the Sheen. Of course, for the instant burst damage. Beitran, bot side of the map as well. The Shenzhou really struggles to play into the Jax. Top lane, 369 is managing the wave very well here. TT on a good day can beat the best. I really like 1xN. I love when they find a good identity. I do think that Hoya can fall into the abyss sometimes. I think that Setab is not always the best carry unless he's on something like a Yone, which can be... That's kind of like his primary pick for me, really. Can be a bit of a problem. Cadril who wins AL or Weibo. Why are you adding Cadril? I think that anyone's Legend should win against Weibo, but Weibo are notoriously unpredictable. We'll see whether Weibo have had a firelet under their ass and will bounce back later. Of course, they lost a particularly upsetting series for them against FPX, but they were just outschooled. They were schooled by them. They were outplayed by them. It was a genuine win. But we'll see that after this series, of course. I mean, if Kedge was in chat, hi, but, you know, you know. Beitran, going on to the grubs. Kanavi, looking to contest. Always has been a jungler that likes contesting these early objectives. Beitran gets 1, gets 2, uses the smite in the second one. But Kanavi will stop the full 3 going over. Of course, Shinzao doesn't want to fight the Jax. This is why you pick it. Level 6 now for both junglers. Cream hits the E. Just uses it for the electrocute, won't follow it. Kanavi now going on to the red buff. And the thing is, you now know you have a Rumble who can respond from a very long distance away. You see 369 pushing out topside, which means he can go rotate over to this maybe. Cream's coming in, has the level 6 as well. And here comes the Jax. Setup coming over. But Feather's on the roam quicker than Chris. Chris isn't here quite yet. He misses. It's Counter-Strike, great value. But Cream maybe in a bit of trouble anyway. The perfect execution, good damage. But I think Top East was lucky to get out of that one. Feather roaming to the play first was critical. Chris caught a little bit slow on the move there. You have 3 job interviews on Monday? Jeez, good luck. Hoping for the best there. Wonder how many job interviews Top East was had at first stand. Ah, yes, I'd like to apply for this supermarket where I can work in anonymity. Oh, God. I'm very surprised Top East survived in that topside play without even using any summoners. That's the big thing, actually. How the hell did that happen? Mine look more like KT Rollstore or Mad Koi. On a good day, these teams can beat the best. You don't have to agree with this analysis, but like KT of last year could actually do that. Don't know about this year's KT. I mean, I would have said Weibo were closer towards that, where they were like that identity to a higher level, right? Where Weibo, particularly when they had Crisp and when they had the Shy, had incredible upper ceiling, but wouldn't often reach it. So they've reached it in some incredible important moments. And then, of course, when Tarzan came in, they still managed to have that identity to a certain level, too. Crisp leaving kind of changed that, though, right? Weibo, consistently inconsistent. Probably the best branding I've ever done for a team. It's a shame, because people didn't frickin' listen to the broadcast to learn that. I did a top-tier job of teaching people about Weibo and the way that they play and made it a marketable thing. Weibo, consistently inconsistent. And because everyone was watching other stuff, they didn't get to hear about one of my better moments of my career. Whatever, I'm going to stop molding. Dragon's going down. Top East will still take it. Sorry if this are the highlights. Chris going to get caught out. Does have the level 6. Not real potential to go towards here. Feather punted away. Has to flash for the E back to the team. And the extra stun comes through. Hang on a second. Chris could be in a bit of trouble here. Because his ultimate is just about to run off. Still lasts long enough for 1XM to not kill him. Baytran takes a camp away. He's getting a lot of farm up, actually. Kanavi has a couple of camps to claw back. Went for that play towards that bot side. Wasted a lot of time on that dragon, of course. One of the big problems of a jungler's decision making is how much time can I spend doing other stuff but farming. Farming is time is your most important resource as a jungler. I've said this a million times on various casts. Chris, roaming about the map. We did say, important that Varus can do well in laning phase and then kind of unlock Alistar later into the game. That's now happened. Feather lucky to get away with his life, but Chris did use both the summoners, so kind of a bit of a wash there. Dragon Grub's now spawning. But just need to be a little careful. The Poke Varus, good value there. Of course, Jackie-Love notoriously good at the Poke Varus. And now Top Esports get themselves the winning share of the Grubs. Will get themselves the Mites with 4. No worries, Montez. Ugh, Montez. Patreon walking up. Can they make this a 3 for 3 in terms of the growth? Kanavi did use the smite and walks in for the counter-strike instead. Maybe wants to pull that ultimate. That's a bit dangerous there from Kanavi. Will get out alive. Here comes Setup, though. How deep does he want to go? The Poke Varus gets the arrow in 369. Still has the equalizer. Where's that going? Cream also has the burst of execution and goes over towards Hoya. Still no equalizer pull. 369 can use it at any point and chooses it to use it now. Maybe not the best play ever from the top lane of Top Esports. I feel like there was a big ultimate waiting for him. So, all things said and done, 3 for 3 on the Grub. So 369 goes over the play. The bullet time stops him. And he'll have to flash out. Beichuan still has his flash. Might have to use it soon. And the auto attack comes through. The arrow from Jack Love. Auto attack from Cream. Will mean they get a kill on the board. Get themselves first kill of the game. Even though it's messy. TT forcing Kanavi back off of those Grubs meant that it got a little bit dicey for a while, but TT just less clean in the fight. Even with the equalizers from 369, not getting the best value. I don't think Kanavi expected everyone to come around the corner. Does survive, of course. Good counter-strike. Kind of realizes he needs to turn on them to get the value from his ultimate as well. Hit it on 3 people, get as many resists as possible. Cream very nearly getting the clean kill. But not the best equalizer. Not the best equalizer. I feel like he could have used it a little bit earlier or a little bit later. Ah, Chris was stunned out of his combo. I did think that was the case, but I was talking about other stuff during that fight. How much would I have to pay you to do an LEC segment about how good Belveth is to convince teams to play it? Well, that was less about the money. Ah, the auto-attack Guardian Flight can get away from that one. That's more about it actually. Look, if it's actually true, I'll do it for you. No, I just want to do a good job. I see the Kappa, but, you know. I mean, Belveth was good at some points. Kind of harder to play it now. You need to be able to start on enemy Raptor camp, really. Or pounds, yeah, euros. I mean, you can pay me in dollars and I can use them anyway. I like TT as a team on the whole, but they have been on bad form recently. Further, we'll find Kanavi. Gets whacked by a Triforce. Triforce the Thunder Sky in the jungle matchup. Kanavi not ahead though. I mean, Patreon done a good job of keeping ahead in terms of farm, not allowing Kanavi to get too far ahead. Of course, that could change at any moment. Crisp has ult, and he can start to cleanse things through. I don't think you can outplay this that easily. That being said, Crisp is running out of his ultimate. Oh, it's so close. Hoya will get that last kill. It's not the cleanest cut dive ever, and Hoya remains alive. Now, Kanavi going to get hit by the fully heated up turret. Approaches too soon, and Hoya, I mean, he survives in the 1v2v3 dive. Feather gives his life for it, but you take that as Hoya. That's a happy Gwen. See you, Montes. Patreon. Back to clearing. Not the cleanest dive from Top Esports. Dragon available. But with so many ultimates just to use from Top Esports. Don't think you're realistically contesting this. Kanavi will go for a full clear instead, presumably. Cream on the top side, using those grubs there. Dragon taken by TT, evening the Dragons 1-1, Grubs 3-3. Feather doubling forwards, 369, no equalizer. H1 knows that, also knows that Chris doesn't have ult. 369 owned, sorry. Hoya does have needlework if they want to go particularly aggressive. 369 goes to the overheat, needs to get a trade now before everything else kind of goes to pot. Cream, no teleport. Kanavi going in with the counter-strike, buying a little bit of time. Hoya burning down. There is Leandries, and maybe a bit of time until you can get yourself that Jax ult. He's going to die before it comes through, though. Can Cream teleport through? 369 doesn't have himself much to really play with. Cream choosing not to teleport down to the player, though it did just come off a cooldown instead of pushing a wave into the inner turret. So, 2 kills over to TT. A tower for them. But Cream trades for a tower on the other side. TT walking away the better from the play. Jackal pushing out that mid lane. Guess TT were losing some farm in other lanes across the map. Toppies was not quite able to buy enough time in that boss. That's a lot of damage from Jackie. Poke Varus does way more damage than I expect from some players. Jackal just does more damage as this champion than I expect him to. Is that the blue chroma on Infernal Varus? I feel like it is. Vatron clearing through the top side of the map. Hoya and Feather off vision. This has been a very interesting game to watch supports. I actually think the support movement has been the most important thing in this game so far. Feather and Chris both trying to roam off of vision, put good vision down. Swifty's on one side for Chris, who does move around the map a little quicker. Belveth into Neferi and Viego is the reason. Right. Is that really the thing? Alright, Jackal trying to clear out here. Cream. Hang off to the bot side of mid, maybe expecting a play to be happening. Had the teleport anyway. 369 does too. Only person without that global is Hoya right now. Herald started up. Kanavi using the counter-strike. Long cooldown. Won't have that for now. TT in the river. All ultimates available for both sides. Seta maybe doesn't have that ult. Kuchambo into Jackie. Chris has to go in and gets a 3-man pulverize. Kanavi comes in for the counter-strike, and the equalizer is actually pretty good. Good bullet time, though. Puts things into a bit of a different scenario. Cream still kills the AD carry, though, and Hoya burns down. That's the problem with the misfortune. You can't really stand and fight and use that bullet time. There's so many ways onto you. 369 was maybe wondering about it. Well, he didn't have that flash, but maybe wondering how much extra damage you get across the wall. Top esports. 2 for 1. 2 for 1, 3 for 1. Actually, Feather died in that too. But the Herald not finished because Kanavi died. Xayah might have been a better pick. The problem is the Xayah doesn't win laning phase at all. She just gets slaughtered by the Varus in lane. Xayah notoriously bad against long range poke comps. So what happens here? Good combo onto Jack. Lover doesn't step that out. Has to flash out of Feather's initial engage. Great interrupt by Chris, who cleanses through the stun, the charm rather, to get onto that. Varus ult very valuable. But yeah, I mean, we see Kanavi get caught out by a ton of burst damage. Not that tanky. Hoya doesn't have a flash, and there's an E on top of him. Perfect execution. Part 2 not even needed. Cream. A little bit of extra help from Kanavi. Takes down Hoya. Now we're going in. Counter-strike starting to get charged up. Is there a bullet time? No, there isn't. That's a big thing, but there's not that much health on the Jax. Kanavi is massively overestimated his tankiness in that one. Not sure about that, but the equalizer pinned against the wall definitely helps. No perfect execution, but there's enough damage onto Feather, who gets caught out by a Varus ult. TT. Ooh, Chris, no ult, no flash. Otherwise, I think he would definitely be going towards that one. TT. Just getting a little worse off from these plays. We'll say, though, Kanavi's Jax seen better games. We're getting the most out here. What did I think about Vladi Zakali yesterday? I actually didn't get to see that much of that game. I was too busy reviewing. It looked very good though, from what I saw. Enjoyed it. TT gonna take this one. I haven't seen Gwen losing a game yet. You might just be about to. Top Esports, I think they look fairly confident how this game's going. I think the one thing for Top Esports, which is a bit of a bummer for them, is the Jax just not being that powerful yet. Dragon spawning now. I mean, either team can afford to give one up. Is there a cross match being made? Carly's going to take the bot lane out of turret. Herald's still available. Rachel going to take that. Top East was really needing some ultimates. I mean, this region, of course, very good at using cooldown economy, blowing some cooldowns and then fighting when they're down. Kanavi has an ultimate backup. Crisp doesn't have his. That's a big thing. The Alistair ultimate, very long cooldown. Bot turret not killed by Cream. Peels off of that. Doesn't have the teleport. Wants to be available for the play. Doesn't have flash as well. 1xN has the bullet time. Didn't have that for the last play, remember. Herald comes back up. Goes down, rather. Not comes back up. Taken. Yeah. Dragon still on the table. Is Top Esports the new BLG? I don't think they play them remotely the same way, so no. Depends what you mean by it. But if you're trying to liken them, if it's just they're winning, sure. But then they lost to IG the other day, so, you know, some questions still. I think Top Esports are much better regular game players. I think BLG sometimes let their mental completely slip. Dragon being taken by TT. Crisp, no flash, has ult. Cream on the flank, spots out Hoya with a sweeper in the brush. Hoya will know he's been spotted too, though. Dodged away from the E. Crisp buff should be Kanavi, driving towards mid lane. Will take that turret. Down it goes. Bot lane goes down at the same time. Equalizer just used to... do something. Suppose stop TT quickly getting towards mid lane, or just get some poke down. Anyway, the fight's now ended. No local gold for that bot lane turret, by the way. Just the global gold, so... Losing out some value there at Top Esports while the dragon play happened. The minions killed that bot lane turret. Mid lane, though, over towards Kanavi, will put him into a gold lead versus Shinzao. Not much, but it's there. Told you 1xN is mid, man. This is not about 1xN at all. 1xN is a very good AD carry, and, you know, he's shown enough games for that to be true. I think that 1xN is one of the great AD carries that could come out of the LPL. I think Leave and 1xN, their class of rookies, have been very, very cool to watch. Not always a big fan of his Misfortune, but this game is very hard for him to play. Misfortune, I think the draft makes it very, very hard to work things out. You know, you've got an Akali you can dive onto you. You've got the Equalizer you have to pay attention to as well. That freaking overheat sound is ridiculous, man. But yeah, I think, you know, I think anyone who's watched the LPL will tell you that 1xN is actually very good. He's definitely a player to watch. That's the consensus. Hoya just freezing the wave here. So yeah, I mean, I would challenge you to talk to anyone who's watched the LPL. Anyone who's familiar with it. I'm sure they'll tell you great things about 1xN. It's a great player. Not had the best split. I mean, it's okay. It's fine. It hasn't been like a star split. He was very good in split 1 and last year. And the summer before that too. And of course, one of his debut games was against Jack. He loves Zeri. In the Zeri meta. Played so well and beat him in that game. Because of Aphelios. I miss 1xN's Aphelios. It's not even 1xN's choice meta. I think his Tristana's looked good. Well, I say that his game the other day was pretty poor. He's not had the best split, as I was saying. His Kaiser and his Jinx. He's also got a mean Samira too, occasionally. But yeah, I think there's another comment in chat. Problem for TT is more about solo lanes. Completely agree. I think their solo lanes have been very inconsistent. Setup occasionally having good games, mostly having stinkers. Hoya, similar. This game, 1,000 gold down, insisting on playing carries and not necessarily getting the most out of it. Double knock up, and that is a great equalizer this time. Feather, is he going to burn down? Yes, he is. Leandri's in the ignite, kills him very quickly. TT, playing in the wrong terrain, goes into the choke point, gets burned down. Is there a reason players often ignore blood petals? Well, that's a great question. I'm not sure. I think they're actually very important. Should take them when they're possible. Unless you're very quickly moving around the map. Chris gets another combo. Chris, of course, starting off that last fight. This is why the Var is so important to the Alistair. If you can get to this point in the game with the Alistair, you're feeling great. Flash ult now available too, of course. Full HP. Atkan going down. H1. Can't get anywhere close, and Cream starts diving. How do you play out this game when you have no CC for the Akali? TT walk up, and Cream just absolutely slaughters them. No smite, Atkan taken. TT, how do you play this game when you don't have any way to protect your backline? They had to do something earlier on. Use some of your early spikes to maybe get some good skirmishes. But you can't allow the Akali to just run the game. Feather's going to get burned down too. That is just disgusting damage from the Rumble. Satsab's going to get jumped up by Kanavi as well. Another equalizer comes up, and Kanavi will clean up the play. TT falling apart. Absolutely falling apart. I think the mental is broken here from TT. They have struggled this split. TT have not found an identity for themselves. They were the aggressive, diving combo team in team fights in Split 1, where they had the Vi and Bessa Kai'Sa compositions. The Ahri as well for Satsab, amongst other things. And 1xN walks up. I don't know what's happening here, man. Flashes away from Cream. I think they're losing track of where people should be on the map. The body language not looking good in the gameplay for TT. They're looking like a done team, folks. Sad to see from such a good performance in Split 1, beating BLG in a best of 5. This is not what I want to see from this. TT are a fun team to watch it when they're comfortable, when they're on form. Great proto belt, straight into the backline. But there's no CC left. Beijing doesn't have his 3 talent strike. Hoya has nothing. You can't protect your AD carry. Top East was not taking prisoners here. And then obviously it goes from bad to worse with 369 just, you know, gets close to overheat, starts to flame spit at people. Feather has 0 resist. 369 goes into overheat, flashes out of the knockup, kills. Oof. 369's Rumble. He had a couple of Duff ults earlier. It's been very, very good hit. Double Medjai's is called out in chat as well. Oh, that's a strong Rumble, man. Hoya probably just dies for this. Objective bounty is nice. It is, however, 4 Medjai stacks over towards 369. One of the better things about Atakan is that even if you do die, you don't actually lose your Medjai stacks. While all that's happening, Feather looks like he tried to combo onto Cream, it failed, and now they have no CC for the bullet time. They still have the Atakan. It's 27 minutes in, very short game so far. Kanavi goes forwards, and Feather goes down. Jackie still has an arrow to throw into the play. Kanavi did lose his Atakan earlier somehow, some way. The bullet time comes down, but it is enough. The Collector, surprising him with that extra execute. 1xN, at least able to get something there in such a hard game for the Misfortune. Medjai stacks now have to Cream for the assist too, though. Onto Feather. Top Beast will take double inhibitors. And Thunder Talk have been more like a rumbling in the clouds in the distance this game. Not near, not close. Not a threat. So uncompetitive this LPL sometimes, and particularly in the Ascend group, I think when you have... Feather, you've got to be careful there, buddy. Rumble does a lot of damage. I think particularly when you're in Ascend group, there is the issue of, you know, teams like TTWE, though, and sometimes FPX as well, although we did see them play well versus LG, rather they beat Weibo the other day, but particularly TT and WE, they just don't look like they belong in Group Ascend. Feather getting an engage over the wall. 369 wants to protect those Medjai stacks. Needs to be a little bit careful. Doesn't have that flash, but he's done enough. Hoya comes into the play, but I don't think he's going to do enough either. Jackalov has both summoners, and Cream comes to party. He has the execution part 2 if he really needs to. Goes in again and escapes with the E. Maybe even fly back in. Does he feel like... Oh, yes, he does. Flash is trying to do a mind game. Oh, he's feeling it. Flashes out of his own E. And TT getting styled on. Cream, yeah, you know what? You deserve the style points. Great game from him. Medjai's bumped up by the death cap. Medjai's the single highest AP item in the game once it is stacked. 145 AP at full stacks. You get the extra 30% on top of it from the death cap. And it goes to near enough 200 AP. It's 190 something when you get everything at 145. Back when they had the death cap's amp ratio actually got nerfed a little bit. Before that happened when it was at 30, I was like 35. Oh my god, 1xN is dead. He's just dead. He's just gone. This Akali is uncapped. The only thing which can stop Akali is an instant Rakan combo. Even the Slayer, I don't think can stop him at this point. Cream is having the time of his life. So Medjai's at 20 stacks, 5 AP per stack, 100 AP, an extra extra bit on top of it too. He's got more than a death cap worth of AP there. Shadowflame giving him 100. This is the highest AP Akali build you can possibly get. With some flat pen on top of it too. He is going to do horrible, horrible things, and it has been doing them the entirety of the game. How depressing has this got to be for TT? You have been utterly outclassed. Make it to Group Ascend and get decked by almost every team up here. Had the one win, of course, but in their 5th series. Feeling like they're a little out of sorts. Chris goes in, has the level 2 ultimate. The equalizer comes down. Varusol hits 2. Patron losing a lot of HP. 1xN, again, just not able to stand and fight. There's no CC. TT have no answers to the long range of top esports on that equalizer and the Varus. And they have no answer to the diving carries as well. Kanavi going forward. It's going to get a knock-up from Feather, but now they have nothing left for the Akali. Cream can maybe just go in instead. The charm comes through. There is a little bit of tankiness. The bullet time does some work, but it's not enough. It's not nearly enough. Feather very, very nearly dying. Survives through the burn. Top esports have stayed in this base for a number of minutes now, and they have slowly whittled down these turrets. In a quick game, Kanavi flashing forwards to put a bow on top of the present. TT kept on the Nexus. The Varusol spreading. The corruption knows no limits here. Nexus falls. Top esports 1-0 in the series. Draft diff? I think it was. To an extent. It was a play diff as well, right? But it's so easy for top esports when they're ahead of the game to play out. See how easy it was for Cream to play through that. And top esports find themselves with a lead. Hello, welcome back. My name's Nymaera. That's the wrong thing. It's because I have done the wrong thing here and the media source is off. That's bad. I need to change that thing. Yeah, I'm bad at this stuff. What did I put the window capture? Turn that one off. I changed it on my different scenes. There we go. Nice. Cool. You can just have 369's face as a tree on screen, since I didn't change everything on every scene. But yes, thank everyone for joining us, of course. I will get hydrated between the games. Of course, a lot of the reasons why I do these streams is to catch up with how top esports and our top teams are doing, but sometimes you have to track the stories of our bottom teams as well, and teams which are struggling. Top esports, not TT rather, Thunder Talk, not a bottom team. They have made it to Group Ascend, but you look at how they played in Split 1. They made it through to playoffs. They were a top 6 team. I want to track how they're doing. There are a lot of players which I'm invested in. I like the stories of. I like to see that. GNG. TT Giga won that draft, no? In what world? They had nothing to deal with the Akali. They had nothing to deal with the Akali. The equalizer counters your Talia and your Misfortune, which has 0 mobility backline. In what world did TT win that draft? It looked unplayable. It was unplayable. I mean, maybe you can say, well, you know, the Gwen can do okay into the Rumble. Obviously, that wasn't the case because Hoya is not a player I want to see on carries. And I think the longer you get into that game, the more you see that effectively the Misfortune cannot play the game. You cannot CC the Jax and the Akali. And while all that's happening, you often want to be disengaging from the Alistar as well. And if you do manage to find an answer to that, the Equalizer still puts you into a bad position. The Varus is still putting out an arrow across team fights, which you have no tank to deal with either. Very, very hard. Fans, I good to see you. Very, very difficult game for TT. I think that they gave themselves a very difficult to play situation. And 369, over 1,000 damage a minute. Over 1,000 damage a minute. I think Cream still gets player of the game. Flashy moves, very good ability to hold the backline accountable. Seemed like TT wasn't playing their best, for sure. TT were playing a much better earlier in the split and in Split 1. I think that they've lost their identity. I think that if you try and pick... I don't want to see Hoya on carry matchups. He has continually been, whether that has been on, you know, Camille or Rumble or whatever, or his Kennen phase as well. I've not liked him playing carries. I want to see him on Galio. I want to see him on Gragas. Even if the Gragas goes towards AP, I just want to see him on Gragas, something like that. Their identity, that's very true. Very true. That's a good one, Angie. I like that. I'll save that. Don't know the player's skill, but it feels like setup should have been able to do a lot. Maybe I'm cooked. The problem is, if you watch Talia in other regions like the LEC, and Talia has people running down the middle of the team fight at her, Talia does a lot of work. However, if Akali comes from the side, or an Equalizer forces you to move away from your front line, becomes a lot harder. And what would often end up happening is Talia would have to step back from a Varus arrow, or a Varus ultimate, or the Alistar who's ulting in front of her, who she can't do much about, and then walk into Cream's Akali that's flanking on the other side of it. I mean, we'll see some highlights from here, right? Get some decent play here, but how do you reach the Varus? And how do you survive the Akali? You don't have someone like a Leona or a Nautilus to instantly CC. Well, okay, you do have the Rakan, but you don't have enough CC to just walk away from things. And right here, they start off the fight with a pick with their combo, But they just have no way to peel back safely. You have very limited amount of CC cooldowns. It's so hard to play. It'll become more apparent in some of these other plays too, right? Where, you know, Kanavi goes forward. So you think, okay, setup, he can get a combo on here. Well, actually, Crisp is in the side here now, so you have to pay attention to another angle. There's still an equalizer. Okay, how do you play now? How do you play at this point in the team fight? And this is actually arguably an okay fight for them. And same here, Crisp has the ultimate, can lock the door shut. Your carries are in where they're meant to be, behind their front line. Equalizer comes down. How do you play this team fight now? While all this is happening, there is still an Akali somewhere on the map which you need to be afraid of. And up here too. No instant CC for the Akali. MF can't play the game. Sponge just had an Neferi moment, really? Wait, again, what was the matchup? Yeah, but I think Setup, I think, has had some good moments on this team, but, no, largely has struggled, I think. I like 1xN. I think 1xN is... I think Beitron on carries is good. I think 1xN is good. I think Feather's got a future as well in the LPL. I think 1xN and Feather are not the complete package just yet. I think that Hoya and Setup are struggling at this level of play. On the whole. Unless Setup has choice champions like some of his melees like the Yone. His Akali's pretty good too, but obviously you won't get to play that now because Cream's played it. Yeah, Luridia was not a particularly competitive game, this one. Top Esports started having some silly moments here, but they had so much damage. It's so hard. The Varus ult as well, so nasty in these kind of plays, because if you try and play front to back with your front line standing in front of the MF and the Talia, the Varus ult... Oh, this is the 1v1 we missed. Oh, God, it's just so disgusting. There's just nothing you can do. As soon as he sees the Akali run over the wall, he's like, I'm dead. I don't have flash. I'll just clear the wave a bit. I can see it, but then the vision and map control is a big problem here too. I guess the tank fixes a lot of that. You were losing a lot of your individual matchups. Varus gives you such nasty lane push. MF can normally be okay with that, but Varus just controls lane so well, it's very hard to play around that. And every time you go into an area of the map fighting for vision, there is a chance that Akali or Rumble comes out of the ether into you. And also, Shinzo has to avoid the Jax. The Jax has to be avoided. Because you don't win that individual matchup at all. It's a very hard matchup for Shinzo because you can't get the knockup from your 3 talent strike. Grand majority of your damage comes from auto attacks, right? Well, not grand majority, but a lot of it does, right? Okay, I need to run some pre-roll. Well, we'll wait for the MVP and we'll do it after that, and then I'll get another coffee. But yes, no, I think Top Esports much better on the map, much better at execution. TT, if the Gwen had gotten ahead of the Rumble, if the MF Rakan had gotten a little bit more in laning phase, a little bit hard, right? Because the Varus just farms it forever. Rumble player of the game. 369 999. You know 999 is the emergency number in the UK? It's how you call the police or an ambulance. You ever called an ambulance? Kind of spooky. I had to call an ambulance like 4 or 5 times actually, thinking about it. I had a friend collapse on me once. That was, yeah, that was kind of spooky. He was okay. He was okay. But yeah, a bit spooky for a moment. Cream had a really good game too, but like, it was, yeah, TT just didn't do enough to, in the early game, to make sure that Top Esports had to pay respect to their combos, right? If it's the kind of thing where you have an instant Rakan combo into a bullet time, and that wins you a fight, that's fine. It's just they could never get a clean fight like that. Oh, I should probably eat something, shouldn't I? I'm feeling lack of food. Okay, let me do that thing where I run adverts and then I stop speaking for a minute. Beitron plays well on carry champions. I want to see Lilia for Beitron. I want to see Feather. I want to see Kai'Sa Nautilus, and I want to see a Lilia. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Okay, I'm gonna run some ads, and I'll be back in a minute, folks.
猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
Greetings, we back in the hot seat. Welcome back. I should probably order myself some food, I don't have anything in. And it's a Sunday. I don't know. Because places are not open for shopping on Sundays. Okay, there are some places which are open, but you know, not that many. Darky the Rogue, thanks for the follow by the way. I did miss that Warren game. Right, so TT will go on to blue side now. Is that going to help their draft? That draft did not spark confidence for me, as we've talked about at length. Did I run out of us? Yes, I did. Did we come back from the break? Or have they done adverts yet? Because they haven't done like long breaks, but like 30-second breaks actually, weirdly. I'm kind of surprised that we don't have any teams playing Mage's bot lane. We have like a tiny bit of we have a tiny bit of Ziggs, and that's it. I'm on LEC? No, I'm not. I'm not on LEC today. I've got 1 day next week, and I've got 1 day the week after that. But I've got like 1 day a week for the next couple of weeks. So yeah, I don't have like the full weekends, but in some ways that's nicer for like endurance sake. I do a lot of stuff right now, so. Oh no, I've got 2 days in week 6. Didn't realize that. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I got 1 day on... Wait, what did we just do? 1 day in week 4, 1 day in week 5, 2 days in week 6. Okay, so I'm around a bit. But not today. Yeah, I'm definitely just going to completely pass out after I do... Well, I need to do some German homework, but yeah. Are we gonna get the Beitran Lilia? I wonder what top east was banned that actually. I think if you get Beitran off of Vi and Lilia, I feel a lot happier. I mean, his Sejuani's pretty good too. Ha! Aw, that's adorable. Nice picture of Kanavi there. Oh yeah, I got a someone made a Pokemon card of me. They like hand drew a little Pokemon card of me, and they gave it to me at the LEC. Or they dropped it off for me at the LEC the other week. And I picked it up yesterday. That was very cute. Always very flattered when someone makes creative stuff of this one person who yaps at video games. Alright, second game, top esports. Hang on a second, TT chose red side. I actually missed that. Okay, alright, so not going to be on blue side. TT choosing red side instead of blue. Very rare for that to happen here. 5 banned away. Hoya having one of his tanks removed. The top esports ban away the Lilia. I think that could be quite valuable. Yeah. Banned that away from Beitran. I think that's his best champion. Wow, it's almost like we know the LPL here, folks. Vindication. TT banning away the Jace from 369. I think top esports won again. They want a volatile top lane matchup because Hoya has not done well in them. Mid gap? Oh, it was. 100% a mid gap. Yeah. But it was also a top gap. It was a jungle gap. It was an AD carry gap. Support gap. Whole team gap. Very, very hard for TT to play at that game. The Fury banned away. What's the plan now? Any easy first picks? There's a lot of AD carries available. If you go towards the Kalista, there's still the Ezreal for 1xn. You could go towards the Ezreal Karma. Probably would have to invest both picks of that early. If you wanted to secure that. Yone picked in. Stops instant Sejuani Yone lock-in from the other side, which I think TT might have angled towards. Got a question actually, what TT want to do for... Well, do you early lock in a bot lane? Do you lock in something a bit more blindable for Hoya? Sejuani might still be the choice, even without the Yone. Wants to deny the Sejuani Yone from top esports now. Kanavi getting some more value out of that pick recently than he did in last split. I think last split I didn't like his Sejuani. Now I think it's a lot better, denying that from him. And of course, Cream. I think his most or second most played champion is now Yone. Yone and Akali very big in his career. Ari's up there too, but yeah. What is the percentage of people watching your stream on YouTube compared to Twitch? So on Onivia, we get way more viewers, but they're less engaged on the whole. Twitch is more engaged, but less viewers. We have 200 viewers there. Typically on Onivia, we have about 1,000, 1,500. And on my own Twitch channel, on my own YouTube channel, it's more like, you know, 40 to 70, maybe. And on Twitch, it's about 200 or so. You know, between the two of them. It's a lot. Kanavi goes towards the Nidalee. All right, wants to really bully out that individual matchup. The Kanavi Nidalee, very, very strong. Last split, go towards that Renekton for early lane pushing power. That is an early game snowball comp. Normally this is an instant Italy lock that's going on my team. Yeah, fair play. Fair play. And 369 gets the Renekton as well, which has been very stable on his pairing's been good. And it also means that Hoya has to play into the Renekton, which is a problem, because what does he have that will survive that matchup and actually still be useful? Does he have to go for a carry pick? That's kind of worrying if he does. Does he go Aatrox? It is in his champion pool. Nah. Goes towards the Ornn. Well, it is a tank. Pretty good into the Nidalee 2 later into the game. Typically, I would have thought Hoya would have gone towards the Gnar, but he goes towards the Ornn. Does lose lane pretty heavily. Definitely going towards the tank frontline scaling. 1xn can go towards that Corki on the bot side of the map. You know, Corki Rel, that's a good bot lane. The double shred is really nasty. From the Gatling gun and the passive of Rel. Kai'Sa banned away. Of course, one of 1xn's biggest champions. Well, every player within China has it, but yeah. Is going for Ornn here, basically saying enjoy 5-6 scrubs? Not necessarily, because you can lane swap up to it. You definitely are losing lane, though. And my worry is top esports are going to have just brawling power. That top side of the map is it will skirmish very, very heavily. And if you give Kanavi another pushing lane besides the Renekton, that's a problem. Banning away the Jinx as well, another 1xn special. I mean, if they want to play front to back with stuff like that, I think you're left with what? Sivir and whatchamacallit? Aphelios for 1xn, I suppose. It was played by Light the other day. Not sure well, not great here. Yone is very good against the Aphelios because he can't really dodge out the ults. Could go for the Ziggs alongside the Leona. I think that's great in terms of allowing 1xn hypercarry potential. I think he's the star of this team when he's allowed to be so. Him and Batron are the two standout members, really. And the Kalista does make it all the way through the draft. I mean, do you have to go for the Ziggs now and just call the lane a wash? Kalista Renata. Very, very strong laning duo. I am worried for 1xn and further. I am worried indeed. What does 1xn go? Does he take the Corki down bot side? I think that's insta lose lane. Ezreal Leon is not that much better in laning phase either. I suppose it's still just farm from Q range. They have no magic damage that much if they do this. They have a little bit from the Ornn, a little bit from the Leona and Sejuani. Lock in the Ezreal. Crisp is a very good Renata. Good stat. Good shout out there. Crisp was one of the very best Renatas on release and since then, really. Even when Crisp was inconsistent, his Renata was very, very good. Crisp has been through a lot of phases. He went through the Hook champion phase of Thresh Blitzcrank. He went through his melee support phase. I think, you know, you go back a year, maybe a year or two. He was range support central. His Lulu was exceptional. His Renata was exceptional. I think he's continued on that streak for a little while. I am very worried for TT. They want to scale. They want to get Sejuani Ornn to be strong into the mid and late game, and they need 2 to 3 items on their carries. 1 item is all top esports need. Arguably, they don't even need that. Hyper winning bot lane. Strong top side as well in the Renekton and Ornn. That is a very strong matchup. Kanavi, bully out jungle matchup. Top esports are looking to end this game ASAP. They are done with TT in this series. Second game here in Shanghai after our first series over in Shenzhen, where NIP finished off the 2-0 versus WE. Top esports just lost to Invictus Gaming and would like to regain some speed at the top of the table. TT would like to get anything for themselves. They have 1 victory in Group Ascend so far and are clinging on for dear life. And oh my god, they're going to have to cling on the early game here. Let's hear the crowds once more. Some dry ice from both sides of the crowd. Hoya, ooh, dodges out of that. Is spotted though. Priest now will spot him. Tries again, maybe. Oh, dodges again. Hoya. Fancy feet. And spams the laugh. Why wouldn't you? Question in chat. Can you elaborate on Kalista in pro play? It always feels like she deals no damage, but I'm guessing I'm missing on something. Kalista does do damage at the 2-3 item mark when you get Blade and Rage Blade, which means that most of the time you don't see Kalista doing that much damage because most people are avoiding being in her range. What, who did TT beat FPX? Yes, they beat FPX, who of course then just beat Weibo, so, you know, happy days for FPX there. What Kalista does is control an area of the map early game. Very few things gain control over a Kalista. You can get control over the first wave or two maybe, but then once she hits the level 3 with the Renata, you are so cooked. And then she just continues pushing lanes. She stacks up on objectives well because of the Ren secure. She gives you engage from her ultimate and means you can play different supports like the Renata a little bit more safely, and the Nico was kind of popularized with the champion too because you could be so safe. Really good play there from Crisp actually. Gets the double E. Gets the passive mark as well. And of course, yeah, it allows you to play towards like very, very mobile mid and late game too, because they changed the way that Kalista's movement speed and her hops kind of calculated. They're much faster into the late game. This is really bad for TT. They don't have control of the wave at all. Level 2 hit. And now after this point, folks, you are not going to see 1xN and Feather be able to leave their tower very often at all. And if they do, it's a choice by top esports to allow them to do so. No worries, no worries. Kalista, the way that this is the same with Nidalee actually. Nidalee and Kalista are team champions. Playing Kalista is a team sport, playing Nidalee is a team sport. Nidalee needs combinations from around the map. Needs to know that when she goes to bully out someone like the Sejuani on the top side of the map, it's not he's doing, you have control enough on the map to make the most of it. Red buff, not been taken just yet. Beitron going to help over the other side of the wall. Kanavi spots this now. He has a red buff himself, has the Conqueror. Beitron can't really step up to this. But the reason you can do this is because you have the Renekton pushing top side. That's a winning lane. You have the Kalista pushing bot side. That's a winning lane. Kanavi walks in, bullies Beitron out. He's going to start losing XP and gold, and the Nidalee starts to get ahead. One of the reasons Kalista is so prized in pro play is that because she controls bot lane so well and gets to roam towards plays in the early game and fight in the early game so well, if you ever take an extended trade versus the Kalista, the Ren gets value. And as you can see right here, you know, massive control from top esports across the map. In fact, I've forgotten to do this, so I can just draw on the screen. In fact, is this working? Push up in bot lane, push up in top lane. Even the mid lane's pushing in. Beitron forced to go towards this bot side scuttle. Will just about be able to get it. Nidalee, what are they doing there? Hopping over into mid lane, looking to see if maybe get a spear onto the wall onto Satap. There is a ward on Raptors, makes it a little easier. Crisp and Jackie not often players which play with mini-maps on. They're pretty bad at getting 2v3'd. Wait, Kanavi's under turret here. Hang on, Satap might need to flash it. That's a problem. Can get the red buff on target. Oh, flashing from Beitron, who's going to get the first blood. Kanavi goes forwards, has the red buff, and does get it. Cream will die in response. And Beitron, oh my god, no, he doesn't. Gets the E4, gets the shield. Oh my word, Cream lives. Such a good player of the Yone. Played it so much over his career. And gets away with not just, well, he gets away without murder. Not me say he gets away with it. He survives. Beitron gets nothing. Kill goes over to the Nidalee. Kanavi gets to go towards his top side camps. Kanavi is so happy. That is criminal. Kanavi is so happy now. We saw him on the minimap fishing for spears. Was wondering whether Satap would go for a Valkyrie or go for the flash backwards. Tries to flash predict that, can't get it. Leaves turret, tries to buy time. At least for Beitron to split the team. Goes down anyway. Oh, and that is so clutch. Means that the permafrost can't be propped. Ease back, so no extra auto. Gets the W for that last shield. Incredibly well played by Cream. Nida heal also helped. Yes, it did. Yeah, it did. The Soraka of the jungle. Kanavi now has a Darkseal in inventory. And now we have, the Kalista walking up in mid lane. And again, just gets to control everything. This is one of the other annoying things too. You're actually kind of pokey. Because if you throw your Q and you have a stack on the wave as well, if you hit the Q, you can kind of pull the rend, still get the rend set, and get the refresh on the cooldown of the and the mana. So what's happening now? Who do I think will go to the MSI? Go to MSI from LPL. It's really hard to tell until we get some more information about our top teams. I actually think JDG will go at this point. I think JDG, AL, maybe top esports. One of those three. I think they're the ones which are on the best form right now. I think BLG are not. I think IG are not. I mean, they did just beat top esports, but they did lose versus BLG and AL. So, Navi, power farm through the grubs. Not able to get a farm advantage that high up on the table right now. He's too busy trying to, you know, fight. Konami's not doing great this game, going towards the grubs and wants to play through the early game, I suppose. Smooth criminal. Teehee. Ah, what a great joke you say in chat. Because of course you will. It was a great joke. Kanavi, power farm through the jungle. One of the biggest things about Nidalee is your farming mechanics, knowing you can start one camp as you're finishing the last one. Use that spear to aggro camps and do a hell of a lot of damage. Nidalee jungle clearing has been one of the most fun things to watch over the course of pro play. If you like the individual mechanics. I kind of... Hang on a second. That seemed decent damage there. White does go unstoppable though. Unstoppable, by the way. I was going to say this is some random lane swap, but I remember seeing someone making a video on how to out-math the anti-lane swap moving rolls in other locations. So this is because the lane swap mechanics, the lane swap timing is already off, right? Once you get to, you know, 4.5 minutes or whatever it is, the lane swap warning wears off. And that's when you often see it kind of coming through again. At some point in the game, you do see bot laners go towards mid lane. That tends to be, well, it used to be around 10 minutes or so. Now it's much earlier. If you're fighting around early objectives, which of course top esports want to, they'll often move the Callista around the map to ensure control of a certain area of the map. Because, as we said, Callista moves around the map, and in pro play it is prized because the Callista will give you unparalleled power over one path. If you want to move them towards top side, they can fight towards grubs. Sure, if you move them towards mid lane later on, a little early, that's fine because the Callista can do that very well. It's already 8 minutes into the game. Yep, I know, right? Oh, time flies when you're having fun. Slight gold leads for top esports. Hasn't exploded into anything yet, but still. Oh, 1xn's got to be careful. Stacking up the lethal tempo. Kind of spooky. Jackal probably shouldn't take the tower shot for that, but hey. Whatever. Callista's not at the blade spike yet. 369 still has a Q. They're going to start trying to put everything together. Dominus comes through and the knockup is failed. The double Q can come through from 369 now. That's a bit of a problem. The next time his Slice and Dice comes up, that could be an issue. When's his next Q? Uses his Empowered W, needs to get himself the Empowered Q and can't get it. Doesn't expect Page 1 on top side. 369 goes down. Not the first time we've seen 369 in an extended lane misjudging where the enemy team is. Did that a lot last year. Was better at it in split 1, but still something that we recall from recent history. Dragon goes to the side of top esports. 3 grubs and a dragon to them. Haven't dropped an objective yet. Knavi now able to position himself on the bot side of the map. Batron doing an okay job of not falling too far behind in terms of individual gold, I suppose, given that there's a kill of pipe piece. Maybe that's not so true. Only 10 CS down. I guess it could be much worse than Nidalee versus the Swajwani, couldn't it? Can Callista switch her oath mid-match? No, she can't. No. You know, one of the funniest things in League is when Silas and Callista are in the same game. Opposite sides, of course. Silas. I'm Christopher Walken. The Silas can change his oath. No, he can't change it. But he can choose. He does get the Black Spear in inventory, though. And he can give someone a chance to use his ult's feather. Currently, out of vision. Cream needs to be a little careful here. No 6 for 3 feather. Uses the ult, but body blocked. Cream gonna get body blocked again. And Baytran uses that Q flash to stop Cream from getting out. Well played for a TT. Baytran and Feather on the map in the last few minutes to hold top esports to account. Much easier for them to CC people in these random plays. Hoya now alone on this top side of the map. Needs to be quite careful. Doesn't have ult. Doesn't have flash. Knavi starting to stack up that Conqueror. Third of the HP down from Hoya. Doesn't have the ult. He's dying here, probably. Not going to have a recall. You can't recall against a Nidalee when you're under attack. It's one of the more annoying things too. And we have Jackalov up here too. Who's taking aggro. Teleport comes in. That might be a mistake. They do disengage the play right now, though, and choose not to go for the dive. They go straight onto Setup instead. Oh, it wasn't the Ord. It was the Corki. Hostile takeover. That teleport sucked. Tower's going to fall. Top Esports will take all 5 plates. There is no cross-map for TT. They chose to bring the Corki to that lane. Bring him away from the lane bot side. So Cream even gets time down there. Look at this. Look at the minimap. Push up towards the top side. The Corki teleports up towards there and leaves Yone alone to push the side because he doesn't have that teleport anymore. Big mistake by TT's mid laner there. Satab, a player which we've sadly often seen make some big fumbles for this organization, for this roster. We'll see this again. Hoya stuck under the turret but doesn't have the ult. If you had ult, you can play this. You can't when he doesn't. Teleporting in, Corki could have gone towards bot side, goes towards top lane instead. Cream gets a free wave bot side, an incredible hostile takeover. Renekton takes all of the aggro with the Dominus, because of course he can, one of the best tower diving champions in the game. All that's happening, you're losing waves on bot side. Cream gets alone time on attack, gets a plate, I think. Maybe even 2. Can't see from the... I think it's on 3 right now. Oh, that's a mistake, isn't it? There's a mistake. Cream. Let's be a little bit careful there now. You do have... The Yone changes have come through. If you're CC'd and you press E, you do take your CC back to the other side of your E. You don't just immediately cleanse it, which is so stupid, by the way. Is there any support that is strong enough with Kalista that allows it to play with other laners jungle? Or just Kalista top at best? In terms of like Kalista being played in other roles, I haven't seen that for a while. Play with other laners jungle. I mean, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that question. .369 is so fed, man. But how do you play the game as the Ornn now? The cull has been cashed in for Renekton. This is why it is dangerous to pick tanks into a Renekton, and why Renekton is still very, very prized in the LPL. That's a Dominus. Setup had full vision of this, by the way. Buddy, you had full vision of this. Blows the flash. After walking up to the Renekton, you saw on vision. And now the funny thing is, 369 might actually think there's no ward there, because why would you walk up to him at that point? Satab. What's going on, buddy? What's going on? The first game, no, poor on the Talir in moments, but this game here, the teleport, and then that play around walking up to Renekton, who's 2,000 gold ahead. Black Cleaver completed, level 11. What's the play there? 6 goes to top esports now, and this is where we see one of the most obnoxious combos, well, champions in the game. Yone can E towards the tower, run past you, hit the tower a couple of times, and press E to just fly back out. Oh, Swan. Oh, yeah. No, we did at some points see the Kalista top because she can use the extended lane. She really needs the extended lane. We did also see lethality mid lane Kalista for a little while, but not really the case anymore. They've changed her away from being as powerful in that. What was I saying about Renekton into tanks? The problem with Renekton into tanks is that... Oh, sorry. The problem with picking tanks into Renekton is that because Renekton gets so much early control over you. Oh, hang on a second setup, buddy. You gotta be so careful there. And the fact that Renekton goes Conqueror, has a lot of sustain. Jekyll still has plans, by the way. Captain Jack's out of that, so no play to be made. Often what happens is Renekton gets to control the wave, and there's a technique you can use as the Renekton where you clear a wave, you stack it up, walk past the tank. The tank can't stop you from hitting the tower. Use Demolish on it, you take plates for free, you go towards the Black Cleaver. The only thing which the tank can hope for is that you survive through to 5v5 team fights where you outvalue the Renekton. But whenever you get there, a good enough Renekton player takes your turret for free because you can never kill the Renekton. He gets to hit the tower for free. And you can never even 1v2 because if you have a tank top laner, a lot of the time you don't have the damage to kill a Renekton, even in the 1v2. He gets the double Q heal on you. And just kind of walks in his merry way. I think 369, Bin, Breathe, Arla, probably our best Renektons in the region. Flandre used to be up there too. I don't think necessarily nowadays, but LPL's very good at kind of taking these blind Renekton matchups into tanks and saying, look, you are not going to get away with a free early game. You are going to lose so much gold. You never get towards those team fights. The map opens up. You, also particularly with the second, bit of a problem there. Oh, he's alright. I guess he's got 4 mil. Not as bad as I thought. 6 grubs, 2 dragons, a kill up, 5k up. Yeah. TT opted into scaling. And, oh, is he going to steal this? Oh, he does with a W. Oh, Batron. Sorry, buddy. 1,000 gold down in the jungle matchup too, by the way. It's not really been about the Nidalee this game, but Knavi ahead. A whole bunch of jungle camps. Is that why pros play Ambessa into Renekton? Actually, a lot of the time, if you see the Renekton ban, Renekton is one of the better picks into the Ambessa, actually. In LCK and LPL, the Renekton destroys the Ambessa hard enough that she doesn't get control of the lane. Yeah, the champion, which you... Yeah, I mean, Ambessa's okay playing into... is okay playing into the Renekton, but that's playing up for duos, where, like, you call your jungle top lane and you just try and kill the Renekton, or scale into team fights, but you're better at, like your 1-2 item is still very strong, right, as Ambessa. You can play team fights, even if you lose the early game. Yeah, Renekton in pro play is very good, because he gives you unparalleled early control in top lane. Chris, great handshake out there, stops the shield of Red Daybreak coming in, dodges the Q. Chris Renata, clean. Herald on the table. Dragon in 3 minutes, not really anyone's concern right now. 369, full rage, level 11. This is the most powerful Renekton will be. Has flash for the fight too. Whenever Renekton has flash, you are not very happy as the enemy team. Renekton very good around playing Herald and Grubs. Because you can walk up to the objective, get him to auto-attack the objective to stack up rage, and then use those empowered abilities, which is so powerful in the early game. They're about double the power of a regular ability, right? And you can't burst him out because he has the Dominus. Not at this point in the game. You can later on, but not until you get towards, like, 3 items. Then 369, yeah, he wants to use that power. He wants to use that power. The Ornn comes in. He doesn't get to pop the Dominus. Has the bailout. And 369 goes too far. You're strong, mate, but you're not 1v4 alone strong. 369 had all the gold in the world. What was the play there? But Cream walks forward onto Setup, tries to get another play back. As well onto Feather. Can't finish off him. 1 for 1, but 369, for all we were talking about, Renekton so strong in the early game. You can't do everything. You're not Superman. Hoya eats a spear. Might have to run away now. And he's going to have to run back towards his turret. Gets the ult forwards. 1xN lucky to get out alive. Jaculov running forwards again. This is style points. Double kill for Jaculov. Top esports. Don't get the they don't get the Herald, rather, but they will get damn near everything else. What was Setup thinking there? I don't know. Setup, to me, has really looked uncomfortable today. He's looked out of sorts. I know that Setup can have some off games, but... Oh my god, another recall stuff. Are you kidding me? Setup has looked very poor today. Very poor today. Renekton went in and ate all of their CC and CD, so I called that W. The thing is, he didn't need to die there. If he just pops his... Just pop your Dominus. Just... I mean... Just use your ult. If you use your... If he gets an empowered W, if he gets his ult, he does probably live through that. Like, you can do some stupid stuff. He had flash, you know? He has flash, he has ult. Just if you want to go full send it, use your flash and ult, you know, at least. I mean, sure, does he get a lot of the cooldowns, but not the most valuable use of his time there. I don't know what Setup's been doing this game, man. The teleport, the face check into Renekton earlier, this play. Setup's having a bad day at the office, and now you're looking at a 3-kill not Tristana, Kalista 2k up. 1xN is not going to get to his 2-item power spike and make a difference this game, I don't think. I think by the time that happens, the game's pretty much over. Chris called out. There's a Kalista ult. It's not going to lead to that much. Wait, 369 died again? Did I just miss that? What the Sigma? Dragon being started by TT. Renekton coming back to the plate. Oh, during the replay, I missed that. What? Okay, here comes the Ornn. Remember, there's no Renata ult this time. The Renata throws the ult back, though, and Setup is getting jumped on by Cream, rather. And Hoya is left out to dry. The damage just simply isn't there from TT. And Top Esports find an angle. TT, too quick to go towards the Dragon. Couldn't find a clean pick onto Crisp, even with the Kalista ult down. This series has been very demoralizing for TT. They've taken one win against FPX, and every other series they have been bodied. It has not been close. They've not had games versus top teams like they did against BLG in Split 1, which made them look like they could potentially be an underdog, upset team. They've just looked like they've been outclassed. And remember, Thundertalk picked red side this game for the draft. What's that got on them? Last pick Ezreal's not done much to flex that Cork into mid lane. So Renekton walked up towards Setup. This was in the replay. And gets Leonid. Oh, and he fails the kill. Doesn't get the last Q. Well, that's how he died, I guess. The story of the life and death of 1369. I don't know what's happening with TT, but it's sad to see this. From Split 1, where this team looked exciting, they had an identity, to whatever the hell's happening now. This fall off, I mean, I say a fall off, it's not like they're at the top, but it is a fall off, right? From mid to upper end to mid to lower end. As it's so sad to see. Ruinous Atacon up and available. Beitran does have no flash, in fact. That's very confusing. 369 going in again. Does have the Dominus this time. Where is his Q? Using the power W instead. And the Renata over the top. This time he actually lives. Turns out Renekton is pretty tanky to use everything. It is a two-man Yonil onto both carries. Cream completely obliterating TT. Great Yonil. Great Renata roll. It is a donut team fight for top esports. Says Krispy Kreme, take Thunder Talk apart. $10-stack Dark Seal for Kadavi as well. 3,000 gold in the individual. In a turret. This series could have been an email. This series could have been an email. TT have not really turned up to play. Game 1, the draft was hard and their play was not adequate. This game, choose red side. Draft needed to survive, and they have absolutely not. 369 playing in the 2v2 on bot side now. Cream is also hit. Atacon being taken down. Cream has more than enough damage to go towards that. Beitran goes forward to use the passive. Look, I'm going to hold your hand when I say this, TT. You can bring it all into this play, and it doesn't make a difference. You can bring 1x into this play, it doesn't make a difference. You look after yourself now, okay? Medjai's for Kanavi. Hell yeah. Book Gaming. Didn't get to buy one in the last game. That was left up to Cream and 369. Now he gets a chance to. Oh, God. He's stacked up his Q3. 1xN has Flash. He just thinks a little earlier. Can't get over the wall. It's the fat part of it. You see how scared everyone has to be of Cream. Cream has been very strong today. But then again, he's been given all the openings in the world to do so. At least say anyone's Legend Weibo is going to happen soon. Yeah, it's a short day. It's a short day for that. Of course, I know that the schedule normally says, oh, start at 1 o'clock. It happens a little bit later than that most of the time, folks. Alright, great ult from Cream. Great ult. Onto both carries who are stacked up. Insane. Now we're going to fight when we go back to live. 1xN. Nothing he can do in this game. Has felt like he's just looked at his team falling apart. He's ended up joining them with very little to say about it. Cream is going so deep and has all the cooldowns to do so. Hoya, it's looking like a little bit of a fake there. Call it the forgery god for Hoya. Does absolutely nothing. Top esports at 24 minutes. Break the base. They have a Herald. They have 6 scrubs. They have a Ruinous Atacon to help even that. This game is over before 25 minutes. 6 scrubs turned into 7.25 off the Ruinous Atacon and top esports. This series could have been an email. We hope it finds you well, Thunder Talk. They have been cease and desisted here on the Rift. Didn't even turn up to play. Dancing Shelly, you'll rarely see them in pro play. And that'll do this for our second series. Top esports not being paid by the hour? Apparently not. Apparently not. Confident game for top esports at least. I mean, you don't learn that much about top esports here, right? This was easy. Their drafts were good. Top esports made, TT made enough mistakes for it to not really be a contest. Now, next up is going to be Weibo. versus anyone's legend, one of our top tier matchups, and we get to see where Weibo rather, fit into the grand puzzle. And I need to order myself some food. I need to look after myself a little. Keep yourself hydrated. Yep, first 2 series already done. Short day so far. I mean, hey, I'll take it. I've been casting LPL non-stop for the last 2 weeks. Whether that is a 9-hour day or a 4, well, I guess it's never really a 4-1. But thank you for the follow, Spy. It does make a lot of difference to us and supporting the channel. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore, by the way. I know there is an LPL English channel. They are not paid to cover this league. If you're watching them, I hope you're really supporting them too. Because both myself, LPL English, people like Yamato, I Will Dominate, or Hysterics when he's online, or whoever else, if they're watching the LPL, they are doing a service to the international community because there is no official LPL broadcast anymore. And if you're watching and enjoying, good. That's important, folks. It is important. If you do have time to drop, likes, comments, and subscribes, got to shelf myself a little bit, don't I? Because I'm not paid to do this either. And your support helps me keep doing this. The schedule is absolutely backbreaking. And the more support you give us, the more likely it is that Sam and I get to cover more games, really. I think we'll have to have a conversation at some point about basically how much support do we need to keep doing everything. Do we just go down to the best games or something like that? But then actually everyone watches the best games anyway. And that means that we're losing coverage for some of our, I suppose, lower tier teams, stuff like that. Post-game very tight, Sam. This was not a close game. Cream is my MVP, I think. That Yone was not okay. And 369 threw enough that I can't give it to him now. Day almost as short as that dress, damn. Get hydrated, I will do. Well, I said earlier in the day it's likely to be 2-2-0s in our first series. Yeah, the thing is, this is a short day. And the last series of the day is still happening probably 20-30 minutes later than it should compared to the schedule. Because they say it should start at 1 o'clock. That's just not true. It just doesn't happen. Even on a short day. And then if you get a 6 game with like moderately long games, these are quick games too, by the way. Then, you're gonna be finished. You're gonna be starting. I mean, it should be 1 o'clock here in Europe time. Yeah, this is the fastest 3 series day we've had, and the last series is still not on time compared to its schedule. This team is so ridiculously mental beamed. It sucks, because Thundertalk are one of my favorite teams to watch. When they're on form. I don't know if it's actually Riot that really runs the LPL's fair fun. I think it's TJ Esports, which is the production company for... Yeah, it's TJ Esports, which is the production company for LPL. So I don't think that's Riot proper. Obviously, Riot China are the thing, but yeah. Would you rather it be late or have to wait forever between short series? I'd rather it just start earlier. I'd rather it just start earlier, but hey. Yeah, okay, I need to order some food as well. Where do I want to go? Could get some food. That's a lot of money though for that. It's expensive. Yeah, I'm not spending 17 euros on that shit. Holy crap, no, I'm not. I can't go out and get food between series. Yeah, I know, it's super expensive, right? It's good stuff, but like, Berlin is expensive as hell. I don't know, man. I want to get something cheap. Give me something cheap. Cream? Yeah. Packet of crisps can fuel you for the next 12 hours. I did have like 3 blocks of chocolate earlier. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough. Subway is cheap. Yeah, true. Alex, no, chocolate is not enough. You're 6'5", you need food. I mean, we could try and prove it scientifically. We can see if I can make it work on chocolate. Cream MVP, he was really good, but also like, how much do you learn from a series like this? Not much. You get a montage reel. You know. It's like, okay, well, our next series should be the big one, folks. That should be the big one. Okay, let's do that thing where we wait until the second series. I need to run some adverts. Wait, do I run them now? Whatever, we've got 14 minutes. We can last through the end. Cool. Thank you, Aji. You're very kind. I've ordered a Japanese curry. I'll turn up at some point. Anyway, there's an issue glaze with that.
在这里我们要恭喜滔博战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。我们有请到的是滔博的中单选手 Cream， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博中单 Cream。
好，欢迎小奶油！今天你们是非常快速的一个2-0拿下了这场比赛啊！赛前采访当中啊，刘少有说到，你们在上一场失利之后呢，回去大概做了一个复盘。那今天你觉得大家把这个复盘履行的怎么样？
履行的挺好的吧？复盘主要说是我们该好好的去避战吧。
好好的避战，确实从今天第1局开始啊，大家可能把节奏就拉得比较稳。那说起来啊，今天不管是你第1局的这个阿卡丽也好，还是第2局拿了 MVP 的永恩，都打得非常的不错。那现阶段想要问问 Cream 选手，你对于自己第2赛段目前为止的发挥是怎么样评价的呢？
觉得现在自己的发挥就还行吧。
然后就是还有进步的空间，这么谦虚。那你觉得在哪些地方是更需要做的提高的呢？
在边带的时候就小心被抓吧。
好，还是要注意一下的。那要问问了，有看到吗？你跟69基本上赛前的 solo 赛都是你们俩出战。那想问问你有在 solo 赛上最想看到的英雄吗？不管是你自己玩还是别人玩。
亚索吧。
好，亚索。那如果说你交手的话，你最想跟谁交手？
山鸡吧，希望打 NIP 的时候他能出来。
哦，好，我们也非常期待这一场对决啊。那现在已经放话了，相信山鸡也能够收到你的这个发出的信号。那最后要问问，目前你们的积分呢是来到了4-1的比分嘛？那状态呢，大家看起来可能还是有点起伏的。你自己觉得自己的整体状态和队伍的状态怎么样呢？现在？
就还可以吧，现在状态。
大家现在状态恢复的还不错，越来越火热了，赛程紧张也让你们的手感更好了。那最后要问问，就是因为 现场有很多支持你们的粉丝，他们也一直关心着滔博，关心着你，有什么要对粉丝们讲的话呢？
谢谢大家支持，希望大家身体健康。
好的，希望大家身体健康，排位也可以多多胜利啊！我们也感谢 Cream 选手来到我们的赛后采访，谢谢。接下来时间，我们一起来回顾一下今天比赛当中精彩的 Spotlight 吧。
逼着出来打，逼着出来打，逼着出来打。没事没事没事，落在这，落没大吧？有大，落没大，落没大，大没好，大没好，大没好。我能看你669。打大龙吧，打大龙吧，走吧。我能看你，这我能看你669。抓69。没事，我能看69。我来了。来打！太大了吗？阿卡蒂去那个吧。我跟坚哥可以都不来，坚哥你跟我吧。我来帮他们打去。我来打。我能靠你。没事，他们双 C 不在，没伤害。哎，看这，咬他吗？我开大了。看。我踢了。我就咬曙光吧。可以干。看那边。可以打。完了。我慢点。这个。可以治疗。直接给 W， 我再卡。A 不到他，一波了。A 一波吧，这30秒，没线了，一波不了，有尖峰，车打韩吧。
Let me run some adverts for you.
Look right here. Look right here. Come see what everyone's been looking at. Everyone's been talking about when you the best, you call it out. People watch cause they love when they watch this. We are number one on your watch list. Everything you need.
Okay, hello, I'm still here. I'm just trying to zone out for a bit, because turns out trying to cast 3 series on your own in a day is really hard. Okay, I got 20 minutes until my curry turns up. Nicer. Who do I like between Anyone's Legend and Weibo? I mean, Anyone's Legend are clearly coming in favorites. It's just a question of what has Weibo shown us to deserve they are also a top team. I don't actually care if Weibo win this series, actually. Obviously, it's huge if they do. I want to see 3 games, and I want to see Weibo that I can still consider them a top team. Because currently, I think we have JDG, we have Anyone's Legend, I think we have Top Esports, and then I think IG and BLG are maybe a step below those 3, even though IG did just beat Top Esports. And I think Weibo is a step below them. So, like, if Weibo are below those top 5 teams, are they a top team? No, I think they're mid-table at that point. And I think you have to start referring to them as such. Until they show us that they are deservedly a top-tier team against these other top teams, what is Weibo here for? They have such a great set of players on roster. You know, you have Tien in regular season. You have, got a bunch of really good players there. They need to prove they are still a top team. They went out in first round in Playoff Shores against BLG. I'm not going to judge them too hard for that. But they need to start showing good results at some point, otherwise this is going to get messy. It's going to get really, really messy. I can turn the music down a little. Tarzan Go? I love Tarzan, but I love Tarzan, and Anyone's Legend is going to be very special due to him, but yeah. I'd have to come cast, but I'm so out of loop on LPL, so I don't think I'd do it justice. Honestly, I'm just powering through at this point. Like, I probably should invite people up to cast more, but honestly, like, there is also something to be said about it's kind of easier to just have to rely on myself and not have moving parts and having Discord active, Discord open as well at points, and having to worry about caster signal queues and stuff like that. Honestly, solo casting is, yeah, it's not the worst thing ever. It's not the worst thing ever, you know. By the way, we're currently over 900 subscribers, by the way, which is fucking ridiculous, by the way. Your support means absolute world to us. And I know a lot of that's from Mecha Fanboy, of course, keeping us afloat on this goddamn stream. But, you know, the more people that watch, the more people that like, comment, subscribe, stuff like that means an awful lot to us. Part of me worries that, like, we're kind of forcing people to... I don't know, I feel like I kind of... You know what I mean? Because, like, we're not a big co-stream, and it gets a lot easier to do co-stream when you're much larger, when you reach that critical mass, and you can actually fund yourself with that. And, you know, I'm not a Cage I'm not an I Will Dominate, I'm not even a Yamato or whoever, right? And while I'm happy with what I do here, it's pretty hard to go through all of the games like this. Shanks to Xiaohu, is this the matchup which I'd choose? Xiaohu has been on pretty good form. What would I choose as my key matchup? I mean, I think top lane's kind of important. It's got to be jungle, though, right? It has to be jungle, right? Tian Tarzan is absolutely that's rock solid. And particularly when you know, AL, the line which I have for them in Split 1, like the narrative I was running through and why it's so important that AL rely on these two, is Tabe as coach and Tarzan on the Rift. Because Tabe is one of those coaches where you can physically see, you can visibly see an impact on the Rift of how he impacts a team. And Tarzan is one of the best players at leveraging authority. Anyway, this interview is late. If you remember to speak up.
大家好，我是 L 的 AD Hope。
欢迎 Hope。那目前呢 ，L 战队已经是拿到了你们的3连胜了，在强对决的登峰组状态一直都比较稳定。那你觉得 L 相比之下是在哪些方面做得更好的呢？
我觉得我们的调整能力和对版本的理解比其他队伍可能稍微好一些。
确实调整得非常的快速，而且在之前的比赛当中可以看得出来，不管是你敢打敢飞的卡莎，还是输出拉满的 Easy， 都给大家留下了非常深刻的印象。那对于你来说，你觉得目前自己在第2赛段的发挥有没有达到赛前的预期？
大部分是符合我的预期吧，但是有小部分比赛有点可惜。
好的，我们也期待你们之后的精彩表现，谢谢。同样，我们也请到了 WBG 的上单选手 Breeze， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG Tap 的上单 Breeze。
好的，欢迎呼吸哥。那今天你们也将要对上状态非常火热的 AO 战队，他们在最近的比赛当中打法也是非常的凶悍。想问问，你觉得对上他们有哪些方面是需要更加重点关注的？
我觉得就是他们也是就是经验非常就是那个好老道的队伍嘛，然后。又有就我比较熟悉的一些以前的队友在，然后就是可能到对上他们。
Like versus Hope, I mean Hope's in on fantastic form, so yeah.
一些资源团。
Weibo underrated here. I mean, Weibo lost to FPX, and they've not had a good game. Well, their BLG series is maybe the best series they have, right? But they had that game win versus BLG, but BLG now don't look fantastic either.
因为圣象哥就是玩的英雄很多嘛，然后他都玩得很好。
好，看来两边都是有所准备，那我们也期待今天的精彩比赛。
Yeah, so I mean, for me, Weibo can be a top team. They have not shown me they are currently a top team. They need to fix their issues somehow. I think their team fighting has not been good enough for this level. I think some of their drafts can be a bit odd. I think they have yeah, Wajid saying AL2O might as well wrap up the stream now. Look, I'm here to see if anyone's legend can cap off their hard run of form, I suppose. For I say yeah, the hard run of form versus another team which is, you know, got good strengths to them, and then also see if Weibo deserves to be a top team still. You know. Now Weibo need to prove something to me now. They do need to prove something to me. Alrighty, and we'll get onto the Rift scene. I'm going to turn the camera for a bit. I need to slob out. I say slob out. I need to just not worry about having my face on a screen. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Do you think the reason that cerebral junglers Scorpion at Tarzan tends to underperform at Worlds because their game plan needs to be precise and humans tend to defer to try to out-tanz their opponents? in high pressure scenarios. I mean, Canyon is also a cerebral jungler, and he's won worlds, and he's looked very, very good. I think Jeje is a cerebral jungler, and he was fantastic. Ambition was a cerebral jungler. Peanut never wasn't the cerebral jungler before. In fact, actually, he actually underperformed. Well, no, his season 6 he was mechanical. When did he get to worlds after that? There was the LGD one, which was not good, right? Wait, was that LGD then? Was that season 10? Cerebral jungler, the thinking junglers, people who are about outpathing, about out farming in like curious ways, and to like, you know, read someone in a way that kind of like breaks open the game. Now, someone like Bengi was always like that, and Bengi's one of the greatest junglers of all time. I personally don't think Score underperformed the Worlds, by the way.
2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队。
I think the problem with Worlds is that you just coin flip a meta, right? You prepare on a certain patch, and then you don't get to do that at Worlds. So often people with a better like standard skill set, the mechanical junglers, can go through the meta changes. Typically, that's the way it works, you know. You roll a dice on the meta at Worlds and hope it comes up good for you.
首先欢迎 Anyone's Legend， 上单 Flandro， 打野 Tarzan， 中单 Shanks， 下路 Hope， 辅助 Kale。
Shanks might go. Shanks is great. I love watching him. He's obviously a huge part of this Anyone's Legends roster, which are one of our best teams in the league right now. Weibo, of course, finalists from last summer, changed their roster about. Lost Tarzan. Tarzan's now playing against them. Crisp as well left the roster, so they changed jungle support. I'll never get used to that green kit. Yeah, me neither. Apparently it's because their owner really likes nature. I wanted green to promote nature, which is a nice idea if that is true. I'm not a big fan of the green either, though, for sure.
LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第7日第3场对决 ，AL 对阵 WBG Tap Tap 即将开始，让我们期待这场精彩的对决。
Yeah, I wish it was a little bit darker too. It's a little bit neon at this point. So, what do we want to focus on in this draft? I think Flandre has been incredibly good. I think Breathe may be the best performing member of Weibo. Do I want to stand by that statement? Thinking. He's definitely up there. Maybe Tien on that point. No, I think Breathe is the best performing member of Weibo. Flandre might be the best top laner in the LPL, though. How did Hope play? Hope's not played just yet, Clark, by the way. This is the first game of that series. It's happening a little bit later as advertised, even though we've had a record short day. Turns out we're not fitting best of 3s into 2 hours. Who could have told us that? No, crazy. I think Flandre, might be the best top laner in the LPL, but it's not due to his individual laning strength. However, Breathe is such a good individual laner that could come to a head. We are going to have our 1v1 for side select coming up soon. Again, for those of you who come in from LCK or have not watched the LPL this split or the split before, we do a 1v1 on Showdown mode, which is on Howling Abyss, to determine side select for game 1, and then after that, it is loser's choice. Shanks versus Breathe. So, the primary 1v1 players for both these teams, actually. I think if you give Anyone's Legend a chance, it always goes to Shanks, and if you go to Weibo, it's always Breathe as well. You have to alternate. You can't use the same person for 1v1's 2 series in a row. Jace gone, Jace gone, Gwen gone. wonder what's left up, actually. Ferris, another common ban. It's kind of hard to base the... You can't really judge the 1v1s. It is you have 3 bans into a blind pick, so each team will not have... Each side won't have the knowledge of this. Ferris and Olaf. Renekton quite strong here. Shanks locks it in. Oh, breathe. Come on. It's a fun match for the Renekton versus the Aurelia. Yeah, Reese, I completely agree. While, just going back to the conversation we had before about the top lane matchups, you do get Renekton and Aurelia. Nice. Fun stuff. Yes. While I do think that Flandre might not be the best laning strength, he's very flexible. He's a great backbone. He's a great team fighter. Very experienced, and he is the cook in the top lane right now. He is the guy that's playing the Yorick. He is the guy that's playing the invented tank Jace. Anyway, for this 1v1, he's not on the Rift. The other top laner is Breathe. It's not even on the Rift anyway. It's on the Howling Abyss. Renekton versus Aurelia, a match we used to see a lot in Season 8 or so, back then. A little bit after that point, too. Season 8, Season 9, when Aurelia after the rework, was kind of ever present for a while. I think Xiaohu versus Shanks is the matchup to watch. I mean, it's a very exciting one. I mean, this is why that's why you should be excited for this series. There are so many matchups to watch. Oh my god. And you choose to swatch those matchups here? I'm flattered. I'm flattered. Just gotta quickly go answer the door because my food's turned up as well. Okay, that's the Rift we go. And at some point, I'm going to have to go run off and answer the door, folks. My apologies. Do have Breathe and Shanks. That's that 1v1. Of course, a lot of this is about the skill shots from Aurelia. The E does land. The Ignite goes through it. There's a barrier on either side as well. Breathe is getting a little bit low, and the next Q from Renekton is so close to being up. And there it is. Shanks wins with that first blood. However, victory for the 1v1 has to be 2 kills. First tower kill, or a kill later on when the Ring of Fire spawns. Shanks will get a lot of gold, though. 600 gold for that first blood. Wants to get himself a plate and then get himself an empowered recall. Breathe will have to reset and now play from behind. Did I just miss something? I don't think so, because no one's recalling. Bramble Vest first from Renekton. Oh, that's nasty. Oh, that sound is so delayed. Jesus, man. I think it's been delayed all of today. Breathe does land that E, gets himself the full stack pass, of course, which is the big thing for the Aurelia. God, that sound is so off, actually. Can I refresh the source of this thing? Is it a good thing to do that now? Maybe I should do that. No, I can't really. Well, whatever. I think we'll just have to leave that as it is. Obviously, Shank's in a great spot at this point. And because Breathe is such an auto-attack, and the Q cancels an auto-attack as well, almost all of your damage comes from auto-attacks. Oh, that sounds so late. That's going to really annoy me. But of course, the Bramble Vest gets a huge amount of value. And Renekton very happy to build that as well. He has so much base damages, doesn't need to go towards full damage all the time. We have seen Black Cleaver Renektons, we've seen Eclipse Renektons, but it's, yeah. Haha, no, Aurelia, don't die, you're too hot, haha. Man. For the Placidium! I keep think she's saying for the Presidium, which is the upper class district on the Citadel in Mass Effect. Probably not something that everyone thinks, but I do. Ooh, stunned throw. So it only takes the 1 tower shot. Oh, no, he actually gets the play outside of the, well, he times it with the tower shot well. If you kind of play around the tower well, you can do this on Yone and LeBlanc as well. You can actually go into and out of tower range without taking a tower shot if you time it just right and dash out in time. Oh, I didn't give you a fun fact earlier, Pino. I can do that. I'll need to think about that. The way that you can tell the difference between a crocodile and an alligator is through the shape of their noses. Crocodiles have more of a triangular nose, whereas the alligators have a more flat front, I believe. Oh no, it's the other way around. No, alligators have the Oh, hang on, Shank's jumping forwards again. Latest level 7. Hey, I'm just reading off the chat, Ghost. How about you? Did wonder why there was a Mass Effect reference in all. I'm pretty sure it's the Placidium, not the Presidium. So it's not actually the Mass Effect reference. Although I think there might be a Mass Effect reference on someone's skin somewhere, but yeah. Shanks just getting into the heal. Didn't actually need that, but you do get a slight buff when the heal pops around you. I think you get an attack speed boost. Things have slowed down a bit, haven't they? Well, Breathe will want to get himself to Blade the Ruin King. After you get Blade of the Ruin King, you do so much more damage. And things get really spooky after that point. Full wave's being pushed in. Oh, I think Shanks could have left that minion alive, maybe, because the cannon minions are worth, well, as you can see, 232 gold there. Doesn't stop the recall. So run in zigzags if it's got a triangle nose. I believe that's the case, yeah. Also, you can tell the difference between the crocodile, if they have their mouths closed, crocodile teeth will be pointing up and down. You can see them both when they've got the mouth closed. Where I think alligators, you can only see the upper row of teeth. You can't see their bottom row of teeth. Oh, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. That is in fact a cool fun fact. I need to really sort out my bits, and I want to do text-to-speech as well when I'm in break, but I can't really do that in game. Unless I really lean into the meme page stuff. Eclipse plus Bramble Vest for Shanks. Yeah, it's a nasty set of items, isn't it? Blade, though, for Breed is a huge item spike. The only place in the world you can see crocs and gators in the wild together is Florida. Huh, I have in fact been to Florida a number of times for, Disney experience. And yeah, basically any body of water in Florida you can't see the bottom of, you expect there to be a gator in there. Oh, the sound is so delayed. Jesus, what is happening with the stream audio today? This is on the clean feed as well, so I don't know what's happening with them. Breathe. Shanks going for the 1v1. Dominus popped. The Ignite popped as well. Blade does a lot of damage, but I don't know if you can really do much. And the ult misses. That'll be the end of it. Wasn't particularly close. Shanks wins by 2 kills. Guys, I've never been to the USA. What's the best place to visit? Well, I mean, visiting right now is quite difficult, so I'd just be aware of that. As far as I'm aware from what I've been hearing from other people. Depends what your experience. I think New York, New England, beautiful. I've been to New England once. I think Boston, Cape Cod, wonderful places. There's a lot of national parks. I would suggest the national parks if you like nature and stuff. Grand Canyon and Yellowstone Park, stuff like that. All right, we're on a. No, we have enough time in the adverts. We're fine. We're good. Or do we? I'm just going to run a 1-minute advert now for Twitch. Where is BLG game? There is no BLG game today. As you can see in the title of the stream there, Yugi, there is no BLG in this title. If no one has done it already, depending on today's performance and naturally bit, is it too preemptive to nominate Weber for the fraud wall? I don't think they're bad enough to be on full fraud wall. But it's definitely something which I've been thinking about a little bit in terms of maybe some players. Anyone know what the 1v1 is for? It is for side pick casino. Yes, it is for side pick. We do say that at the start of every 1v1, by the way, if you are tuning in. Just because I know that some people are less familiar with the LPL. Sometimes they come over when they've finished watching LCK, or they just find it on YouTube, and that's completely fine. Or Twitch, or whatever. But yes, it is side selection for game 1, then loser's choice afterwards. You'll hear me say that at the start of most 1v1s, so sorry if you missed that one if you weren't here earlier. Or if you were here earlier, rather, I suppose. Seeing TN in green is so disorienting. Yeah, a little bit. He was in top esports Reds for many, many, many years. And of course in FPX even before that, another red team. Red, a very important color in many cultures. Chinese no exception to that. Every year, Weibo is consistent in being the most unpredictable team in the league. Exactly. One of my favorite... The thing is, people will forget this because people kind of came to hate the LPL broadcast for reasons unknown to me, really. I don't know why. But when I was on LPL, the official broadcast, one of the things which I championed was Weibo, consistently inconsistent. If you've ever heard that, that was me slamming it on every broadcast I could. But because people watched the Ghost streams instead, they didn't learn that about Weibo from me. Which is really a shame, because I put a lot of effort into that, and I thought it was really good. Turns out, we actually had a pretty okay broadcast, and I thought I was pretty okay on it, and I liked the people I worked with, and I missed the LPL English broadcast, because it was very cool. Weibo, consistently inconsistent, a Nymaera Classic started in 2023 when I was on that broadcast. I thought I branded that team really well. Does Weibo even have a chance? Yeah, they should do. They should have a chance. AL look really good, but... It's, so, the reason there's a recall in ARAM is because it's the showdown mode. It is a special 1v1 role mode, not just ARAM. It's not the same. It's why the cannons are different, it's why the plates are different on the towers, it's why the heals are different. It's a different game mode. Take this time to eat a tiny bit of my food before I get into the game. Yep, it's a best of 3 casino. We do have a double round robin up here, so we will see them play off again at some point in the split. But not for a little while. A bit long before we get into the champion select. It only happens a little quicker than this. When does it start? Anytime from now. We've done our 1v1. Should be getting to Champions Select right now. It's actually been quite a long break, actually. Should have been just a couple of minutes after the 1v1 ended. There we go. Champions Select starts. Ask and you shall receive. Draft 1. Weibo. Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend, of course, winning the side select. Shanks has done that a number of times for them in key situations, including versus JDG to make their finals last split. Jungle focus this time around. Tien being denied the Lilia. Vi off the table. Neferi available. Jace up to Yone. Varus. Varus has been very first pickable here. Sion, by the way, been such a hot topic, that Sion, over in the LPL. We have been loving that pick here. Stuff like the Talia, of course, kind of like a comfort pick worldwide right now. Allows you to play very differently around the map, but also still be, you know, you're a global champion that has a good front to back, which is not the case for Ryze and Galio in the same way. Varus banned away, leaves Neferi open. Tarzan is a good player of the champion. Tien is too. Jace, however, I mean, oh man, Anyone's Legend leaving the Jace up. Gives it over to Flandre. Oh, Anyone's Legend leaving it up, so Weibo did too. I mean, you can't give it to Breathe. Breathe would just destroy this game on that. This is important. For me, I think top and jungle are probably the most fun matchups for me. That being said, AD Carry's fantastic too. I think Light and Hope have both been on decent form. Really? Are we early picking this? Hope, an incredible Kai'Sa player. I think Hope's Kai'Sa is the best in the LPL. This is being picked away from Hope, so we can't pick it for the entire series. Also stops you going towards a double poke composition from anyone's legend with a more AP variant of the Kai'Sa. Light's Kai'Sa is also good, but still. Ambassador for Breathe, he has been our best ambassador in the league, I think, Breathe. Very good in the laning phase, very solid 1v1 champion. And I think that Ambassador, while I think she loses against Jace in a 1v1, does enough value to make the most out of the pick and play better into the team fights later. Kyle maybe going towards the Poppy. Good into the Kai'Sa in the bot lane. Double dash champions means that you can lock in double dash denial, I suppose. Tarzan, of course, could still take the Poppy into the jungle, so that's a flex pick. You also now get the Taliyah Poppy combos. You set up a wall behind them with the ult. That's a free wall stun for the heroic charge. Nautilus here getting a prime bot lane. Weibo really leveraging off of Light and Hung. Hung, bad games the other day versus FPX. One of the major regions they lost was Hung having an awful series. Kyle, best support in the LPL currently. Where I am excited for jungle and support, I am afraid... Sorry, for jungle and top lane, I am afraid for support. I think Kyle is the one LPL support I think consistently could beat, or at least contest with LCK supports. On to on and off. Yes, he can beat them at peak, but every so often he'll just lose you a game for free too. Wait, we're banning away some of the more lane pressure bot sides. What do they ban away? MF now as well? Varus, Kalista, MF tend to be our most lane dominant bot laners. No, banning away the Ezreal instead. Banning away something like that. Well, of course, the Ezreal Calm would have been nasty too. Of course. Wait, Kyle had such a good performance. The LPL made a TikTok of him. The LPL TikTok account is really cool. Yeah, I've got a lot of love for them. Jungle's banned away from TM. No Skarner, no Shinzao, no Vi, no Lilia. You do have Sejuani, which is not awful here. Sejuani Maokai for TN could work out. Although Maokai less of a LPL pick right now, unless your name is Shadow. Shadow plays it still quite a lot. Tarzan is the other guy that actually plays more of it. I guess Sejuani's not the best into Poppy. But still, later on, in the early levels you can struggle against the Poppy, but later on, I think it works well. Now double tank frontline. Last pick for mid. Xiaohu able to pin last pick onto Shanks. I mean, Xiaohu's typically been going to, well, no, yeah, I mean, you already know the mid lane pick, so whatever, we're saving it until the whole draft's out. Aurora, maybe for Xiaohu, that's been a comfort pick for him. So he could go something like Ahri or Victor. Aurora's been his comfort pick. Hey, I'll think about that bot lane. And they go towards scaling. Hope played a Jinx game the other day, and it didn't look great, actually. Couldn't protect him in the backline, but it's something that they've been practicing a lot, obviously. What do you pick alongside it now? I mean, it is a dive composition. Could go towards the Braum. Thresh can reposition you, but it doesn't, you know, stand in front of the CC in the same way. Braum locks him. Braum does well into that Nautilus in the laning phase. No Enchanter, though, for the Jinx. We'll have to make their own way in the team fights without any attack speed or move speed boosts. Xiaohu going towards Azir. One of the better Azir players in the LPL over the history of time. Has it been recently on form for him? Perhaps not. Bad into the Taliyah too, by the way. Self-counter-picking. The win rate in Tier 1 games of Taliyah versus Azir is about 80%, folks. I think it's 83% as of yesterday. Maybe even dropped a little bit for the Azir. Might even be more than that. I think, as it stands, Azir, 15% win rate over about 30 to 35 games in all major regions this year. Xiaohu self-counterpicks himself, hoping to play towards, I don't know, whatever the hell Azir wants to do, I suppose. Can't shuffle into the Azir and the Pop. He wants to be long-range DPS, but has to deal with the poke. I think that's an awful Azir pack, the more I think about it. I do not like the Azir into the Taliyah. Well, we'll have to prove it's worth the pick himself. We'll pump up the volume, and we'll get closer into that game. Weibo looking to prove that they are still worthy of being called a top-tier team. Anyone's Legend, they've earned that already. Finalists. Had a strong run of form, beat Billy Gaming, and Invictus Gaming, only lost to Top Esports. They have joined that circle in the top of the table when who the hell knows who's the best team? Maybe it's JDG, maybe it's one of those 4 teams we mentioned before. A lot of people not including Weibo in that list. Maybe if they have a good enough performance today, they enter the conversation for the first time in a little while. Wow. Audio really goes crazy there, doesn't it? Exactly, Richie. You can go check my Twitter to see the Circle of Suck from the LPL. Let's get on to the Rift, and let's see how the crowds feel about our 2 teams facing off here for Series 3. For those of you that are uninitiated on the Circle of Suck meme, it is effectively when every team loses to another team in the cycle to make a perfect circle of this team's better than this team, better than this team, better than this team. So currently we have AL, who beat BLG, who beat IG, who beat Top Esports, who beat anyone's Legend. So we do have that for our top teams. And then we have JDG, who just beat BLG. So they're also, but they haven't played enough games against the other ones to join the circuit completely in that. So the top of the table is quite confusing, really. Of course, anyone's Legend in that conversation. Very much in that conversation. They've looked fantastic this year in the LPL. Yeah, JDG will have to face these other top teams and see if they can keep up a good win rate. Walking in very early on. Oh, Hong, no, my dude! Hong has looked very suspect here at the LPL at points, and that is a very bad start. What the hell was that, Hong? My dude! I don't know, man. Oh, God. I have to make sure my door is closed properly, because I do not want to be freaking out the neighbors with what the hell am I thinking about this game. Oh, Nautilus Gaming. There was a real reprobate on League of Legends Reddit on one of the post-match threads. It was, you know, there are just those occasional assholes on Reddit which just love to just reply to you and start fights because that's how they gain value. There's this one person saying like, huh, LPL supports are actually very good and they're actually so much better. You know, like the LCK supports aren't that much better. Hung's still good. It's not like these other LCK supports who impact the game more than them. Well, I mean, Hung does impact the game. I wouldn't say it's positively. Tarzan now going into the enemy side of the jungle. Good in early levels versus the Sejuani. Tien spots Tarzan go by, though. No flash on Hung. Can't really do that much about it. Ah, now Tarzan spots the blue buff up and knows Tien's not there, and that means he can walk into enemy jungle a little bit further. He does have Brawn, potentially able to roam to if he wants. Most importantly, Tarzan just slowing down Tien. Smite available for both of these guys now, and it resets. That's a problem. Tien does get his Q short range. Tarzan not putting any auto attacks down. Q lands over the wall. Flandre doing okay in the individual level, but Breed's actually going into melee range. Oh, Breed's individual laning is absolutely sublime. Flandre loses the 1v1 with the first pick Jace. We did say that Breed is a great individual laner, and we think that he can outdo Flandre even on his current form. We see it just there. Tarzan uses that smite to secure the camp. Gets something away from that Sejuani. And also, this kind of jousting in the bot side allows his bot lane to remain safe. Because their bot lane knows that Tien is not coming to their lane. However, Tarzan needs to be careful. If you do have that... Oh, okay, smite away. If you do have that Nautilus come into the bot jungle and you get hooked up, things get a bit more rough, don't they? Even without that flash. Wolf is a game-winning objective. I mean, getting ahead in the jungle matchup, forcing Tien to be behind and saving your bot lane from the 2v2 of the, you know, and just allowing them to get through the early game is very important. Tien is on vision, so they know this is happening. Tarzan has flash. What can he do here? What's the plan? All this is doing, what Tarzan is doing is just playing bodyguard for bot lane. Tien is not allowed into bot side. This Jinx will get through the early game, and they will punish this Nautilus. That's the plan. Tarzan, he doesn't need to do his own goddamn camps. He is a level 3 Poppy. He is full build for all intents and purposes. Tien does get the passive onto him. We'll trade back because the wall stun didn't come through. Hung doesn't have flash, but Kyle's up here anyway, roaming early. And has that W as well. And again, the job is just bodyguard for this bot side. Tarzan very strategic in the way that he approaches this. Tien, of course, one of our most strategic junglers too. Both of them. Some of our best junglers here in the LPL, regionally at least, especially within regular season. Top side, good CS lead for Flandre over Breathe. But Breathe did get that 1v1, so it's even in gold. XP is somewhat similar too. You know, funnily enough, it was Tarzan and Weiwei in 2023, in which if you watched the LPL broadcast back then, you'd know this too. Turns out you miss stuff when you don't watch the LPL broadcast. You instead watch something else, and you don't listen to the actual casters saying stuff which is high value. Full build Poppy is a term which I invented in 2023. When Poppy hits level 3, has a red buff, and she's full build. She needs nothing else in the game. Did you hear that? Anywhere else? Huh? Huh? No, I said it enough on the broadcast, so you would have got it by now. I'm going to be defending my own goddamn broadcast career for the rest of my life, aren't I? Anyway, Tarzan showing it up well there. But you just hit level 3, and you just become a gremlin. You just walk into the enemy jungle. It's completely fine to do so. Wave being held by Kyle. This is a happy Jinx. Jinx just needs to get towards, you know, that 1-2 item spike, and it's, nasty as heck. I thought Tien had a major fall-off. Is he actually okay now? No, Tien's been fine. Regionally, he's been fantastic. Last year, he was great. Again, regionally, he was great. Summer, he was the MVP. And in Split 1, he was fine too. Still a top, you know, 3-4 jungler within the league. I think you have Tien, Tarzan, Kanavi. I think, oh, Shanks might get shuffled in. Does someone flash out of the hook? Xiaohu doesn't even pull the ult. Didn't even think that Poppy had an even earlier full build than Aurelia. Well, you've learned it now, wouldn't you? And you could have learned it in 2023 if you watched the LPL English broadcast, which was a good broadcast, and I'm sad it's gone. Tarzan, gonna go, take that first scrub. Has Smite now available for the second one. Even if he just gets 2 out of the 3, I think that's good enough. Smites away that one, and then we'll let Weibo take the last. 2 for 1. Getting okay in terms of the objective trade there. Hope. Probably not wanting to take turret shots for free there. Gets a plate. Jinx getting turret plates is a problem. You don't expect that. What's a champion that's full build at level 1? Blitzcrank? Blitzcrank level 1 full build. There you go. Oh, Light. Is he spotted there? Going up towards the honey fruit. I think Kyle spotted this. Doesn't manage to catch him on the rotation over there, though. Does manage to pick up the last of those honey fruit. Get something out of it. Braum level 1? Oh, yeah. Braum, Morgana, Blitzcrank. They're level 1. That's full build right there. Nautilus arguably amongst that crew as well, but turns out when you hook into the wall at level 1, it's not as good. Is it, Hung? Tarzan, what's served towards the end. Too far away from the wall to get the wall stun. Oh, but not there. So close. Yeah, against Poppy, you have to think about how close you are to walls. Quite a lot. Oh, Breathe going forward for the electrocute trade. And goes into melee range again. Has the ults. Cooldowns in the early game too, though. Too long to go towards a solo kill there. Gets the electrocute and that's it. Tien has to leave the blue buff, knowing that Tarzan again is full build Poppy. For this point in the game, Poppy is Exodia. You see, I am actually old enough to know what that means. I say that, Jack Spectra, he should know what that means. But he never watched the show. In the LEC, he was talking about Exodia and didn't exactly get the reference, did he? Kyle gets hooked in. He still has shield, still has the W. Don't think there's much you can do here. Gets the Braum passive and the wall stun on top of it. Remember, there is a Jinx ult and Hope gets the reset. Xiaohu is here and does have shuffle, but needs to be afraid of the minefield, which is why he doesn't go into it. Of course, the Poppy W2 would have stopped him from making a shuffle. Makes it much harder for Azir to play out these fights. Anyone's Legend really mastering this early game. Besides that solo kill in top lane, early game's going well for them. 1,000 gold up now in the AD carry role. Hope, yes, Kai'Sa was denied from him, his best champion at the current moment. But Jinx getting ahead of the game like this? Yeah, you'll take that. Yuntal at under 9 minutes. What the hell? Of course, you have to spend a little bit of time auto-attacking minions to get your crit chance actually up with that item. It doesn't give you base crit chance. You have to, you know, auto-attack to get it, but... Plates for a Jinx, an early kill for a Jinx. I completely agree, Pino. I completely agree. Flandre. Ooh, might be in a bit of trouble here. There was ult used top lane before. Breathe does have flash. Chen does have no... Well, he doesn't have ultimate. Flandre needs to flash to survive this. And he's dead anyway. Oh, Flandre. We were just building up as the best top laner in the LPL. But individual laning has not been where Flandre has found his value. It's been outside of that. This is why I thought Breathe might be able to take it to him, and indeed he's done that. Anyone's Legends top laner really struggling. Breathe really happy with how that's going. He's now ahead of that matchup a little bit, which you don't expect from that Mbessa. Dragon being taken from Anyone's Legend now. Besides that top lane, it has all been Anyone's Legend. Kill for Tien, of course, helps him too with the amount he's lost. That's actually kind of important. There's been a lot of effort put in by Tarzan to try and shut down Tien and curtail his impact on the map. Now Tien has the kill, slightly ahead in that matchup now. In terms of gold. And it will reach the point where, of course, this Sejuani is a little bit more used in the Poppy and individual tank in the engaging play. Of course, the Poppy ultimate adds an extra X factor into this too. But Tien, feeling pretty okay about things after that kill. Oh, Breathe has that Eclipse and using that shield well. Wow. Good damage, trading into the shield. Really is two items where the Ambassador comes apart. Breathe is one of the Ambassadors which actually will take over a game. This guy is absolutely insane on this. You know, compare that to, say, I think one of the reasons Bin is not the best top laner in the LPL. He is clearly not the best top laner in the LPL right now. It's because his Ambassador is bad. Breathe's Ambassador is very, very good. And with such a priority pick, taking it into all-comer matchups, it does make a huge difference. Light completes his Yuntel 2 minutes later than Hope. He's 1,000 gold ahead. Jesus, man. That's nasty. Tarzan going to get all of these grubs on top side, despite the top lane advantage for Breathe. Weibo not looking towards a fight there. Hope getting the get excited from the grub kill. I didn't even know you got that. I guess it's only from the first grub that you get participating in the set. Flash forwards. Flash backwards, rather. Well, flash from Hung, but then the flash backwards from Shanks. Keeps him safe. That was a messy cast. Blech. Breathe. Alone on top side now. Q misses. Kyle on the roam. Tarzan on the roam. Yeah, and it doesn't feel so good playing a dash champion into the Poppy now. And Hope is very strong, but he's CC'd onto turret. The tower hits him and Breathe pins him in place. Breathe's Ambessa is far too clean. Has anyone's Legends gone too far now? There's a sweep. Light is coming to the play and Tarzan goes down. But make no mistake, it is Breathe which outplays under the top lane turret to bring Weibo to a 6-kill margin. Breathe Ambessa. Oh my god, what a player of the champion. Teleports towards the bot side now to pick up even more farm. Oh, Breathe that Ambessa. Oh, I could watch this all day. Get rid of Fearless. I want to see this man on Ambessa more. What a beautiful play. No, he dashes out first, gets the Repudiate, gets the Eclipse, activates aggro onto Tarzan because he gets with the W, and then Tien comes around the corner. And Ambessa comes through. Tien and Breathe outplay under the turret. That is sublime. And then Anyone's Legend have gone too far. Tien's in the play. Breathe has done way more damage. You don't have a resetting Jinx because they died. And Weibo get away with an awesome play. So much quicker on the play. Weibo waiting for that. Hang on, Tarzan. He's on the wrong side of the map. Could potentially get the wall stun. Actually, no, it's Tien that was caught out there. My bad. Did have the flash. Gets the permafrost though. Managed to get over without the W keeping him in place. And again, Weibo are a team that wants to show they are still a top-tier outfit. They had some good games versus BLG. They took a game off of them in the placement stage. But Weibo went out in first round of playoffs, last split, against BLG in that lower bracket. It was a harsh draw. BLG definitely had a lot of strength in them in that last split, despite going out to top esports. They had their flaws, but you don't disrespect a world finalist like that, right? But Weibo in this Nirvana stage, 1 and 2, you know, a win versus a lower placed team, a loss versus Team FPX of all teams, they haven't given us that much confidence. Weibo, consistently inconsistent. Will show up games against the top sometimes, lose against all comers. It's been an odd conversation because we were talking about this a little bit earlier. For those of you that missed it or coming in just now, we have the circle of suck in the top of the table, where all of our top teams have lost to one of the others. So AL beat BLG, but BLG beat IG, but IG beat Top Esports, but Top Esports beat anyone's Legend. So who's actually our best team? And JDG are in the mix as well, but they haven't played enough games to for us to know, really. Weibo, similar. They haven't played all the games versus the top teams, but it felt like Weibo weren't even in the conversation. Games like this, starts like this, maybe we revise things. It's only 14 minutes in. It's only 14 minutes in. But that's the underpinning for this game. Weibo. For me, I don't even care if they necessarily win this series. I need them to look good, though. Because I want Weibo to look good. Breathe, Tian, Xiaohu, Light, Hung. Well, okay, maybe Hung not on that list as much. All of these are players which I think can be top tier within the LPL. Again, maybe not Hung. We saw that hooker level one, didn't we? Dragon up and available. Anyone's Legend, though. Finalists. 3-1. Only team to, well, only lost to Top Esports. Beaten BLG. Looking to contest this Dragon. That is why this series matters. It matters for the vibes, it matters for the eye test, it matters for that benchmarking. Poppyult comes through, but it doesn't get anything. Dragon's still on the table. Talirol used. Looks like it's going to come down to a smite fight. Xiaohu, does he feel like he can go for a shuffle? Don't really think so, it's hard to do so. Hook comes through, the W's used, and so it has the E. Kai'Sa kills it. And it's suddenly the Jinx with the reset to the North goes down, and Xiaohu does find the shuffle. But is it enough? They get themselves the Talir, but the Jinx is still up and alive. I think Hope has just reset his way through. They get everyone but the Jinx. And it is an arcane moment again. Hope with a triple kill. 4-1-2, the eggs in the carry basket. Hope delivers anyone's Legend the team fight. The Dragon goes to Weibo, even though the shuffle was sublime. You can take your Jason and Bessa. Jinx is the main character in this animated series. What the hell happened here? So, I think actually the hook from Nautilus baiting out the Poppy W is fine, because it opens up more angles for Kai'Sa and for Azir to play the fight. We see that Kai'Sa is actually the person which takes the Dragon itself. I guess they comboed up with a passive somehow. No, it's just an auto attack. Goes down to 115 HP. What happens to Light here? Shuffle in. Great overall combo. We don't even get to see that. The Herald's play happening. Potentially have a fight afterwards. We don't even get to see the rest of that fight. Damn, that would have been nice to see. Tian over the wall. Doesn't have ultimate. Anyone's Legend. Ahead in gold again. 2-item Jinx. 2.5k up. Light's in a tough situation, folks. You tell me, is it Light's fault that he's 2,000 gold behind? Or is it the fact that his support hooked into a wall at level 1, and then the enemy jungler camped the shit out of his bot lane to the point where he could never see the light of day? Herald coming through, Wallstone coming through from Tarzan as well, Reset coming through from the tower, and potentially from the Nautilus as well. Oh, Hong's down again, and Breathe this time can't make an impact, has to flash his way out of the play. Oh, this is a problem. Weibo had a bright moment. Xiaohu's on vision on the side. But that one Dragon fight might have just spelled the difference. They couldn't kill Hope in that last play. And that might be the end of them. Oh, this is why. Going back to the conversation we had before that Dragon, but before this series even started. This is a series where I need Weibo to look good to consider them a top team. That play on the top lane turret, awesome. Really well played. Breathe, individually, stunning in that play, and is still ahead of the matchup. But that Dragon fight, not able to close down the bot side. The way that everything happened around bot side to allow Hope this incredible lead, that makes you question it again. It's always something in one hand, something in the other with Weibo. Consistently inconsistent. Breathe, flashed out of that brawl mat, lucky to get out alive. But they lose the turret, they lose a kill. Hung having an awful game again. He is the anchor on Weibo this game. Oh, Tian looking to see if he can get onto Hope. He doesn't have flash. Chompers will help. There's still a flash ult from Tian. Q's long cooldown. He'll get the slow onto Hope, but that's not enough. Needs to get the passive for Light to shine through. And they'll get it now. Tries to get that escape, but not allowed. Hope will go down, and Light picks up that gold. That's important. That's a shutdown. He was 2.5k gold behind now. So what's the score at now? Shanks takes the top lane turret. 2.1k, so it has been slimmed a little bit. Oh, it feels like it's too late though, doesn't it? Tarzan, star of the show in terms of the strategy of this game, I think. Do you think Hope would be this far ahead if Tarzan hadn't hit level 3 and gone and been a little gremlin in the enemy jungle? I don't think so myself. Yes, it's helped by the fact that Hung had an awful early game. I can't believe that one goddamn Reddit commentator was trying to gaslight me into thinking that Hung was a good support man. Ugh. Tian flash forward, doesn't get that ult, but still, it's enough. The slow's enough. How is he there? He's chased off the mid lane. I think he knows he's under threat of being dove. He didn't have flash, had barrier. But yeah, he was just walking up to clear a mid-wave and had to back off that way as soon as Tien showed his face. And you know, I see you saying bot gap in chat, Yugi, but for me it's jungle gap, which led to the bot gap. Yes, I think there's a support diff as well. Cal clearly having a good game, but Hung on the other side having an awful one. Tarzan S tier playing to win condition, amazing. Yes, Tarzan and Tabe. The coach jungle combination. The brains behind the brawn of anyone's legend have been so crucial to how this team have become a team I want to watch in the LPL. 2,500 gold lead. Most of that in the AD carry role, of course. Is this game going to be Hope versus Breathe? Is it going to be Xiaohu looking for that miracle shuffle, even against such a difficult composition to do so? You have to stop Hope somehow. That's the play. That's the hope from Weibo. That maybe Hung will die at the start of the fight, but he'll buy a Poppy W and a Talia E. I think Anyone's Legend needs to be very careful about how they use the Unraveled Earth and the Steadfast Presence to stop dashes. Because if they're down, trying to kill a Nautilus, maybe that means the sweep can come through onto the Jinx. Maybe that changes things. Xiaohu pretty invisible besides that one shuffle, but what can you expect? I would say him being ahead in gold, 2 items, versus a Poppy and a Talia is exactly more than you would expect. It's more than you'd expect him to do. You say he's invisible besides that one shuffle. The fact that he's not dying, the fact that he's not inting in these team fights, the fact that he gets that one shuffle, that to me is a massive overperformance on the Azir. This is why I didn't like the Azir last pick, because it's so hard to make an impact in this game. Dragon's going to go to the side of Anyone's Legend. But much like we saw, say, for instance, from the misfortune earlier from TT from 1xN, I don't think it's a case of the player being invisible. I think it's the champion making the player invisible instead. Wait, but what's the play? What is the plan? Breather 2 items, has teleport. No objectives up right now, just farming up. You are very far behind as this Kai'Sa, and that's going to be a problem. That is going to be a problem. Mikhail's first item from Kyle, by the way. Not going towards a locket, not going towards more traditional melee support items. We do see this occasionally. Kyle is a lover of Mikhail's first item supports, by the way. Him and Wink. Wink was the guy that... it was Wink the guy that was doing it. Aphelios next game for Light. Look, I love Light on the Aphelios. Very, very good at that champion. Infinity Edge for Light. Mikhail. Oh my god, it's the Mikhail's Crucible. That's great. Oh, it's not the Crucible. Mikhail's Blessing. I love how 2 different people in 2 different chats made the same joke, by the way. We have one brain cell between all of our chats, folks. Whether it's Onivia or here. Jax is a little bit slow to spawn. Weibo, just trying to get as much... They've got to be safe. Got to be safe, of course. Hope's just farming up so well. Rapid fire cannon now means he can stand even further back from the play if he wants to. And all he has to do is wait for that first misstep in a fight and get the reset. These Jinx resets have been terrifying for Weibo. Terrifying. Of course, they can stack now as well. You get more kills, you get more from it. Slow hanging fruit. I swear to God. Atacon started. Ruinous Variety. There is a ward here, though. Xiaohu. I believe he actually might have putting that one down earlier. No, it must have been Kyle, actually. Hung, rather. Going down. Xiaohu could go on the flank. Can he find a flank around the anti-dive? The E used. The Poppy ult misses. That's important. Hope is getting flanked onto. He has a flash, but is that going to be enough? It's onto the traps. Hope is alive, though, and he gets the reset. Breed goes onto the traps, and Hope takes him down. There was a steal, though. Weibo did take the Atacon at the cost of 1. They'll put up the Azir turret. The flowers still go to Anyone's Legend. It's a bit of a split. I think Weibo have just committed late daylight robbery. Biggest thing in that fight, though. Biggest thing. We no longer have the Jinx Flash. The Jinx Flash is gone. That is so important. That is so, so important. Maybe that's something you can play around the next time. Breed still has that flash. Of course, died in that play after going onto the traps. Maybe Weibo could have gotten a little closer before the teleport was pulled. Did they have vision of the teleport? What happened here? I guess they did. Ah, checking over the wall like that. Nice. Awesome traps from Hope. Flashes out of the Ambassador ult. Brawl mail after Flandre goes over. Yep, they do lose the plants, but you do get a burst from killing the Atakan itself, which does help. Don't get all of them, of course. But if you look at the overall flower count at the top of your screen, look at the overall flower count. 27, 34. Not the biggest difference. You do get some from killing the Atakan, remember, and then the Grove is the rest of them. Kal-El no or Kael no? What is right? Kal-El no! Enough champagne to fill the Nile. It makes me laugh. Tien does have ult. Tarzan not had the best ults himself so far, worth noting. Has Sunder Sky, has Deadman's Plate. Does not want to be walking up towards a Azir who's almost got a 1,000 gold lead himself. That's worth noting. You know, the Jinx is the main character of this. Xiao, if he actually gets to sit and fight, might surprise us yet. Yeah, a little bit quiet. However, I'm not going to completely put that on Xiao, who's a hard draft for him to play. He's played harder drafts before. Now he's an MSI champion multiple times, 3 times over. In both mid and top lane. One of the greatest players the LPL has ever known. Maybe not someone you talk about in that kind of tones in the recent years. He's still a world finalist in 2023. Made it to world's semi-finals in 24. Definitely still has something left to those old bones. One of the more veteran players in the league. Of course, Maker the other day, first player in the LPL to hit 1,000 games in the LPL. Faker the same over in the LCK, 1,000 there. Xiaohu, wonder when he's going to hit those margins. They're giving Dragon, I guess they are. Want to set up towards that Baron. Dragon gone. 2 dragons over to Weibo on the Hextech Dragon. You don't have a teleport from Breed this time. Xiaohu could have teleported onto that one warg. Now they have to fight a single directional team fight. Shanks spotted. Hung coming over the wall. Has a flash. Does he want to get in with an ultimate? Sees this, and he goes for the Hexgate. Hope still has no flash. They must kill the Jinx, and they fail to do so. Ambessa loses the honorable duel. Where have we seen that one in animated fashion before? And Xiaohu gets stunned, flashes back out, but you have to deal with the Jinx. You must deal with the Jinx, and the Azir can't. Hung can't. It is Demolition Derby. Hope walks away again with murder in his eyes. Tien will go down, and anyone's legend with a 5,000 damage team fight from their AD carry will take the Ruinous, well, not the Ruinous Atakan, but we'll take the Grubs and march towards the Nexus. Hope will get resetting, and I think Weibo, by taking that Dragon and foregoing the setup of the Baron, just signed their own death warrant. Anyone's legend came off of a stinging loss to Top Esports and then came back, beat BLG. Take the first game against Weibo, who are looking for some redemption themselves after a recent poor run of results. Had some great plays here and there, but it was so hard to reach that Jinx. Really, this game was decided by Tarzan going bot lane, going into the enemy jungle as the full build Poppy. That's copyrighted by myself, the level 3 Poppy walking into the enemy jungle. And making a mess of things. Tarzan, wonderful game in the early game. I will say his late game didn't really match the early game, but he'd done his job at that point, and Hope on the Jinx did the right work. Really well played from Hope. Even without the flash in several key team fights, playing so well. There's Chompers onto Breeze. Absolutely phenomenal. If that Ambassador ult hits onto the Jinx, maybe we're talking about a different game. Maybe we're talking about a different game around that Atakan. However, Weibo once again, some good moments, handful of bad. Now, Weibo, if they start losing series like this, at what point do you start, again, dropping them from the conversation of the top teams? And once again, Azir loses into Talia. I even thought Xiaohu largely had an okay game. I didn't think it was necessarily his fault. That last team fight wasn't great. It wasn't great there. Still, is it way over? We'll see. Losing Tarzan, losing Crisp, he's now looking good over on Top Esports. Hung is not playing well. I think it's very, very hard to play with a support playing this poorly, sadly. You know, I think that again, there's this what's the name? Aladdin over on the post-match threads of post-match threads for LPL is not just arrogant and rude, but they're also wrong. They're trying to gaslight me into thinking that Hung's a good player, and I'm like, what? What are you trying to say to me? God, it's some of the Redditors are a different breed, I tell you. They're a different breed. Love your casting. Thank you, Omni. I appreciate it. And I know it's just me today, and I'll be yapping a lot, and it's, you know, we're now 5 games deep, so been doing this for 2 weeks solid. It's definitely been an experience. Right, I guess we wait until our highlights and we'll roll through it again. That was an awful game. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, for that. It means an awful lot. We'll go into our highlights, and yeah, thank you for the 5 gift bomb. It's an awful lot. 924 subs. Breeze couldn't carry? No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. Anyone's Legend have the best bot lane in the league by far. I think because Kyle is the best support, I think by far, and I think that Hope is very good. Oh, thanks for the raid. Hope you enjoy LEC later, Starks. Thank you for casting with me yesterday as well. Happy birthday for yesterday. True, Ruby, true. Of course, for those of you who didn't see yesterday, it was Hysteric's birthday. We got a birthday cake on the LEC and everything. And I had a great time casting with Hysterics too. It was very cool. So yeah, Jake's gonna be on the LEC later. Go support him over there. We'll raid over to the LEC probably when we're done here. We'll see what happens. I need to see who else is online. Sometimes it's nice to raid over to people who, you know, like could use the viewers a little more. Said it's good. It was great. The Guma meme. It was awesome. Oh, what a great outplay. What a great outplay. It was Chronicler's birthday today? I missed that. Are you kidding me? Oh, happy birthday to Chronicler. I'll have to send him a message. I didn't realize. Oh, Angie with a 5 gift bomb as well. Oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. I really need to get a new alert box for this stuff. Someone get lighter team? Exactly. 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 That's what we were saying here as well. There was a point where it was 2.5k down in the early game, and I just said, how much of this is actually Light's fault? How much of this is Hung hooking a wall at level 1 and goddamn near dying? And then Tarzan just babysitting bot side of the map since then. You can't play through the 2v2. You must be respectful. You know that the Poppy can come bot lane and gank you, and that's exactly what he ended up trying to do as well. This Jinx was set up for success. Now, Hope delivered on that. That is the important thing. If this is the kind of game where you babysit for the Jinx and the Jinx does shit all, you feel bad about that. Hope played well enough to justify this. That is the sign of a good strategic team. You're playing towards a win condition which you can actually activate. I think Tarzan's early game was fantastic. I think Hope's team fighting was superb. In a way that we've seen some other Jinxes recently. Well, there was one other Jinx which didn't manage that. I have no idea why it was the last pick, Azir. That champion just does not function into Talia, Poppy in the way that you want it to. Oh, man. It's difficult stuff. Difficult stuff. Let me turn on the alert box so we can hear some of the stuff. You can hear Atlas saying there's some gold content. There's some gold content. Incredible. They drafted for Jinxing and they played for it. They got Jinxing. That was an arcane experience, folks. It was an arcane experience. Well, Weibo will get themselves blue side now. Maybe that helps. I mean, wait. If you had to combine these 2 teams into a super team, who do you pick in each role? You pick Tarzan. Who do you pick from Weibo? I mean, maybe you pick Breathe over Flandre, and then you keep everyone else on Anyone's Legend. Maybe. I don't think you take Xiaohu over Shanks, really. Hope MVP? Absolutely should be MVP there. Awesome. Great stuff from him. I think maybe you pick Breathe. I think Breathe's on very good form individually. I think he adds some more laning strength. World Champion Flandre. I know it's World Champion Flandre, but, you know. You keep Flanders. Flanders. But I think Flandre's been doing well outside of it, you know, individual laning as well, though. He's a better kind of, like, role player for the team. And we can see that the team fighting from Breathe was not fantastic in this game, sadly. But I don't know if you take any single member... Hello, Boyo, good to see you. And welcome to the chat as well. I'm not sure who on Weibo you take over the other team. Obviously, it's hard to tell in this kind of draft. I think Xiaohu, that sweep was fantastic given the draft. Flandre's more of a team player, for sure. I agree, completely agree. Flandre's always been more of a team player. LPL is so much more fun to watch than LCK. I will say the top LCK teams are really fun to watch too, though. Look, if you enjoy the league, I'm happy for you. Light on paper is better than Hope, but you judge bot lane, I guess. But the thing is, I think historically I would agree for the last, like, I think 2023 and 2024, I take Light over Hope. 22, I take Hope over Light. And I think right now, I take Hope over Light as well. But I think that's arguable, right? Oh, Xiaohu tried to cancel out that Q, but it wasn't quick enough. Xiaohu better than Shanks as well. On current form, I don't know whether I take that. I mean, I think that's another one which is arguable, right? But I think Xiaohu's been on decent form, right? I'm not gonna rip into it so much. Right, I need to do that thing where I... what's the thingy? I need to do that thing where I go refill on coffee. Do I have more coffee, actually? Have I run out? It's not a lethality jinx, and it won't. I ain't that curious. Wait, was there a lethality jinx that lost recently? Unanimous? Damn. Hope had an insane glow up this year, for sure. Yeah, he has. Hope's been on incredible form. And also, Hope and Jackulov are the two oldest AD carries in the LPL. And in China, there is kind of like an assumption that young AD carries are better because they have better reactions and mechanics. For whatever reason they think. But I think Hope and Jackulov are proving that completely wrong. You don't need to be like a young rookie AD carry for things to happen about that. Best thing about LPL cast is that their outfits are always amazing. I know, right? The hosts, basically in LPL, they just give you outfits to wear. So, you know.
皇冠战马更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。
Okay, right, I'm gonna go in some adverts. There's no pre-roll for the next game. I need to rest my voice, make sure you're hydrated. I'm gonna make sure I'm hydrated. I'm gonna get some juice. Do we want to refill on coffee? I might have enough, actually, you know. And okay, and we'll see you on the other side of the break. Be back in 1 minute. Okay, see you in a bit, folks. Oh, we're gonna get a hype chest. What we got? Choo choo.
开局吗？
开就开，不是吧？
跟队友的磨合，首先就是因为我们输比赛就会自我反省嘛，然后一直沟通去解决问题，然后就越来越好了。其实我们翼龙率高也是因为我们比较注重嘛，然后我们其实也并没有在什么线权上做出什么调整，只是如果当时那个龙是可以控的情况下，我们就会都去帮打野控。我觉得微博也是打架比较蛮凶的一个队伍吧，然后我觉得他们主要是中野一直在掌控节奏吧，跟他们对上的话，我觉得应该要限制他们的中野，应该我们打野自然会去针对他吧，他们是队友，之前的队友。
Hello! I'm here and I'm back and I had juice and everything. Howdy. Oh, thank you for the Prime, Dodoko. Thank you very much, it's very kind of you. Oh. They didn't wear a hot dog outfit for Neferi though? I mean, not many people do. But yeah, thank you so much for the Prime, it means a lot. We are on 932 subs. Jesus Christ, that's insane. Oh, that ramen looks good. I like a good... There is a ramen place that's opened up near me, but like Asian food in Berlin's a little bit hit and miss. There's a lot of it, but it's not... Some of it's decent, but a lot of it's quite expensive for quite gentrified Asian food. Did I run adverts? Yes, I did. That's okay. And we'll see if we get a 6-game day. Juice. I had juice. Can recommend Takumi ramen? I mean, Shin Ramyun's good, but that's obviously not ramen, that's ramyun, and that's like the spicy Korean stuff. And there's the Bullseye version, which is the actual spicy stuff. But I lived off of Shin in, which is Nongshin, of course. They were playing earlier. But yeah, that was something I lived off from uni. Takumi's a restaurant in Berlin? I mean, if you're getting ramen in Berlin, Kokolo's the best, I think. Kokolo's the best, yeah. And then Hakko's not bad, or Nico Nico, it's not bad. There's a decent udon place now in Berlin called... If I was in Berlin, I'd be having kebab every other day. Yeah, the Döner here is really good. I'm not always a kebab enjoyer, but it is very good here, yeah. Is this single, or double round robin? This is double round robin. Okay, so let me draw you the format, right? So we had I don't know, let's do it like this. So we had top 10 Nirvana, bottom 6. No, sorry, this is Nirvana. So this is what we had from the last stage. So this is what we have. They go on to 2 times BO3 Robin, and then we have 1 times best of 3 round robin, and then bottom 2. So they're out for 2025 if they lose, and then this seed supplies. Okay, so this is our format. We have best of 3s. It's double round robin for our top teams, single round robin for our bottom teams, and then top group largely seeds for playoffs. I think it's the bottom 2, or is it bottom 4? It might be the bottom 2 seeds for playoffs. And then of course, and then basically if you really mess up in group Nirvana, you are dunzo. You are dunzo. Okay, all right. Let's I guess we get into it, folks. Alrighty. Looks like a math formula. Well, I did spend 6 years doing maths, including 4 years of a physics degree. So, you know, did have to reset a year, but we don't talk about that. I'm Team Weibo because I only know their players. I don't know the other guys are except Tarzan. Well, here's your chance to get acquainted with them, isn't it? Anyone's legend. They have an LPL champion on their roster in Hope. Kyle was a long-time LCK veteran as well. Flandre is a world champion from 2021. Shanks made his first finals last split. He's more of one of our newer breed of mid laners. He's been top tier for a little while though, or around it, trying to push towards that elite tier. Weibo choose that blue side, no Lilia for them again. A lot of players, a lot of teams are starting to cotton on to banning the Lilia away from carry-centric junglers. The Lilia has turned up to be pretty strong right now. Banning the Darken, Angie Erasure. I'm sorry, Angie. You should spell your name Angie for the double A. Kalista, Varus banned away. Easy lock-in of that. Varus can just kind of win you laning phase for free. Saw Jackulov did that earlier, of course. I love watching AL and IG because you have no clue whether they're going to gap top teams and run it down against bottom teams. They absolutely can do that, can't they? Sonya's Legend, what do they want to take away from Weibo this last one? Rumble available, Gwen available. Do you really want to give over strong, powerful picks? Strong, powerful. Yes, strong, powerful. Picks over towards that top line. I guess they do because they ban away the Skada. Gwen? Rumble? What's the pick? Yeah, I think the Rumble's the easy one. Gwen's a little harder to set up in a team comp. I think Rumble with the Equalizer and good laning phase against everything pretty much always has a place in a team comp. Gwen, not always. Harder to enable a Gwen in a draft. Sometimes. Hope Ezreal has been disgustingly good. This game versus BLG was one of the better ones I've seen from an Ezreal this split. Ezreal locked in. They can hold on to support pick. They can counter pick that later. Or they can go towards something like a Leona, take it away. Tarzan, yeah, he's a very good Xin Zhao player. Did first pick it the other day versus someone and lost versus it. That was not good, actually. Weibo, do they take the Leona now for Hung being one of his other comfort champions? I mean, Nautilus is technically a comfort champion too, and he looked god-awful on that. Rakan or Leona would be good for him. What's the best takeaway from AL? I think Rakan and Leona are also fine for Kyle. I think they take the other one, which is left up. Xiaohu Yone. That gives them some engage elsewhere. Sejuani's been played, so they can't combo with that. Of course, that was banned in the first game. But the Sejuani was picked up anyway. I think it was banned in the first game. Look, I played a lot. There's a lot of games being played today. It was banned in some of them. Tends to be a common ban anyway. Does Tian go jungle? Or do they lock in something like a Leona first? I mean, they already have CC from Yone, and there are engaged supports left. They can dig a little bit deeper for Hung if they feel like it. Really, the Misfortune. Really wanting to have more pressure in lane. Of course, last game, Light fell 2.5k behind. Couldn't really do anything in that early game in the laning phase. It wasn't his fault. I think Hung inting and then Tarzan babysitting the lane against him definitely hurt more. Now the problem is, you've just picked a static AD carry. I think Shanks going to Kali this. It's good versus the Yone matchup. It's a fun one, and Shanks gets a Kali. Assassin in the mid lane. Much like earlier, we will be expecting that Akali to stop the Misfortune from comfortably ulting. Yone versus Akali, fun matchup, very fun matchup. No CC supports locked in just right now. No Braum, no Nautilus. We still have Rel, Rakan, Alistair, Leona. How many of these are we going to ban? Well, with the Maokai ban away, not that. I did say that the Maokai, less of an LPL pick, but, you know, I think Tien and, Shadow play that quite a lot. Gwen ban away from top side. So Weibo wanting to obviously keep some junglers around. Both teams don't have a support just yet. Banning the Gwen away from that top side, of course. Flandre had something like a 40-something KDA on it in a placement stage. Did lose that a little bit after one of their games the other day. You know, the Ezreal skin which I play is Nottingham Ezreal because I grew up near Sherwood Forest. I grew up near Nottingham. That's my hometown. So that's like my regional skin, Nottingham Ezreal. I used to like Frosted a lot though. Frosted was cool. Then it got reworked and it looked less good. The animations kind of were meh after the rework. I don't know why. Karma banned away for lane pressure, so they were happy to split their bans. So no Ezreal Karma. Kyle can pick whatever the hell he wants though. I think they wanted a melee support anyway. I don't think that Karma ban is actually that good. I think you needed a melee support for Kyle to engage anyway. The Alistar's fine here. Really? I don't know about that one for Flandre. The Aurora into the top lane. Suppose they want the support counterpick matchup, but I don't know. Very squishy team from anyone's Legend. There's a lot of good damage from Weibo with better engage right now. I think game 1 was a big outdraft from anyone's Legend, particularly with the... Wow, Ivan for Tien. Ivan for Tien. We don't see much of that in the LPL. And the Alistar. Now, this is a game changer. Weibo have absolutely slaughtered this draft with the last 2. This is not an LPL draft, but I'm so glad to see it. We do not see LPL Ivan. Someone phone up LS, because this one's a good one. You get to have the Alistar walking forwards with Ivan shields. He can play a bit more safely. You can check brushes with Ivan, with Daisy, and your brushes as well. Your brushmaker. Kyle will go towards the Rel. He needs the shield break now into the Ivan, and that will be a bonus for them. But I think Weibo have just crushed this draft with the last 2 picks. Weibo so much better than the first game. And will we have Weibo consistently inconsistent on our screens again, where they do get blown out in that first game? They don't know what to do with their draft in their early game, and instead come back in another game and absolutely sweep. I want to see 3 games. I want to see this work out. LPL has never been an Ivern region. Maybe they can be. If someone shows them it's powerful. Maybe they can be. Tien picking it up. It's not a champion we see from many people across the world right now. Ivan in a very strong state. And anyone's Legend, even after a dominant game 1, will have to have their wits about them. Rella's boring. Rella's good here, though. You need it for the shield break against the Ivan shields. I'm not going to blame it for that. Let's see if we get one more game. Or an extension of the series. One game. Or, you know what it is. Words, they're hard sometimes. We've been speaking a lot recently. I would not have expected this from Weibo. Would not have expected it, but hey, keeping us on our toes, that's what we like to see here. Let's get into the draft. Into the rift, rather. Ivern, Alistar, last 2 picks. The Alistar works, but the Ivern, that's the special bit. See how much work he can do. The rest of his team being buffed up by the old tree god himself. Oh, it's very loud, Jesus. Oh, God. A lot of, yeah, damn. Right. The volume from the crowd. Le Cloud. That Ivan can be so important, man. Shinzo hates playing against that Ivan after a certain point. The first clear from Tien needs to be on point, though. AL do not have a good level 1 team composition. Akali bad at the level 1. Rel's okay, but the Akali it's not a good level 1 composition up against what Weibo has. You know, if you walk up in towards Ivan with a Yone, Misfortune having to make it rain or the double up, well, anything, yeah, it can be very, very powerful. And of course, Flash Pulverize makes things dangerous. Drops down a ward in the river, but it's not really going to spot what Tien's going to do. There's a ward on the Raptors, so Tien does have some information of where Tarzan is not starting. Level 1, being won over by Hope and Kyle for now. Of course, the Misfortune was locked in for a bit of lane support. The mount up from Kyle available makes it much harder to... You can't pulverize out of the crash down, which is why you go for the mount up rather. So you crash down, retain the shield, and then you mount up to have the undeniable engage, even though it's only onto one person. Kyle will be looking to do that flip back over the shoulder when possible. If anything else, if nothing else, AL has the better logo. It used to be known as an awesome logo. Ooh, so close. Missed out on the stun as well. Kyle, close run thing. Close run thing. Of course, Kyle. The support we are watching in the LPL right now. This guy is the best support in our region. And worthy of a hell of a lot of respect. Zhang's doing okay in the first few levels. Now, Xiaohu's Yone, been up and down. Some people will meme it. He's had a couple of awesome games on this pick, though, even with all of the criticism. He said he learned from Chovy and talked about how, actually, you don't want to be the primary engage. You want someone else to be the primary engage more often than not, and then you find a second angle as they scatter, and then you really trap them into the play. Ooh, the double up didn't catch him. Ah, so the recall comes through. Tier back, completed by Hope. The trades again from Shanks. Of course, Manaless versus Manaless champions. Ooh, missed that Q3. Probably going to be losing, not have the best back in this first stage of the game. Looking to save his W for the Canaminium, which he gets there. Dark Seal first back from Tian. Of course, the first clear of the game for, hang on a second. Helping push out mid lane with that shield a little bit. The brush can give you the on-hit damage as well for the Ivern. Your teammates who stand in a bush near Ivern get extra damage on hit on throw auto attacks. Scuttle crab, the mark put on it. Ooh. Pings towards the bot side. I guess just checking out the bot side. Can drop a ward down, and indeed does. Tarzan went towards the top side. Recalls go down the bot side. Spotted, has the red buff. Uses the shield. Waiting for the mark to come through. About halfway done right now. Big mid lane pressure though from Shanks. Makes this a little bit weird. Hung goes forwards. Needs to be a bit careful here actually. Gonna get jumped onto. Light and Hope also having a 1v1. They both have barrier. Is that going to lead to anything particularly nice? Oh, Hung. Caught way too far out. First blood, and this is now a problem. Kyle forces the play on the bot side after Hung overstep. Why are these early games determined so much? Oh, can he flash for the last order? No, he can't. These early games determined by mistakes from Hung. Light, thrown under the bus again. Get this AD carrier real support. What can he do? He just watched his support walk up under river. Get nothing done. Is there going to be an execute? No, it will be a kill at least. So at least it's 1-for-1. But Hung, a big misstep. I think Tian was already a little bit greedy going towards that bot side scuttle crab, knowing that his mid lane was losing so heavily. But look, there was just a bit of a shake of the head there from Light. He does get the BF sword back. That's actually not the worst thing ever. The BF sword makes it more tolerable, I think. That makes it playable again. But how bad should that have been? What are you doing? Why am I watching a support player run it down live in my game? What has he done? I am speechless. I have never seen a support run it down live on my screen like that before. Whatever. I can't believe this. Cancels him out with a mount up. He was meant to just headbutt him away. What is he doing? Come back to live, takes another chunk. I don't have words. Fantastic mount up by KL, but what you do is you see the animation start, you press double in your attack move, and then it will instantly do it. It's actually not that hard to do. It comes through from Shanks. Xiaohu goes out with the face sealed. Does he have another E? He does, and it's going to get close. Flash forced by Xiaohu. Shanks really winning the matchup here. Even if he doesn't get interrupted, maybe he still dies to Radar. He's definitely in trouble either way, right? Kyle had flash, right? Can't he just flash, maybe, and run at him? I can't believe it, man. Surely there has to be a better option than Hung. What did you think was going to happen? What has Light done to deserve this support? And you know, I just go back to this conversation a couple of days ago, where I had a couple of different Reddit commenters try to convince me that Hung was good and that you know, LCK sports aren't that much better than players like Hung or whatever. Yeah, you comment that now. You comment that now. Oh god. Tien has level 6, going towards topside. Flandre, not achieved much in this topside matchup. The Aurora, counterpicked, leading the charge with Daisy. I don't know. Oh, gets the knockup, and that's why they do it. Flandre looking to clear out the wave. Using the Daisy to get the guaranteed knockup, get the Aurora ult for free, but now that's a bit of a problem. Cal flashes forward, and this support wanting to get a bit more blood on his hands. Got that solo kill under the bot turret. Forces the flash out of Tien, flash to flash, you will take that. Aladdin's a huge reptile, you can't take them personally. I know that, but also, like, they're just rude and arrogant, and I want people to understand that, because actually people do reply to them and shit too, but you know. Because people actually do take them seriously, and I'm like, no, I'm actually going... I don't want you spreading this misinformation on my goddamn teams. Xiaohu under turret does have ult. Shanks comes towards again. He misses, though, this time. Xiaohu, does he want to lock him under turret? No, not just yet. Has the Q3 set up and catches him. And the ult gets another knockup. Tarzan, he doesn't have the flash now. Really well played from Xiaohu. Stacks the Q3 on the wave. Goes back to the E. Double CC. Well played from Xiaohu under the turret. Oh, Q lands. The root caller getting good damage onto Hope. Doesn't have flash. Does have barrier. Forced off for the wave, though. Xiaohu. Let's be a little bit careful here. Oh, he goes forwards. Back rather, Tien. On the bot side of the map again. It's a good lead for anyone's legend. However, if Weibo do get out of this rough early game, which has been rough, they're down across every role except Breathe. Good old Breathe. Good old Rock. They have a great composition. The Ivern shields on Yone, onto Rumble. In skirmishes are good, and in team fights you can give them over towards your Alistar or your carries, of course, to keep them alive against the enemy team trying to engage on them with someone like the Akali. Will say I do think this Akali is really scary. If you miss the... If you use your CC to engage, Shanks will find an angle and he can assassinate. Akali is very high damage right now in this kind of meta. I'm just like, yep. So when summoners are about to come off of cooldown, they kind of go, well, the flash will like go, it'll gray out and then it'll come back to the full color again. It's kind of a bug with the UI, I think. It doesn't look that great, but yeah. Wait, the mainstream, there is no mainstream, by the way, Rin. It is just a fan broadcast, the LPL English, by the way. But the LPL English, hang on a second, Taz is going in for a, that's a great combo from Hung. That might just about help, but now he's caught into the play. Kyle goes down, though. Alistar helping. This is stuck into the play. Taza goes into melee range. Shanks comes through. Hung has to flash out. Alistar pulling out value there. Flandre is here. Want to really kill Daisy, I guess, and they do. So that's the ultimate down. Grubs are up. Not having Daisy, not having your bot lane ultimates. Does that change things? Hung, of course, getting that level 6. So that's why they picked Ivans. They can try and shield Hung from him from dying. Yeah, maybe. Do you suppose Hung just doesn't know how to play engaged supports? No, he only plays Leona, Rakan, Nautilus. Like that's his stuff. These are the champions he plays. But no, just Rin, once again, like, so everyone who's covering LPL right now is a co-stream. There are, hang on a second, Shadow who does have it. Not too much there. So anyone you see casting LPL right now is a fan broadcast, like this one. We're fans of the region, and we'll do it for the love of the game, but there is actually no main broadcast anymore. It's actually one of the big problems with the region. You know, if you're here watching this, or you're over at LPL English with their fan broadcast, you're helping us cover the region. That's important. But one of the biggest problems we have in the league is that actually no one's getting paid to do this anymore. It's a big problem. You know, watching these teams, which are top teams, seeing where the hell Weibo, multiple Worlds representatives are doing, what the hell's happening with this support player they've got instead of Chris. Anyone's Legend, a team which you might see internationally this year. I think you probably should see them internationally this year. Weibo, we're kind of waiting for them to prove that they can be a top tier team again, but I just don't know if they can do it with a player like Hung in support, playing like this, you know. Where did Chris go? He went to top esports. He went to top esports. That's why he was international at first stand. And you know, Chris has been more consistent than he's been in years, but he still has tinges of that old Weibo flipper. Is the LPL code streaming done on the old one? It was done on the old one from 2013 to 2014 when they had another fan broadcast. They don't use the LPL account. But Kelsey Moses set that up in like 2013 or so. Or 2014. Sometime around there. Xiao, who has Blade. First item for both AD carries as well. Triforce for Bloodthirster. Still, 1,000 gold lead for anyone's Legend, but it's not exactly increased in a little while. 5 Gubs and a Dragon for anyone's Legend. They'll definitely take that lead. Not contesting this. I think they should contest this Dragon. I think they want to use this gold lead and get towards some more Dragons. They're not cross-mapping right now. Akali doesn't have teleport, is in base. They'd be looking at us at a... Hang on a second. Light caught out a little bit. Kyle jumped on. That's the end of that. Tarzan does have ult. Can he cast it in time? There's a lot of CC. And a lot of damage comes back. The only ult's good and is into the bullet time. Kill onto Tarzan. He doesn't even push his ultimate button. Breathe into the backline. Flashes out immediately. And anyone's Legend, a lazy approach to the Dragon. Lazy indeed. Weibo get the Dragon. Get a kill. Get out. Gold lead's now 500, not 1,000. Well, it's a root caller. Perma CC uses his E instead of his ultimate. Maybe thinks he's dead anyway, but I feel like you just have to cast your ult early there, don't you? I mean, if you've hit no one, you can punt them away from you because your mark isn't applied to anyone. I think it was a mistake from Tarzan. Had that one excellent game versus BLG, but then I think it was versus FPX. They lost that one game. And that was with Tarzan on the Shinzan not looking awesome, actually. Yet to see Shanks make a big impact as well, besides that early... Well, okay, his early laning phase is good, but he hasn't transferred that into anything more just yet. Breathe approach on the top side. Level 11 from Shanks has that tier 2 ultimate. Gets some good damage down. No flash on him. Hits the E, and it's a clean as you like. Shanks with a little bit of help from Kyle. Gets a kill. There's the impact we wanted to see. Good kill on the side lane. You do that enough times, and Weibo start to sweat. Hope. Doesn't have that 2-item combo just yet. Needs to complete up that Muramana. Close to the stacks on the tier at least. Shanks, no ultimate. Does he have the W? Hung. Trying to get that pulverize. Oh, good flash away from Shanks. Outplays him there. Knock up onto Hope. He has no flash. That's a dead AD carry. Weibo getting a little bit lost in transition. Not sure why he was heading up by that path. You had to know you're in trouble without flash. Tarzan going over the wall. Now they think there's a fight coming in. They don't have all of their pieces here. No breathe. Teleport in from the Akali. Doesn't have the ultimate, but Xiao who's caught out. And Weibo, despite a good dragon fight earlier, are picked apart by anyone's Legend. They'll get themselves the 5 Grub Herald and also... Hang on a second, he's trying to stop some backs. What the hell's Kyle doing, man? Hella slang maneuver if I ever did see one. But anyone's Legend pick apart Weibo, and now Hung, who doesn't have ult up, might be in a bit of trouble. Mark applies onto him. Pulverize is strong. Kyle's not going to go over the wall. Hung forced back, not enough HP. I can't believe that Weibo even stops the recall again. So now Hung's going to be off the map for a long time now. How do Weibo get caught in rotation like that? How does that work? One in chat as well. No redemption on the Ivern. Gone for the Moonstone first. Moonstone's important, of course, but yeah, the redemption feels like it is very important in a lot of these plays. The AoE healing. I'm sure he'll get that next, but hey, Is he going to get a chance to decide the fights like that? Really good play from Tarzan. Straight onto him. Miss Fortune had no right walking through that. You have no flash, you have no teammates. You have no right walking through that. Look, I have a lot of time for Light in that first game, so I didn't think it was his fault. This game was better from him again, and Hung kind of ran him down in the early lane. That one was a mistake from him now. And now suddenly, you know, 1,000 gold in jungle, 1,000 gold in mid and bot, almost, you know, 500 in top lane as well, despite Flandre not exactly doing that much this game. God, even 1,000 gold in support. Kyle's going to be better. Second Hung, he has flash. Is he going to have to blow it again? Slowed down. Has to use that ultimate. Still has flash. Tarzan comes through. Teleport comes through. And here comes the Aurora ultimate. Daisy's in the choke point. Teleport comes through. And even Xiao has to immediately flash. That's a good equalizer. Is that enough, though? It's good damage. And the bullet time gets good value, too. But it's all into frickin' Crescent Guard. Breathe has an overheat, but that's not enough. There's no turret here either. Hung goes down, and Light does not have anything left in the tank. Weibo die again. 5 for none. Clean ace. Anyone's legend are just better. I mean, what the hell was that? Once again, Hung caught out, and this time it leads to the death of his whole team. Why was Hung there? Putting a ward down. He's on the strong side of the map. Has Ivan here, but he's gone way too deep. He doesn't have flat. Well, he does have the flash. He chooses not to use it to disengage early. At least don't bait your team into dying. Just leave Hung. Don't walk out there. It feels bad to leave that, but don't call the teleports in. The equalize is good, but, you know, this is exactly what the Shinzao ultimate's there for. To buy that time against the long-range damage. It does exactly that. Shanks gets to clean up when you've used all your cooldowns on something worse. Really good combo from Shanks. Awesome play from the Akali. I can't believe it. I can't believe that Weibo had this draft and lost in this way. Dragon going to come up for anyone's legend. Objective bounties are up across the board for Weibo, who are now 7,000 rather, gold down. Hung flashed over the wall. Sweet Jesus, not again, Hung. I mean, Kyle is going to get caught. Actually, maybe it's the other support getting caught this time. Oh, who am I kidding? Xiao, who very nearly goes down, and Kyle. Oh, such a support diff in this series. Jumping forwards, Hung goes down, and Kyle lives. Of course he does. Anyone's legend. A team to watch in the LPL for sure. Finalists from Split 1. Taking important victories here in Split 2. Breathe goes forward. Tarzan pulls the ult. Tarzan has to flash away. Breathe trying to get some damage down and has some burning to do. Carl does go down. Breathe gets something from it. And considering they're this far down, the double kill for Breathe, what more can you ask of the guy? This top laner for Weibo has tried his goddamn best in this series. It just has not been enough when it's mattered the most. Hung is my goat. I'm betting on anyone's leg. I swear to God, man. Oh, God. Oh, no! No! Ah, he's running it down! Oh, Hung! What am I watching? This is the worst series I have seen from a support in a very long time. I cannot believe this is happening on my screen. I can't believe this. What is this player doing? This man may well be subbed out for the next series because of this. Shanks dodges out. Has the W, dodging out some auto attacks as well. Doing some extra damage, has the E. Does he want to fly back? Doesn't have the ultimate, unlikely. 10 stack Dark Seal, Shadow Flame, and a Proto Belt. Shanks is ready to pop off. Hope as well, 2 items going on 3. We want to see you get that Shojin up sooner rather than later. Shanks plays out a little bit with the Proto Belt. You can do that, I guess, when you're that fed. Who the hell cares? Yeah, just put the fries in the bag, Hug. Just, oh, Jesus, man. Unironically, this is just running it down. Shanks has a Medjay's. Feels great about it. Aurora ult used for wave clear, and that's fine. That's okay. Shanks has the extra movement speed from the 10 stacks on the Medjay's, by the way. That's the big break point. So it's going to be even easier to sidestep. What is he doing? You're not safe. Walking up for the first bit is okay. Walking up so you can get hit by everything else, that's not okay. Why did he just walk back after the Oni ult goes through? You don't have anything left to contribute. Words fail me. Words fail me. That's going to be the Q of the wall, and maybe Hope has to pop the Barry. He does. And maybe that's enough. That's going to be the bullet time coming through. Good pick. Q over the wall. Teleport coming in. Rumble has the equalizer. Doesn't have flash. Oh, headskate cancelled. Kyle will die for this. Shanks doesn't have an angle through. 2 kills very quickly. Good route. Teleport into the mid lane. Flundrich and a wave clear out that next wave. Doesn't have the ultimate. Tarzan, does he go into that wave? Yeah, he gets hit by that as well. Has the ultimate though. He's a lot safer. Akali takes the tower on the top side. Doesn't have that teleport. Splitting the map. Daisy pins him in place. Mid lane turret comes down. So only 3 kills come from Weibo. Good snowball. That Ivan, critical to the last minute of play. That's why even 2 plays, 2 towers coming through. Remember, they get objective bounties for this. Waves died. Oh, catch them under the turret. Turret shot comes through, but Tian lives just about. He's getting himself a recall. Oh no, breathe! Breathe, no! Breathe no more. While all this is happening, Shanks gets a tower. Weibo are not allowed to have nice things. Weibo, consistently inconsistent, strike again in a way that only Weibo can. 3 kills, 2 turrets, and somehow mess it up at the end. Get in the goddamn clown car, everyone. We're going sightseeing. Well, that's the pick onto, you know, Hope at least. You can see where it comes from, right? The Ivan Q, very, very good. The comboing in, and then of course the Akali's, they don't expect that to happen, so they're not in a position to respond. How do I explain this game to an LCK watcher? Imagine if you had KT Rolster versus KT Rolster, except one of them is just a... No, that's not true. I don't know, you just say it's like... Yeah, no, you just say it's a KT Rolster experience. I think that makes sense, right? Baron goes down. Anyone's Legend had a bit of a tee-hee-ha-ha funny moment. Should be able to close with this. Pushing in across the map. Seekers. Oh, Kyle catches out the duo of support and top lane light behind it, and he just can't do anything. The equalizer is not bad, and the redemption is also not awful. Shanks has that redemption. Can he get the R2 off? He can just about get up with the flash. And somehow Shanks lives. How? I have no idea. But his HP is above 0, and that's all that matters. Anyone's Legend have made a tragedy out of Weibo's day. Weibo are no longer a top team within our LPL. Anyone's Legend crushed them into the mid-table. Will stay afloat at the top at 4-1 for their first 5 series. What do you make of that series? Because I have no idea myself. Words fail me. One of the worst support series I have ever seen from Hung. One of the worst I've ever seen. Not much else to say about that, folks. Thank you so much for the follows and the support here on today's stream. Well, it's just me. We'll see if Sam comes back for tomorrow as well. I wonder what happens to this roster. I think Breede's a good player. I think Tien's a good player. Xiaohu's been good this year. I think Light Hard to judge him, given the support that he's playing with. Weibo needs change, and they need specific change in that bot lane. How do you play with a support like that? And I don't want to pin it all on one player, but you have to call this out. You have to call it out. Look, I don't think Weibo have bad players. There's a reason why this team and this core of players, when you look at Xiao, Light, and Breathe, have made it to an LPL Finals and Worlds last year. Hung is learning from Vampire. You might be onto something. I mean, Hung... This guy needs to... I think he needs to be replaced. After a series like that, after a split like this, how do you play with a guy like this? In the 2v2, making mistakes. But who do you bring up? Weibo must have options now. They must have options. They must change something. Because Hung is just not it. Well, folks, that's it for the games today. I'm going to head off because I'm tired as hell. Thank you so much for joining me. If you're on YouTube, of course, there will be an MVP after, and sadly, I'm not going to stick around to hear that, but I'm sure you'll find that on the other graphics and stuff. Thank you so much for watching me, and we'll be back here next time. If you have enjoyed today, let your friends know about it. Leave a like, leave a comment. It means an awful lot to us if you do. If you find clips and stuff from the cast which you enjoy as well, take a clip, post it somewhere. That's the best way you can do stuff for us too. And if all of that's too much effort, which I absolutely do not blame you for doing, just turn up and enjoy yourself. That's the most important thing you can do. Thank you so much for supporting the LPL and our coverage.